Hello everyone, you are on the Jin Fiction channel. Before we start, please give a like and subscribe to the channel. I would be grateful to everyone. Also, subscribe on Boosty. Enjoy watching.
Naruto World, Suna, home of the Case Cage. The night sky was clearly visible through the open window, a cool breeze gently swaying the sheer tulle, and a young couple lay on the large bed. The girl slept peacefully on the boy's chest, his eyes open, lightly stroking her shoulder, where a tattoo marked her as a Konoha Anbu. His touch revealed strange symbols beneath it, the meaning of which only the blonde and the girl knew. Covering the brunette with a blanket and gently hugging her, Naruto closed his eyes. He recalled his entire life after the victory over Kaguya. The village had suffered severe losses, and more than half of the Jonin and Chunin had never returned from that war, including many of Uzumaki's own friends. Neji, Kiba and Akamaru, Shino, Choji, and Sai remained forever on the battlefields, their only reminders now the gray stone slabs in the Hidden Leaf Cemetery and his own memories. The war forced him to see the world differently, making him understand that as long as humans exist, fighting would always occur, as it was ingrained in their nature, whether it was a war between shinobi or ordinary people. Naruto understood that eternal peace was impossible, but that didn't mean he stopped striving for it. The Jinchuriki made every effort to preserve the fragile peace that had formed between the hidden villages and prolong its existence as long as possible. To this end, he renounced the title of Hokage, offered to him by Tsunade a year after the war's conclusion, in favor of Kakashi, and joined Anbu. Hinata, with whom he had been together for over 6 months by then, followed him, leading to her disownment and the threat of being sealed by the branch house. Fortunately, the old Senju did not allow it, sending the couple on a long mission outside the village, and then enlisting them in Anbu, in which they served for 2 years, constantly carrying out a variety of missions throughout the territory of the explored world. Today they delivered another secret message for Gaara to Suna, where their old friend welcomed them warmly and introduced them to his wife over dinner, sharing the good news that he was soon to be a father. Naruto nearly shook the man's spirits out with joyful congratulations, but Hinata, though she was only part Hinata, stopped him in time. The young man began to reminisce about the immediate aftermath of the war and the unexpected surprise Kaguya had left him. About a week after returning to Konoha, Naruto found himself in his subconscious in a dream, deciding his Biju was up for a chat. He quickly reached the cage, whose gates were closed but no longer held in place by seals, allowing the fox to exit freely if he so desired. To Naruto's surprise, the Kyuubi was nowhere to be seen, and with a shrug, he entered the cage, hoping to find his friend in the darkness. A powerful blow knocked him to the wet floor, and the young man froze in surprise. The next moment, his arms and legs were wrapped in fluffy ropes, so tightly he couldn't even move them. In the darkness, all Naruto could see were 2 glowing golden eyes. There was no malice or hatred in them, but a bright flame of lust and desire. Meanwhile, delicate little hands quickly stripped him of his clothes, simply tearing them apart, exploring his body and caressing his manhood. As soon as he was done with his clothes, he felt the hand that had been caressing his penis stop, and the next moment, someone was impaling him in one fell swoop. Groaning from the unexpectedly pleasant and previously unknown sensations, the blonde closed his eyes for a moment, while his partner began to slowly move up and down, accelerating her movements each time, which brought even more pleasure. Soon, his moans were joined by the girls. The bonds holding his arms loosened, allowing him to escape. Uzumaki immediately took advantage of this, beginning to explore his partner's body. After all, it wasn't for nothing that he had read and copied Jiraiya's books. Gradually, the darkness began to dissipate, illuminated by a glow emanating from behind the girl, and Naruto finally got a good look at her. Long scarlet hair, tied back in a braid, crowned with 2 fox ears, a beautiful face, large, wide eyes already glowing with joy. 3 wide lines ran across her cheeks, like the Jinchuriki's own when using fox chakra, before training with B. Her beautiful breasts swayed in time with her movements, and her tails, enveloped in an orange glow, were visible from behind her back. This didn't faze the Jinchuriki at all. On the contrary, such unusual appearance drew him in, compelling him to move toward her swift movements. Feeling that he was about to reach the limit, he tried to pull out of her, but she clearly did not like it and she quickly sat down completely on his penis again, while squeezing it with force with her pussy, forcing him to come inside her, from which she arched and moaned loudly and long, and then lay down on him exhausted. They lay there in complete silence for several minutes, during which time the young man came to his senses and realized it was light in the cage, and that he wasn't lying on a wet floor, but on a soft, warm bed, which gave him pause. By this time, the girl had come to her senses and lay down next to him. "Who are you?" Naruto started the conversation first. "Don't you have any idea?" The stranger chuckled. "I have two theories. The first is that this is all nonsense, and the second is a stupid joke by one of my red-haired friends," Uzumaki answered, stroking the girl on the back. "This isn't nonsense or a joke. Do you remember Kagai's last words?" she asked with interest. "About the little surprise?" the blonde asked. "Uh-huh," the scarlet-haired girl answered. "Don't tell me she turned you into a girl," Uzumaki blurted out in shock. "Not a girl, I'm a kitsune now," Kyuubi replied, pleased with herself. "Kitsune, this seems familiar," Naruto said, frowning. "Right, I remember, Jiraiya told me about them." "Why are you so calm?" the fox asked. "What do you think I should be afraid of? Shaking in terror or what?" Naruto asked, confused. "Well, I'm aware of your lack of self-preservation instinct, but my appearance doesn't frighten or disgust you at all?" Kyuubi asked with interest, propping herself up on her elbows and looking him straight in the eye. "Why would that be? You look quite attractive," Uzumaki replied, smiling. "You are definitely the most unpredictable shinobi in Konoha," the kitsune said, beginning to caress the blonde's flesh again. Naruto subsequently visited her very often, even after he started dating Hinata. It took the Hyuga a long time to get used to their togetherness. It took 3 months for her to stop being shy even when talking to him, and 5 months for her to stop fainting from kisses and hugs. But as soon as the boy began caressing her body, she would immediately become shy or faint, so the blonde didn't dare dream of anything more in the near future. Until Tsunade assigned the two of them a mission to escort an old man who was supposed to deliver some relic to one of the main temples of the Land of Water. A routine mission to escort valuable cargo. There wasn't even a single attack during the journey. After they crossed the border, the old man decided to make camp in some ancient ruins. That evening, while sitting by the fire, he struck up a conversation with his guards, although he had been silent the entire time. "I would never have thought that I would be given one of the heroes of the last war as an escort," said the old man. "Well, there were a lot of heroes in that war," Naruto smiled slightly. "Yes, but almost all of them are now lying in the damp earth, and you're alive. Although that's not what I wanted to talk about. Did the Hokage tell you what relic I'm carrying?" the elder asked. "No, because our job is to protect you, the rest is not important," Hinata said, sitting on the blonde's lap. "Then I'll tell you about it myself. This relic has no particular value for war or anything like that, it's called the Weave of Two Principles. In ancient times, one clan used it to test the strength of two lovers' feelings. If they were mutual and sincere, the couple could receive a special gift from the relic. If even one of them was insincere, it would mercilessly kill them both, draining all their life force and turning them into withered mummies. One day, this clan was destroyed, and the relic was turned into a weapon, killing hundreds until one day, when one of the monks of our temple stole it from its new owners. No one has touched it for the last 300 years, the monk said, taking a transparent case from his backpack. It held a strange object, two intertwined metal rods covered in finely woven symbols from one of the continent's ancient languages. Naruto felt the power emanating from the artifact. "I'd like to offer you its use. What do you say?" "Hinata, aren't you afraid?" Uzumaki asked, taking the case from the monk's hands. Hyuga nodded. "Okay, old man, tell me what needs to be done." "You take the relic by one end with your right hand, and you, by the other with your left, and that's it," the monk instructed. The young men followed his instructions, after which Naruto doubled over in terrible pain, as if a part of himself had been ripped out. A brunette screamed in pain nearby, and the monk broke into a satisfied smile, a flash of light and a blink of an eye. The blonde lay on the ground, unable to even move, his head pounding from the onslaught of information, strange memories that felt like they weren't his own. Through the ringing in his ears, he could barely hear or understand the words of the old man they were accompanying. "Well, I was so hoping he'd finish you off. I didn't think you actually felt anything for that weakling," the mission's client said, looming over Uzumaki with a knife. "You know, I really do regret killing you, but you're not worthy of the Rakudo's power." With a powerful swing, the old man was about to end Naruto's life. The headache was too much for him to even speak. As his hand was about to fall, the Jinchuriki saw something white throw the old man aside, right into the remains of the wall. The unpleasant sound of breaking bones was heard, after which he fell into unconsciousness. He came to only with the first rays of dawn. To his surprise, he was lying on something soft. Looking closely, he realized they were tails, white, fluffy tails, and they belonged to the kitsune girl sitting next to him. The girl looked very much like Hinata, but there was also something of the Kyuubi about her. She was sleeping, her back leaning against a fragment of a wall. Deciding to test his hunch, the young man concentrated and penetrated his subconscious. Entering the room with the cage, he was surprised to find there a huge nine-tailed fox, just as he remembered it, except it was like an empty shell, soulless. Cursing and scolding himself for being too trusting, the Jinchuriki emerged from his subconscious. "Have you come to your senses?" the kitsune asked, smiling tenderly. "Yes," Uzumaki answered hoarsely, his throat dry. "Give me something to drink, please." "Here," she said, handing him the flask and sitting down with her back to the wall using her tails. "Who are you?" Naruto asked after taking a few sips. "Me? Well, I'm both Hinata Hyuga and the Kitsune Kyuubi no Yoko. From the former, I got the body, the Byakugan, and all the skills, as well as feelings for you. From the latter, part of my character and strength, a certain depravity and vulgarity, and most importantly, well, the knowledge that you're a good partner for bed games," the kitsune said with an excited smile. "What about the old man and the relic?" he asked, taking another sip and stretching his stiff body. "And what about your appearance?" "The old man is dead. I was really scared for you back then. And he was just a simple man, he didn't even know how to use chakra, so the impact with the wall broke his spine and cracked his skull," Hinata Kyuubi replied calmly. "The relic is fine, and what's wrong with my appearance? You seemed fine with it during our fun time, didn't you?" "I'm still happy with it, and I think this color even suits you better," the blonde reassured the kitsune. "I meant that your appearance would attract too much attention, and how would I explain such a change to the Hyuga clan, Tsunade, and the others?" "Well, that's no problem," the girl said, closing her eyes and forming a concentration seal, fully transforming into Hinata once again. "But in this state, the influence of the part of me that I inherited from the Kyuubi increases on this body." "And how long can you stay in this form?" the blonde asked, carefully examining the Hyuga standing before him. "As much as I want, and no one will even realize I'm not quite Hinata Hyuga anymore," the brunette said contentedly, stepping close to the young man. "But sometimes I need a release." "Discharge," the Jinchuriki said, raising an eyebrow, hugging the girl tightly. "Yes, the same as you did with Kyuubi in the seal," the brunette said, kissing Uzumaki passionately and demandingly. "And when we're alone, call me Kurama." The Jinchuriki's memories were torn away by a sharp pain in his head and throughout his body, causing him to lose consciousness. Parallel world. A large, round room with bookshelves along the walls with 4 aisles, on each of the cardinal directions. In the center sits a 12-year-old blonde boy wearing only black trousers. In front of him is a huge scroll unfolded. Next to one of the cabinets lies a gray-haired old man in a gray kimono. "Do you understand what you're doing?" the old man said. "Yes, Grandpa, I understand, but this is the only way, you know that yourself," the blonde replied, starting to form a sequence of seals. "Naruto, stop, you simply don't have enough chakra for this technique," the old man shouted. "I don't think so," the blonde man said, continuing to slowly form the seals, constantly checking the scroll. A soot-black 5-pointed star became visible on his shoulder. "Do you really think I haven't prepared for this in 5 years? After all, you yourself trained me from a very young age. Have you mastered it?" the old man whispered, horror in his voice. "Yes, you know that for my mother and sister, I have to do this," the boy said coldly. "What a stubborn ass you are, I'm telling you this technique won't work." The old man fumed, trying to move a finger, but the paralyzing poison his grandson had injected him with made it impossible. "You're mistaken, grandfather. I finished it, even if it took me 2 years. Seal technique. Essence absorption," the blonde said, finishing the seals, placing his blue glowing hands on the scroll before falling to the floor, unconscious. Unknown where. A vast gray desert, a 12-year-old blonde boy lies on a dune, trying to catch his breath after using the technology. A little to the side, a slightly battered 20-year-old blonde boy stands firmly on his feet. He has several cuts on his arms, and burns are visible here and there, but he pays no attention to them. "Who are you?" he hoarsely asks the man lying on the sand. "Why do you need to know that?" the disappointed boy shouts back. "You just look like me when I was a kid," the older blonde replied. "Of course he does. We are the same person, just from different worlds," the boy replied, calming down. "So there are other worlds besides the one Obito sent Sakura and me to," he muttered under his breath, then added louder, "What is this place and why are we here?" "This place is the border between our worlds. We are here to find out who is stronger," answered the one lying on the sand. "Why do we need to find out?" Naruto asked, confused. "So you don't know what an essence absorption seal is?" The younger Naruto was genuinely surprised. "Imagine this. I don't know, I'm not very knowledgeable about Fuinjutsu at all, I only know how to seal techniques and objects into a scroll," the Jinchuriki said calmly. "Maybe you could enlighten me. How come you, as an Uzumaki, are so incapable of taking advantage of our clan's greatest asset?" the younger blonde asked, propping himself up on his elbows. "Well, in my world, the Uzumaki were completely wiped out during the Third Shinobi War. The last representative who could use the clan's techniques, my mother, died on the day I was born when a criminal ripped the Kyuubi from her. She and my father had to use the Death God seal to seal it within me," the Anbu captain replied, remaining calm. "Perhaps you could tell me about the technique you used and why you did it, exactly." "For my mother and sister. If the technique pulled you here, it means you have something that can help them. The technique summons two doppelgangers from different worlds to the border, where they fight to the death to gain the opponent's power. The fight can last indefinitely, until one dies and the other absorbs them. The loser then dies, and the winner receives their powers and knowledge and returns to their world," the boy replied, smiling triumphantly. "But I've refined it, and now no matter which of us survives, the winner will still go to my world." Seal technique. Release, Fire Dragon. Futon. Atsugai, a powerful jet of compressed air rushed toward the dragon, lifting several tons of gray sand into the air. The collision of techniques caused a powerful explosion that melted the sand at its epicenter. "So, you're saying it doesn't matter which of us wins, the winner will return to your world anyway, so why are you fighting then?" "So that my personality would remain and yours would disappear." Seal technique. Release, Great Water Flood, the boy shouted, a mad glint in his eyes. Futon. Kakayemi, the sweetened technique fell apart, never achieving its goal. "And I'm not planning on dying, so forgive me, boy, but you're the one dying today." Hiraishin. Ni, no Dan. Moving behind the shocked boy, he drove the kunai right up to the hilt, into his heart. The younger blonde immediately began to collapse onto the sand, but Uzumaki held him, gently laying him down on his back. Despite the terrible wound, he remained conscious. "You won. I was so overconfident, I didn't think I'd lose so shamefully. You know, I have just one request of you, please fulfill it," the boy croaked, coughing up blood as his double leaned over him. "I give you my word, I will fulfill your last request," the Jinchuriki said seriously, his eyes changing, a gray 13-pointed star appeared in his blue iris, outlined around the pupil. "Save my mother and get that damned 9 tails out of my sister. I know you can do it, otherwise you wouldn't have come here. When you get to my world, you'll eventually inherit all my memories and abilities, but all your special abilities will stay with you, even your Biju. And also, ask Grandpa to forgive me for what I did," the younger Naruto said very quietly, his eyes glazing over as he finished. "Sleep peacefully, little one, may the afterlife be easy for you," the Anbu said, closing the boy's eyes. Naruto's body then simply disintegrated, and he felt something suddenly pull him in an unknown direction. All around him was darkness. The blonde awoke in a room lined with bookshelves, lying on a large scroll, blood dripping from his nose. Clutching it in his hand, Uzumaki tried to look around, but with great difficulty. His body ached as if he'd been bathed in boiling water, his vision was blurring, and at the same time, memories of another Naruto began to appear in his head, the most recent of them adding to the pain. Raising himself up on his elbows, the Jinchuriki finally managed to locate the gray-haired man staring intently at him. According to the body's former owner, the youth found a syringe filled with white liquid in a nearby kimono and, crawling on all fours, crawled toward the old man. With great difficulty, He managed to inject the antidote into his shoulder, after which he fell onto his side and sank into unconsciousness. A large, bright room, generously flooded with warmth and light from the open window, contained a 12-year-old boy lying on a bed, covered with a light blanket. A gray-haired man, apparently around 50, sat on a chair nearby, intently studying a large scroll in his hands, muttering softly to himself. He was distracted from his studies by footsteps in the hallway. A few seconds later, the door to the room opened, and a clone of the man and a green-eyed blonde man in a black cloak with the insignia of the head of the Konoha interrogators entered. "Good health to you, Atsushi-sensei," the guest greeted the owner of the house. "Same to you, Inoichi," Uzumaki said, rolling up the scroll and putting it aside. "What's wrong, sensei? You clearly didn't invite me here to chat," Yamanaka said, getting straight to the point. "You're right, I need your help. Can you take me into Naruto's subconscious?" the clan head replied, pointing to the peacefully sleeping boy. "Yes, no problem, but first, I'd like to know what happened, since you decided to do this," Inoichi asked, looking the man in the eye. "Here's the thing," Atsushi said, handing the scroll to his former student. The man read it carefully for a few seconds. How did he manage to master this technique and perform it? He was always a weak and sick child, wasn't he? Konoha's chief brainwasher asked in shock. "I thought you were smarter than the others, apparently I taught you poorly," Uzumaki said disappointedly, taking the scroll. "Forgive me, sensei, but I personally saw what was written in Naruto's medical records. According to all the tests, he had no chance of becoming a normal shinobi, as his chakra system was almost completely atrophied. After all, that's why he left his family when Kushina fell into a coma, and why Minato started missing work and became disillusioned with him, spending more time with Kaide and even forbidding him from enrolling in the academy so as not to put him at risk. Or am I missing something?" Inoichi asked, raising an eyebrow. "No, you're right, but my great-grandson is an extremely stubborn and strong-willed boy. What do you know about the Akamichi clan's pills, which they use for their techniques in extreme cases, and the Inuzuka clan's combat pills?" the man asked, twirling a scroll in his hands. The former allow the body to generate chakra in monstrous quantities using its reserves, while the latter accelerate its flow, concentration, and strength several times over, the Jonin quickly replied, his eyes widening as a thought occurred to him. "Sensei, don't tell me you decided to experiment on him and forced him to mix them. Do you think I've completely lost my mind?" the clan leader asked angrily. He came to this conclusion himself, after studying some scrolls from the clan library. Where and how he obtained the pills, and I have absolutely no idea. And I only learned about his experiments on himself after he'd already carried it all out in the basement of his house. I nearly died on the spot when I saw what he'd done to himself for the chance to become a shinobi. Covered in blood, with almost completely broken bones in his arms, barely breathing, yet generating so much chakra that any of the current cage would envy him. He spent a month in a coma afterward. I had to strain every avenue to cure him, even smuggling him into the Hyuga village for a checkup. "Hyuga, sensei, you've definitely lost your mind to bring one of those traitors into the village," Yamanaka shouted, then doubled over from a powerful blow to the gut. "Wouldn't you have done it for your only daughter?" Uzumaki asked angrily, grabbing the man by the collar and forcing him to look him straight in the eye. The brainiac merely lowered his head guiltily, knowing his teacher was right, he would have done the same if necessary. "Naruto became my last ray of hope after my Kushina fell into a coma. You know, before he renounced the Minato name and asked to be accepted into the clan, I was its last representative, and our skills were supposed to have faded into oblivion along with me. Now, I can confidently say that he will become the new head of the Uzumaki clan, and many of those involved in his destruction will have to dig their own graves when he comes to hold them accountable for it." "Sorry, sensei," Inoichi said quietly. "And you forgive me, I got carried away," Atsushi said, letting go of the student and wearily lowering himself onto a chair. "And what did Hyuga tell you?" Yamanaka asked calmly, deciding to divert his sensei's attention a little. "He said Naruto's circulatory system is fine, and that for someone his age, it's surprisingly well developed, and his chakra output rivals that of the strongest Jonin in Cloud City," Uzumaki replied with a grin. "But he learned to control it for a very long time, almost 2.5 years, constantly inflicting internal bleeding and fractures on himself. Even now, His chakra control is at the level of a first-year academy student. But he's a very smart and capable boy, with clear goals for the future. But let's put that conversation aside for later. Right now, we need to access his subconscious and find out what's happened to him, whether this technique has turned him into a vegetable, like so many before him. Okay, sensei, but we should lay him on the floor, otherwise it will be simply uncomfortable and I won't be able to maintain the technique for long enough. Atsushi responded by taking a sleeping bag out of the closet, spreading it out on the floor, and laying the boy on it. Sitting cross-legged, Yamanaka motioned for his teacher to sit next to him, then performed a series of hand seals, then placed his right hand on Naruto's forehead and his left on his sensei's. In an instant, the world before them changed. Instead of the familiar room, they found themselves in what resembled an underground catacomb. The floor was covered in a thick layer of water, almost knee-deep. Signaling for his sensei, the brainwasher led him deep into his subconscious, and after a while, they found themselves in a small hall with strange pieces of paper hanging all over the walls. What is this? Uzumaki asked, pointing at them. Mental bookmarks, Yamanaka replied, approaching one of them. Most of them don't work anymore. What exactly are these bookmarks for? The man asked. This group, the blonde began, pointing to the papers on the right wall, were supposed to suppress his development, and those over there were supposed to turn him into an obedient tool in the Hokage's hands, but none of them work. Only the loyalty bookmarks to the hidden leaf work. And how did they end up here? Asked the gray-haired man. I have no idea, sensei, maybe they came from the essence you absorbed, the Jonin shrugged. It's quite possible, his interlocutor agreed with him. Let's go, there's something else ahead, the brainiac said, pointing to one of the corridors. And again, traveling through endless corridors, only after several hours, according to the traveler's senses, did they reach the place the blonde had sensed. They emerged into a vast hall, accessed by only one corridor. Part of it was blocked by a huge golden grate, beyond which lay impenetrable darkness. On the walls were strange images in the shape of a human eye with a gray 13-pointed star circumscribed around the pupil. This is just fucking bullshit, sensei, Inoichi cursed. And a complete one at that, Atsushi agreed, carefully examining the gate. The seal of the 8 trigrams, where did it come from? That's nothing, but this is a very, very dangerous thing, Yamanaka said, pointing to the drawings on both walls. What is this? The gray-haired man asked. It's a technique for creating a pseudo-personality, and it's completely complete and functional. I think you remember a unit like that in early Konoha called the Cleaners, the blonde said. Just don't tell me that it was with her help that they were created, Atsushi said with a heavy sigh. That's exactly it. You understand that your great-grandson has essentially been turned into a walking weapon of mass destruction, Inoichi replied wearily. I don't know who implanted it, but we must find them and gut them, because even our archives don't have the precise data on how to impose it without turning someone into a mindless killing machine. So, you're prepared to gut your own daughter, huh, Yamanako-san? Came from behind me, where a 20-year-old blonde man in a Konoha Anbu uniform emerged from the slightly opened gate. Don't even try it, this is my subconscious, your techniques won't work here. Who are you? Atsushi asked calmly. I am Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, hero of the 4th Shinobi War, captain of the Konoha Anbu squad, the man introduced himself. Who do I have the honor of speaking with? Atsushi Uzumaki, head of the Uzumaki clan, the gray-haired man introduced himself in response. Inoichi Yamanako, head of the Yamanako clan, head of the Konoha interrogators, the blonde followed his example. Pleased to meet you, shall we sit down? He gestured with his hand, causing the water to disappear from the room and 3 chairs and a table to appear before him. I see you have very good control over your inner world, the brainiac assessed his actions. Ino coached me well in this matter back in the day. I'll answer your question, Atsushi-san, right away. The Naruto you knew for 12 years is dead. I'm sorry, but that's how it happened. Killing him was the only chance to get out of that place. These words seemed to take the sting out of the old man. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Why did you end up in his body then? Old Uzumaki asked, somewhat indifferently. Before he died, he said he'd change the technique so the winner would still end up in his body. I understand this is unpleasant and hard for you to hear, but he made that choice himself, trying to gain power the easy way. He just didn't consider that someone like me might respond to his summoning, the blonde said apologetically. You have nothing to apologize for, Atsushi replied calmly. After all, you're my great-grandson too, albeit from another world. Can you tell us about him and about yourself? I'd better show you everything briefly, about your question about the pseudo-personality, and about your daughter too, and yes, time here moves at a rate of 100 to 1, compared to the real one, for which thanks to all that same Naruto said, after which the hall went dark, and pictures from the life of an alien from another world began to flicker on the table, starting from the most childhood ones to the most recent ones related to the battle on the border of worlds, to which he gave explanations and answered questions from his guests. The narrative and demonstration lasted nearly 300 hours in the subconscious. By its end, both interlocutors were extremely thoughtful, and in many ways even shocked. Atsushi was the first to recover, looking with genuine respect at the man sitting before him. Even after experiencing everything they had seen, he hadn't broken and always remained human, unless the dangers threatening him were mortal, in which case his pseudo-personality would take over and do everything to survive. You know, Naruto, I'm proud to know that even in solitude, under the weight of hatred and universal contempt, my great-grandson grew up to be such a strong man, in every sense. I think Minato wouldn't have to fear or be ashamed of such a son, the old man said kindly, smiling, stroking his long beard. Thank you for the praise, Grandpa, Naruto replied, smiling like he had in the happiest moments of his past life, emphasizing the last word. Thank you for such an engaging and informative story, young man, Yamanaka said, still lost in thought. You know, I'd like to suggest. I must refuse you outright, Inoichi-san. I have no intention of entering into a marriage of convenience. I will choose the girl who will become my wife myself, and I will do so at the call of my heart, just like all my descendants, the Jinchuriki interrupted the blonde, causing Atsushi to smile broadly. I agree to an alliance with your clan. I see there's no point in trying to dissuade you. But I thank you for your frankness and honesty, said the head of the investigators. So what are you going to do now? Asked the old Uzumaki, clearly about to offer the newcomer something. I'm going to fulfill the promise I made to that Naruto, the Jinchuriki answered calmly. And after you complete it? Atsushi continued asking. I'll try to mend my relationship with my parents and sister, make the village respect me, and when the time comes and you decide to vacate the position of head of the Uzumaki clan, I'll take it. First, I'll unscrew a few things that are needed by some particularly zealous Konoha clans, and much more besides. Basically, I'll just try to find my place in the sun in this less than hospitable world, the young man shrugged. And now you'd better return to the real world. I think your head will be pounding for a couple of weeks afterward from what you've seen here. And Inoichi-san, I think you understand that no one should know about what you've seen here, otherwise I might view it as a threat to my safe existence in this world and inadvertently destroy your clan. Will the clan leader's word be enough? Yamanaka asked calmly, knowing full well his interlocutor was serious. Yes, quite, the younger Uzumaki nodded in agreement. In that case, as the head of the clan, I give you my word, Naruto Uzumaki, that everything I saw will remain a secret, the brainiac said. Thank you, and see you later, the blonde said, mentally dismissing the guests from his subconscious. The long conversation and the memory display had worn him down considerably. He rose from his chair with a heavy sigh and dispelled them. Water filled the space where they stood with a roar, and the Jinchuriki disappeared inside the seal, the gates closing behind him. It was dark inside, save for a faint light somewhere in the distance. Quickly reaching it, the blonde happily plopped down on the bed, forcing its owner to tear herself away from her viewing of the body's former owner's memories. How did it go? The kitsune asked with interest, quickly laying Naruto face down and beginning a relaxing massage. More than good. Great-grandfather and Inoichi seemed to believe my story, Uzumaki replied, melting under Kurama's gentle and skillful fingers. And how are you? Did you find anything interesting? Oh, you won't believe it, but we found a lot of interesting things, no Yoko answered, freeing the young man from his shirt. Will you share? The Jinchuriki asked, feeling the tension from the difficult conversation ease. Of course, let's start from the beginning. The local Yu was an extremely interesting individual with a brilliant mind and quick wit, the girl began her story. After leaving home, he came up with an extremely risky, but effective way to restore his chakra circulation system hereinafter, the CCCS. Can you imagine? He devoured a pack of special Akimiji pills and 3 Inuzuka combat pills, and forced his hearth and CCCS to operate at a simply monstrous overload level, which should have killed him, but somehow miraculously survived and even developed his CCCS to the level of a strong Jonin, like Kakashi. He can't control it all even now, 4 years later, and he stored most of it daily, in a special seal, like the one Sakura and Tsunade had, except his chakra in it was 10 times greater than both of theirs combined. He was also a genius in Fuinjutsu, as evidenced by our appearance here, but he is extremely weak physically and in health, a consequence of his extreme method of treating the SCC, and he is a complete zero in taijutsu, although his bosom friend and partner Uchiha Itachi teaches him. Who the fuck? Ouch. Kurama, that hurts, Naruto cried out, and who the hell is your partner? Don't interrupt, or I won't tell you anything and I won't give you a massage either, the kitsune snorted discontentedly. Sorry, go on, Uzumaki said guiltily. So, Uchiha Itachi, he's not Anbu here, but the head of the Konoha Police's homicide squad, you and he are protecting half the village's merchants. Yeah, don't be so surprised, you're no angel here, for him, killing a person is like killing a fly, especially considering his Fuinjutsu skills. Okay, I'm getting off topic. The protection racket basically consists of covering up the fact that they're dealing in high-quality contraband from various countries on the continent, which is needed by all the shinobi. You get 30% of that, Uchiha gets 5, and you get the rest. Before you ask what your little friend has to do with this, I'll just say that 3 years ago, he accidentally found a meeting place of these same merchants and overheard their conversation, deciding to make a nice profit from them to restore the clan quarter and pay the rent for the training grounds. At first, everything went smoothly, but then someone decided that paying a brat like Naruto here was too humiliating and decided to report him to the police. But the merchant's first deputy warned him about it, and the merchant ended up drowning in his own bathtub. But he turned out to be quite an influential figure, and the head of the homicide department himself was assigned to solve the crime. And somehow, he figured you out, and during one of the kid's training sessions, he showed up there, told him he knew everything about his dealings and was willing to cover for him, but only in exchange for a share of his business. The kid readily agreed, and after that, they began meeting frequently at that training ground, and now their relationship can truly be called friendship. Incidentally, Uchiha sometimes even used Naruto's skills to eliminate certain bad guys, people he couldn't kill himself or who would have been too many to blame for their deaths, Kurama finished, flipping the Jinchuriki onto his back. And who were those unfortunates that little me eliminated? Uzumaki asked with interest, beginning to unbutton Kurama's shirt. You won't believe it, but those who tried to get your sister as a wife did it more or less successfully, no Yoko chuckled. Oh, wow, does Itachi have his eye on her or something? Naruto asked, finishing the buttons. As far as I understand from my memories, yes, and one could even say the feeling is mutual. However, Minato would never agree to such a marriage. He's afraid of the Uchiha's growing power. While I could be wrong about your sister's interest in an Uchiha, you haven't seen her for almost 2 years, Kurama said. PFF'd, I think you and I can arrange it so their friend and sister can be together if that's what they want. The blonde smiled slyly. Are you planning to go against the Uchiha and the Hokage? The kitsune asked, raising an eyebrow as the young man helped her out of her shirt. Something like that, but first, we need to mend fences with my sister and father, and get my mother well, she'll definitely be able to help us with that. And the Uchihas won't be a problem if Fugaku drunkenly falls down the stairs and breaks his neck, Uzumaki replied, removing the girl's bra. For now, let's put all this aside for later. I want you, Kurama whispered, leaning over him, kissing her soulmate passionately and demandingly. He responded to the kiss with great enthusiasm. SCCH, Chakra Circulation System. Atsushi is warm-hearted and hardworking. 2 weeks later, the Uzumaki clan estate. The evening sun was setting when Naruto slowly opened his eyes, carefully examining the room. The first thing he noticed was a large wardrobe made of some dark wood, carved and painted in gold, red, and orange. Next to the bed was a nightstand, on it a vase holding a bouquet of red and yellow asters, the favorite flowers of the body's previous owner, which had also caught the fancy of its current owner. The walls were covered in dark green wallpaper with intricate patterns, and the white ceiling was topped with a pair of beautiful chandeliers. Paintings of clan members hung on the walls. In one of them, the boy easily recognized his mother, smiling happily, standing in an embrace with his father. In another, his great-grandfather stood next to a woman who looked very much like Mito, whom the blonde only knew from images he'd stumbled across in the Anbu archives. The Jinchuriki himself was there, sitting at the table in front of a large cake with 5 lit candles. The memory of his former owner helpfully reminded him that Kaide had drawn all of this, which made Naruto smile without even realizing it. Now he had a family, what he'd dreamed of since childhood, a mother, a father, an older sister, and a great-grandfather, though the boy always called him grandfather. It didn't matter that his father hadn't let him enter the academy. Minato had done it for his own good, because as the Hokage's son, he would have been hunted beyond Konoha, and he wouldn't have been able to fight back, not even against a genin. It didn't matter that his sister tried to pretend she didn't notice him and didn't even know when they'd bumped into each other in his mother's hospital room. All of that could be fixed, the main thing was they were alive. The boy was brought out of his reverie by barely audible footsteps outside the door. Soon it opened, and Atsushi entered, carrying a tray with a couple of steaming cups and hot sandwiches. At the Jinchuriki's surprised look, the old man only grinned. "Good morning, Naruto. I see you're surprised," the old Uzumaki said, placing the tray on the nightstand. "Good morning, Grandpa. Yes, there's a little, I just opened my eyes, and you're already here." "How did you find out? Mind telling me?" the Jinchuriki said, sitting on the edge of the bed and picking up one of the cups. "Experience, grandson, experience. If you only knew how many children I've looked after when their parents left them in my care while they went on missions. So, sensing your awakening is as easy as pie for me," the gray-haired man smiled. "I'm becoming increasingly convinced that the Uzumaki clan is an extremely unusual one. Even at 96, you look only 50-something, and you sense chakra so well that you can even easily tell when someone is awake," Naruto said, taking a sip of hot tea. "By the way, I'd like to know why the Hyuga are considered traitors to Konoha." "It's simple. During the First War, they helped Cloud and Stone destroy the village of Hidden Whirlpool. Yes, don't be surprised. We had just formed an alliance with Konoha back then, and as a gesture of goodwill, they sent us a detachment of fighters from the Hyuga clan. Later, during the war, they poisoned all the village's drinking water sources. Many of them had managed to rise to high positions in the Whirlpool Defense Department, and no one was watching them anymore. They were trusted. They paid the price. 90% of the village's population was already dead when the assault began. Only a little over 300 shinobi, who were on duty that day, remained alive, drinking water exclusively from their canteens. Realizing that holding the village was pointless, the eldest of the survivors ordered it completely mined and, drawing the enemy deeper into the village, blew everything up. They succeeded, and of the combined 5,000-strong Cloud and Iowa shinobi force, barely a couple hundred crippled remained. But only 30 members of the Uzumaki clan remained, and they decided to join their allies in hopes of finding a new home there. In Konoha, they learned that the Hyuga had abandoned Konoha en masse and joined Kumo, and their loyalty was tested by assisting in the destruction of our homeland. Since then, for Konoha shinobi, Hyuga has been practically synonymous with betrayal and treachery. Atsushi concluded his brief history. "Then why are you and I the only ones left of the clan now?" Naruto asked, finishing his tea. "Well, it's even simpler here. After joining Konoha, during the time between the First and Second Wars, the Uzumaki were able to settle in well and integrate into Konoha life, quickly gaining authority and respect thanks to their Fuinjutsu. During the Second War, a dozen Uzumaki, having penetrated the rear of the combined forces of Suna and Iowa, which had breached the Land of Fire's defenses, and rushed toward the capital, managed to wreak such havoc that they completely disrupted the enemy army's supply lines and forced them to flee the Land of Fire in a hurry, suffering heavy losses. For this, Tobirama, then Hokage, elevated the Uzumaki clan to the clan council and gave them some of the highest-ranking positions in village governance. This, as you can imagine, didn't sit well with clans like the Uchiha, Inuzuka, Nara, and even the Senju themselves. After Sarutobi came to power, they certainly tried to push us aside, but to little avail due to my father's stubbornness. The clan paid for this during the Third War, in which almost everyone died, often at the hands of their own shinobi. But there was nothing we could do. By the end of the war, only Kushina and I remained alive. And the rest, I think, you already know, the gray-haired man said, placing the almost untouched tea on the tray. Uchiha and Senju, then. What about Madara? The blonde asked. He was the head of the clan until his old age, and quietly passed away about 30 years ago, Atsushi answered. That's good, that means there's unlikely to be a war like the one in my world, Naruto sighed with relief. Yes, I don't think we could survive a war like that. But that's not the point now. What are you planning to do now? Asked old Uzumaki. I need to visit my mother, because I feel the power from Rakuto's gift starting to disappear, Naruto answered, looking closely at his right palm. Wouldn't it be better to heal your own body in that case? Atsushi asked seriously. No, the Kyuubi will be able to handle this in time, and when I reach my previous level of strength, it can be used again, the younger Uzumaki stated confidently. I wasn't mistaken about you at all, I'm glad and proud that I can call you my grandson, the gray-haired man smiled. I'm also glad to be called your grandson, the boy replied, smiling broadly. Shall we go see Mom together? I could use your help. I don't want the whole hospital, Anbu, and Hokage to come running to Mom's room. Okay, can you walk on your own? The grandfather asked. Naturally, Naruto chuckled, jumping off the bed and standing firmly on his feet. Kyuubi has already begun my treatment. Then I'll go and wait for you downstairs. The clothes are in the closet, Atsushi said, taking the tray and heading for the exit. Grandpa, Kaide brought flowers, didn't she? Naruto asked, remembering the bouquet. What makes you think that? Uzumaki asked, raising an eyebrow. First of all, you probably don't know that my favorite colors are red, yellow, and orange. Secondly, the bouquet is arranged in a specific pattern, which means it was made by someone creative and skilled at it, and, you'll agree, it's not your specialty, and my sister is an excellent artist, as evidenced by these drawings. Thirdly, there are traces of chakra on the bouquet, similar to mine, that is, the chakra of a Jinchuriki, the blonde explained. If you knew, why did you ask? Atsushi chuckled. I just wanted to hear an answer from you, the Jinchuriki shrugged. Yes, it was her. Kaide always visited you whenever you found yourself bedridden due to your experiments and training. She loves you and I think she'd be happy if you became even a little like your old self. Before Kushina fell into a coma, the old Uzumaki replied as he left. Well, let's try, although now it's worth picking out something I can wear to the hospital, Naruto muttered, opening the closet. Inside were several identical gray outfits. A real hotbed of dullness. Oh well, I'll update my wardrobe later, but this will do for now. You know, I can get offended, the kitsune's displeased voice was heard in the boy's head. Kurama, I'm sorry, I know you don't like it when I call you Kyuubi, but it's better they don't know who you are now and what our relationship is. We don't need any unnecessary questions or suspicions until we're strong enough. Do you agree with me? The blonde said, putting on a clean set of clothes. I agree, but you're not going to hide me in the seal forever, my body here is quite material, the girl reminded. Darling, I understand you don't like being inside the seal at all, but can you even imagine what will happen to me when you return to the real world? Even if I somehow miraculously survive in my current state, how will I explain to Grandpa that Hyuga has arrived in our house? The blonde sighed, closing the closet and leaving the room. I understand everything, how long do you think I'll have to wait? Kurama asked with a hint of sadness in her voice. You said yourself that it would take you a year to get my body back to normal, plus a couple of years for me to develop it, and then my generation will graduate from the academy, I can become genin, and then there are the Chunin exams every 6 months, and everything will depend on how soon they're held in Konoha and whether the Hyugas participate. So that means you'll have to wait between 3.5 and 5.5 years, with luck, unless of course we run into one of the local Byakugan-wielding ninjas on a mission, Naruto replied, descending the stairs. So you think I'm also a Byakugan-wielding swordsman? The kitsune screamed angrily in her subconscious. No, you misunderstood. It's just that if you compare your Byakugan level to your skill with the Juken, and your overall level of taijutsu, then all the other Byakugan wielders look like they're just hand swingers, because you're the only one who managed to defeat Sasuke with his Sharingan, Naruto explained. Well, I beat up Uchiha, purely for my own pleasure, because a broken and humiliated Sasuke is just balm for my soul, Kurama declared, pleased with herself. And now you better pay attention to Grandpa, he's been waiting for you for a minute. Naruto, are you okay? Atsushi asked worriedly. Yes, Grandpa, I was just lost in thought, the Jinchuriki smiled apologetically. Well, shall we go? The journey to the hospital took the two Uzumaki almost an hour, as they walked leisurely. The gray-haired one stopped frequently to answer the blonde's questions, for whom this Konoha was almost unfamiliar, even its appearance vastly different from the one he'd grown accustomed to as a child. People looked at them in different ways, some with complete indifference, mostly ordinary people and merchants, others with undisguised superiority, usually the children of the Uchiha, Senju, and Inazuka clans. At the hospital, after passing security at the entrance, they began their climb upstairs. People there looked at them with interest and undisguised curiosity, as Naruto had never appeared in the hospital accompanied by his grandfather before. The Anbu on duty outside Kushina's room let them in without question. As soon as they saw Atsushi, they had absolutely no desire to get involved with the old head. The room was dimly lit, the equipment beeped steadily. Kushina lay pale and with dark circles under her eyes on the bed, her red hair especially striking to Naruto. Silently signaling to his grandfather, he approached his mother, carefully removed the blanket, and folded her hospital gown up to her solar plexus. He placed his hand there and closed his eyes. Atsushi, setting up a barrier, watched his great-grandson's movements closely. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and grabbed the edge of the bed with his left hand, his right covering his mouth, trying to suppress a hacking cough. A few drops of blood seeped through his fingers and fell onto the blanket. His grandfather immediately appeared at his side and sat him down in the chair against the wall, where Minato had lingered for long hours after work, in no hurry to return to the house that had become empty for him. "How are you?" Old Uzumaki asked worriedly. "This is terrible, Grandpa. If the medics don't help me now, I'll be dead in 5 minutes," the blonde croaked, breaking into another bloody coughing fit before fainting. Reacting instantly, Atsushi dispelled the barrier and, scooping up the blonde's unconscious body, rushed out of the room. An Anbu immediately rushed to his side, but upon seeing the boy, pale as chalk and covered in blood, he immediately shouted something into the radio. A minute later, Naruto was already in one of the operating rooms, surrounded by several dozen doctors, led by Tsunade, fighting for his life. Minato appeared almost immediately afterward and tried to reach his son, but was stopped by the older Uzumaki. "You can't go there, Minato," the gloomy gray-haired man said, placing his hand on the man's shoulder. "What happened? You assured me he'd be completely safe with you," Namikaze snapped angrily. "Let's talk, but not here," the old man answered calmly. "Yes, perhaps you're right," the blonde agreed, looking at the people frozen in the hallway. "Let's go to the head doctor's office, no one will bother us there while she's here undergoing surgery." The two men walked to the office in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Patients and staff alike parted for them, sensing the heavy aura emanating from both. The head physician's office was empty. The Hokage, slumped in the office's occupant's chair, waited for his interlocutor to sit down. Minato had always had a good relationship with his wife's relative. "And what happened this time?" the fourth asked without any unnecessary emotion. "Inoichi already reported to you that Naruto successfully used the essence absorption seal, didn't he?" the gray-haired man asked, seeing the blonde nod. "He used one of the properties of that very essence, trying to heal Kushina. I don't know whether he succeeded or not, because he saw the state he was in after using it." "Do you think he'll survive?" Minato asked, his voice trembling. "I'm sure of it. I think he'll even decide to become a Konoha shinobi soon," Atsushi chuckled. "I wish I had your confidence. After all these self-experiments, he's constantly walking on the edge, and what about his machinations and murders? Sometimes I think it was a huge mistake on my part to forbid him from entering the academy and to send him to you for training," Namikaze said regretfully. "You're wrong to think that. That's what made him so much stronger in every way. He can already kill anyone who poses a threat to him, his family, or the village, something most of the current academy graduates are incapable of. In 3 years, you'll be proud to watch him take the Chunin exams among Konoha's top genin," the old man chuckled. "And have you seen what he can do in Fuinjutsu?" "Yes, I had the good fortune to see what a couple of brave souls turned into when they decided to ask me for Kaide's hand in marriage. Quite a sight, I tell you," the Hokage said, rolling his eyes. "Minato, I hope you understand that no one else except those already in the know should know about what he did today and his success with that technique," the clan leader asked. "Do I look like a fool?" Namikaze snorted. "Sometimes," Atsushi chuckled, and was about to add something else when an Anbu burst into the office. Hokage-sama, your wife has come to her senses, the fighter reported, disappearing. Oh, looks like he succeeded, Uzumaki said contentedly, rising from his seat. Well, let's go visit Kushina. At the woman's room, they were met by several medical workers, including the hospital's head doctor, Tsunade Senju. The blonde, having given instructions to everyone gathered, sent them away from the room. I don't know exactly what Naruto did or how, but I want an answer to this question after the three of us visit Kushina. Is everything clear to you too? Senju asked sternly, and after waiting for affirmative nods from both men, she opened the door, letting them in. Minato was the first to reach his wife's bed. She smiled weakly at his appearance and tried to say something, but she was barely audible. The fourth put his finger to her lips, took her hand and simply smiled happily, the most he had truly seen in the last 5 years. You shouldn't talk yet, Tsunade said, smiling as she watched the family scene. And anyway, it's best if you get a couple of days' sleep to consolidate your recovery. Oh, yeah, don't look so surprised, your body is recovering well. In a couple of weeks, I think you'll be able to move around on your own, and in a month or two, you can escape from here, just like you like to do. You have 5 minutes, after which the sleeping pill will take effect. As he approached the IV, injected the syringe into the saline container, and left the room, wishing his granddaughter a speedy recovery, Atsushi followed her out, leaving her alone with Minato. Tsunade sat in a chair against the opposite wall, waiting for both men to appear. We'll talk in my office, Senju said in a commanding tone as soon as Namikaze left the room, and within a couple of minutes all three were there. Okay, now you two are going to explain to me what the hell is going on here. More specifically, Tsunade, Uzumaki asked. Are you being more specific? Explain to me, you old devil, how the hell did your great-grandson end up in a hospital bed with multiple internal bleeding after visiting Kushina's room? What kind of artifact is that in his right radius? And how did he get the Byakugo seal, especially with a chakra pool equivalent to 30 times Minato's full capacity? How does a child diagnosed with CNS atrophy 5 years ago now have a chakra system like mine or Jiraiya's? What have you done to him, you idiots? Tsunade scolded loudly. Don't speak so loudly, we're not deaf, Atsushi said calmly. Naruto's condition is the result of using that very artifact, even I don't know what it is. As for the Byakugo, he most likely found records of it in the archives. As for his SCS, it's all extremely convoluted and complicated. I don't know everything, but its current state is the result of the large amount of Akamichi pills and Inuzuka combat pills he ingested simultaneously, the gray-haired man explained. And you have absolutely nothing to do with this? Senju asked incredulously. I'm only involved in the fact that I didn't keep a proper eye on him and allowed him to conduct such experiments on me, Uzumaki answered calmly. And you didn't know anything about this? Tsunade asked Minato. Not until a certain time, Namikaze said seriously. Until what specific time? The blonde asked, narrowing her eyes. Until Kaide's groom candidates started dying, the Hokage replied with a sigh. Very interesting, so those mutilated corpses were Naruto's doing? The head doctor asked in surprise. Yeah, his level of fuinjutsu is very high for his age, and he has no shortage of imagination and fantasy in using it, Atsushi replied. How long will it take for him to come to his senses? The blonde asked. He's already arrived and is almost fine, his regeneration is something else. I had a feeling that he was a Jinchuriki, because only Kaide can recover at such a speed, Senju said, and Minato looked meaningfully at Atsushi at this news, to which he only nodded slightly. Can I take it? Uzumaki asked. Yes, you can, but I want to know what kind of artifact he has in his right hand, Tsunade said seriously. The rest of the conversation focused solely on Kushina's recovery and her condition. The morning of the new day found Naruto at breakfast in the small kitchen of his grandfather's house. While devouring Atsushi's scrambled eggs with gusto, the boy shared with his grandfather his thoughts on how to explain the artifact Tsunade had mentioned appearing in his hand. Well, let's just say it's a seal, right? I don't really want to let her in on all the secrets just yet. Who knows how she'll use this information? After Orochimaru is sensei, I have a ton of doubts about her, the blonde said, finishing his scrambled eggs. Well, yes, especially considering your reaction to it, the old man chuckled. How would you react to such a metamorphosis? Orochimaru, in my mind, has always been the village's enemy, and suddenly I see him strolling freely through it, even training genin, Naruto grumbled discontentedly. Don't grumble. Instead, tell me what you're planning to do this afternoon. The gray-haired man asked. Now I'm going to exercise, then I'll train in taijutsu, and after that I'll check what my body can do in ninjutsu, besides fuinjutsu, the blonde answered. And where are you going to train? Atsushi asked. The 5th and 8th polygons are assigned to our clan, and we pay for their rent, so on them, the blonde shrugged. What if there are genin teams there? Uzumaki asked again. I'll throw them out of there. The training grounds are ours, and we pay for them regularly, so everything is according to the law, the Jinchuriki said calmly. I see. I hope you remember that Minato wanted to see you. Atsushi reminded him of the 4th's request. Yes, I remember. I'll stop by his place for lunch, Naruto said, throwing his short gray cloak over his shoulder. Okay, I'm leaving, I'll be back this evening. Having quickly reached the 5th training ground, the closest to the clan's estate, the boy began his usual warm-up and exercise routine, several slow laps around the ground, squats, push-ups, pull-ups, and stretching exercises. Having completed these, the blonde man extracted 30 kunai from the seal on his left wrist and began throwing them at the thickest tree on the training ground, imagining the outline of a human body on the bark and trying to hit the most vulnerable spots. His throwing was atrocious, his hand simply couldn't hold the kunai properly, and it moved as if it belonged to someone else. Sighing, Naruto went to collect the kunai, but as he did so, he felt himself being closely watched. Reaching the tree and extracting a couple of kunai, he roughly pinpointed the intruder's location. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he spun around sharply, throwing 5 kunai at the observer's presumed location. A surprised cry came from the foliage, followed by the sound of snapping branches. Naruto reacted instantly, dispersing his chakra throughout his body and rushing toward the sound, reaching the presumed landing spot almost in time. Cough, was all the boy could squeeze out as he fell to the ground. Sorry, said the guest, quickly getting up from him. Tell that to my ribs, little sister, you almost broke them all, the Jinchuriki said, lying on the ground and grinning contentedly, noting to himself that in the year and a half that he hadn't seen his sister, she had turned into a real beauty for her 14+ years. You shouldn't have scared me like that, the girl shouted angrily, stamping her foot on the ground. And when did you learn to do that anyway? It's been a while. Itachi teaches me worse, Naruto replied, gratefully accepting the outstretched hand and rising from the ground. And what are you doing here? Genin don't have any work anymore. I was relaxing. I'm actually on vacation, Kaide snorted discontentedly, and added very quietly, if you were home even occasionally, you would know. Vacation, you say, the blonde said, surprised. Namikaze answered monosyllabically, already getting ready to leave, but was grabbed by the arm. Well, can't you even spend a little time with your brother? The boy asked seriously. Why, you've been independent for a long time, the girl growled angrily, trying to break free from her brother's grip. Am I really that indifferent and disgusting to you? Naruto continued asking, still serious. Yes, Kaide cried, trying to hold back the tears that were threatening to spill out. It hurt to lie to her brother. It wasn't his fault their father hadn't allowed him to become a shinobi, and he'd asked her to stay away from him. Even though she'd often watched him over the last year, after becoming a genin early, taking his portraits and rejoicing in his successes and grieving over the failures she'd witnessed. You're lying, you're Oni-chan, Uzumaki said, hugging his sister and smiling joyfully. I know you love me, your stupid little brother. I know you've been watching me a lot lately, and I know you brought me a bouquet of red and yellow asters as soon as I got to the hospital bed, and you also drew me. Where from? Kaide asked very quietly, hugging him back and smiling warmly, just like they had been when they were just kids. Well, it wasn't for nothing that Grandpa took on my training. I can still do some things, Naruto said with a sly smile, looking straight into his sister's eyes. By the way, I suggest we go shopping. Are you sure you're okay? Namikaze asked, in shock. Did your grandfather accidentally hit you on the head yesterday? No, I didn't. As the future head of Konoha's strongest clan, I can still spoil my sister sometimes, Naruto said, making a funny face. Oh, well, if the future head of Konoha's future strongest clan has decided so, then I have no objections. And isn't the future head afraid of going broke after this? Kaide asked, laughing. He's not afraid. Where should we go first? The boy asked, pulling away from his sister. Change your wardrobe. Out with the gray and black, in with a color revolution. The kunoichi declared confidently, placing her hands on her hips. Okay, lead the way, Uzumaki agreed, which he immediately regretted, because Namikaze grabbed his hand and took off at a decent speed, dragging him along with her. They reached the local clothing store in 20 minutes, catching puzzled glances from passers-by along the way, most of whom knew the Hokage's children didn't get along at all. Upon seeing Naruto, the clerk quickly disappeared after the owner, who appeared a minute later and was about to speak to the boy. But the boy motioned for him to remain silent and disappear altogether, which the man did. By this time, Kaide had already disappeared into the shinobi clothing section, searching for something she thought would be suitable for her brother. Naruto, come here, he heard his sister's cry as she found the set of clothes Naruto had on after training with Jiraiya. I'm coming, he shouted back, ignoring the looks of those around him. Namikaze was found at the department with various bright t-shirts, tank tops, sweatshirts and was already collecting several for the blonde. Then try all this on, the girl said in a commanding tone, handing him a stack of mismatched clothes and pushing her brother into the fitting room. I'm not wearing this, came a voice from behind the curtain after a while, and a hand appeared from behind the curtain clutching a blue t-shirt with a teddy bear on it. You took it on purpose to annoy me, didn't you? Naruto asked, poking his head out of the fitting room, but seeing his sister struggling not to burst into laughter, he simply shook his head sadly and disappeared back behind the curtain. The shopping trip had taken them almost 3 hours and cost several thousand, and the salespeople a couple of packs of sedatives. In the end, the blonde finally bought himself the suit he'd spotted the moment he entered the store. Kaide picked out a matching one, only the hoodie was sleeveless. Where shall we go now? The contented blonde asked, taking her brother's hand. Maybe we should go get something to eat, Uzumaki suggested. Great idea, by the way, I know a good place, the food is delicious there, and the people working there are nice, Namikaze said with a dreamy smile on her lips. Ichiraku Ramen, by any chance? The boy asked. That's him, so, shall we go? The kunoichi asked. Of course, Naruto agreed, taking his sister by the elbow and preventing her from breaking into a frantic gallop, which was making him see double. Even in another world, the ramen shop was identical to its counterpart, the same small building with a few chairs along the table, the welcoming Tsuki and his cheerful and good-natured Ayame, and the pleasant aroma of cooked ramen and various spices. After ordering a couple of servings each and chatting with the cook and his daughter, the brother and sister quickly finished their ramen. Just then, an Anbu appeared behind Naruto and tried to touch his shoulder, but his arm was instantly caught in a painful hold, which the blonde had applied purely through reflex. He broke free almost immediately, as the blonde's strength wasn't enough to restrain the adult shinobi. Hokage-sama wishes to see you, said the fighter in the dog mask. Ah, right, Grandpa asked me to come see him. Kaide, are you with me or do you have business? The Jinchuriki asked the blonde, who was looking at him with genuine interest. Of course, with you. The kunoichi responded immediately, quickly paying for the ramen. The journey to the residence took them half an hour at a leisurely pace. The entire time, the girl tried to ask her brother about what his grandfather had taught him, with mixed success. Some he explained eagerly and vividly, while others he merely grumbled and denied. The residents greeted them with the usual hum of work. Chunin scurried back and forth on various errands, teams of genin arrived to hand in completed assignments, many looked at the blonde couple with surprise, and one overly impressionable Chunin even crashed into a wall, spilling the stack of papers he was carrying. Reaching her father's office, Kaide asked the secretary seated at his desk if she could see him. He merely nodded, still filling out some paperwork. It was quiet inside, and Minato, leaning back in his chair, dozed off, tired from reading the endless papers and reports, 4 huge stacks of which stood next to the desk, tied with red thread. Well, that's quite a Hokage, Naruto commented quietly, motioning for his sister to freeze in place. He padded silently across the floor to the bookshelf, selected a hefty book, and slammed it onto the table. The fourth's reaction was immediate. Before he could even open his eyes, he sliced the book in half with a single flick of his kunai. Did you see that? This is what Konoha's yellow lightning means. Naruto. Kaide, Namikaze said, blinking. That's it, how did you sleep? The girl asked sarcastically, not even trying to hide her smile. Until some insolent individuals shamelessly woke me up, it was quite good, the head of the family replied with a smile. Did you want to talk to me, Dad? Naruto asked, settling down on the sofa against the wall. His sister immediately sat down next to him. Yes, I did. Kaide, please leave, I want to talk to your brother alone. The girl was about to get up from her seat when the blonde man sat up and sat her back down. Either we talk about this in front of my sister, or we don't talk about it at all, the Jinchuriki said, glaring at Minato with a serious expression. Okay, have it your way, the fourth agreed, activating the barrier system. I'm waiting for your questions, the boy said, resting his forehead on his sister's back. Who are you? You're not the Naruto I've known for 12 years, you're a completely different person, Minato asked calmly. You're right, I'm not that Naruto, I'm Naruto from another world, the one your son dragged here, even though I'm essentially your son too, out of my selfish desire to save my mother and help my sister. When he used the essence absorption technique, he didn't even consider that perhaps the one he summoned had their own life, a family, a girlfriend, friends, that perhaps their life was much harder than his here. For that, he paid with his life, and he sent me to this world. Yes, don't look so surprised, he was a Fuinjutsu genius and was able to change the seal, so I ended up here. I gave him my word that I would help my mother and sister, and after that, if necessary, I would simply disappear from your lives, the blonde said calmly, removing his hands from Kaide's waist and giving her the opportunity to leave, but she remained in place, even seeming to stop breathing. You still haven't answered my question, the fourth said calmly, trying to comprehend what he had heard. Well, alright, I'm Uzumaki Naruto, a complete orphan who lost my parents almost immediately after birth. You and my mother, at the cost of your own lives, sealed within me the nine-tailed fox, torn from her body by force by an Uchiha missing nin during my birth. Until I was 12, I was the object of hatred throughout Konoha, I was called a monster and a demon more often than by my name, and children were forbidden to even speak to me. At 12, I graduated from the Shinobi Academy, where we trained from the ages of 7 to 12. I was able to make friends among my peers and comrades. Before the Chunin exams, I met my godfather, Jiraiya, and later participated in them, but due to an attack on the village, he was forced to fight the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed fox and defeated him. In that attack, the old man Hiruzen died at the hands of his student, Orochimaru, who had become a missing nin due to his inhumane experiments. Afterwards, I set out with Jiraiya to find Tsunade. She had left the village after the death of her brother and fiancé during the Third War. We managed to convince her to become Hokage. A little later, my best friend left the village in search of power and went to Orochimaru, while I embarked on a 3-year journey with my godfather. After returning to the village, I almost immediately left again, setting out to rescue the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast who had become my friend. He understood me like no one else, a man with a monster inside, surrounded by the hatred of a village full of shinobi. He had been kidnapped by an organization of missing nin who were collecting all the biju. We managed to rescue Gaara, although the tailed beast was extracted from him. One of the Suna elders exchanged his life for her own, using a technique known only to her. Then came an unsuccessful attempt to retrieve my friend from Orochimaru. Then came news of my godfather's death at the hands of the leader of the biju hunting renegades. After that, I was taken in by Fugasaku-sama for training, and at Myokuzen, I mastered the art of the hermit. Then came the attack on Konoha by the leader of the biju hunting renegades. This guy possessed the Rinnegan and 6 puppets with identical eyes, and he was able to obliterate most of the village. I managed to defeat his most powerful puppet only after I nearly unleashed the fox. It came down to the 8 tails. At that moment, I was stopped from fully releasing it by a copy of you, made from the chakra you imbued into the seals, just for such an occasion. That's how I learned that my father was the 4th Hokage, my childhood idol. Naruto smiled slightly, remembering his first meeting with his father. Then came the journey to the sacred island of Kumo, where Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails, taught me to control the power of my biju. By this time, the 5 hidden villages had formed an alliance, facing the threat of war, as 7 of the 9 biju had already been kidnapped. After I mastered the power of the Kyuubi, Bee and I escaped the island, onto the battlefield of the war that had already broken out. In it, We had to fight against the reincarnated Ten Tails and Uchiha Madara, who was the man responsible for your deaths. Even though he was acting through a third party. Although, as it later turned out, he himself was merely a puppet in the game of the very first and most powerful kunoichi in the shinobi world, the mother of Rakudo Sennin and his younger brother, Kagaya. We were able to defeat her by joining forces with my friend who had once gone to Orochimaru. Rakudo granted us both a portion of his power, and it was with this power that I healed my mother, and we were able to seal the goddess of the shinobi world. As a final step, she left a pseudo-personality in my subconscious that, over time, was supposed to turn me into her next puppet, but it didn't work out thanks to my friend from the Yamanaka clan. We managed to change what that madwoman had planted in my head, although to do so, we had to become one of the cleaners, like Tobarama-sama. We lost many in that war, barely 10% of the Alliance's 120,000 shinobi survived. And then came my service in Anbu, due to the fact that I managed to sleep with the first heiress of the Hyuga clan, although thanks to the Hokage's intercession and my contribution to the victory, they didn't let me be killed and even managed to arrange for the heiress to serve with me in Anbu. That's basically it. I understand, of course, that all this sounds like the complete ravings of a fevered mind, but Inoichi-san, who has already delved into my head, can confirm my words. A ringing silence fell over the office. Minato was lost in thought. His story truly sounded like the ravings of a madman, but his last words about Inoichi quickly diminished that possibility. Kaide was simply in shock, trying to digest the information he'd unleashed on her without any preparation. She had no doubt about the veracity of her brother's words, and the nine-tailed fox, now in a state of profound melancholy, was proof of that. Shutting him up was simply impossible, and he was always grumbling in the back of his mind or making caustic comments about everything going on around him. The man sitting before her was her younger brother on the outside, but inside, he was completely different, much older, wiser, and stronger, yet he treated her like a sister, even knowing she was practically a stranger to him. This was the kind of treatment she dreamed of from her brother for the past 5 years. Casting aside the nagging doubts, the girl took his hands in hers and placed them on her waist. He hesitated for only a second, then hugged her tightly and whispered softly, "Thank you, little sister." Kaide smiled at this. It no longer mattered to her that this was Naruto from another world. He was still her brother, even if he was spiritually older and had been through so much. He was still the brother who, just like in childhood, was ready to rush to his sister's defense against the insolent upstarts of the Uchiha or Senju, even knowing he couldn't defeat them, but still rushing into battle. "You know," Minato said, getting up from his seat and walking over to the children, "I think Mom will be very happy to see the three of us when she wakes up tonight." After these words, Naruto and his sister threw their arms around him, and Namikaze hugged them both tightly. Now he was confident in his decision. He saw and understood that the silently sobbing boy clinging to him was his son, even if he was from another world, but a son any father would be proud of and any true father would love. The sun slowly set, people and shinobi strolled through the evening Konoha, Anbu and teams scurried across the rooftops, hurrying to complete missions or heading off on new ones. Minato, sitting at his desk, listlessly sorted through reports, occasionally glancing up at the children sleeping on the sofa. Naruto, clutching his sister, slept contentedly, like a cat who'd reached a barrel of sour cream, while Kaide smiled happily, trustingly snuggled close to her brother. The sight brought an involuntary smile to the father's face. He hadn't seen his children so happy in a long time. He was distracted from his preoccupation by the appearance behind him of a shinobi wearing a Jonin vest and a wide black eye patch covering his left eye. "Good evening, sensei." "Oh, what did I miss?" the guest said, pointing to the sleeping children as the fourth turned around. "Good morning, Obito. As you can see, I missed it," Namikaze chuckled. "What happened that made my goddaughter smile for real again?" Uchiha asked in surprise, settling more comfortably on the windowsill. "Well, apparently, the news about Kushina's recovery," the blonde lied without thinking. After all, he wasn't going to involve even his own students in the family's affairs. "Have our medical luminaries really found a way to cure her?" Obito asked, his one eye wide open in surprise. "No, it was Atsushi who created the seal with Naruto that allowed him to share his life force and chakra with his mother, and you know the strength of his chakra," the Hokage told his son, a story they'd previously discussed. His trust in the Uchiha had sharply diminished after he'd revealed that they were the ones who caused the war in the world from which the current Naruto came. I hope you understand that this information is classified. Sensei, I certainly like to play the clown, but that doesn't mean I'm going to divulge such information left and right, the Jonin grumbled, making a displeased face. Well, it wouldn't hurt to remind you of this once again, you idiot, you still haven't settled down, Minato said sarcastically. Oh, no, I've heard you say that 1,000 times already. And that in this matter, I'd be better off following Kakashi's example, the Uchiha raised his hands to the sky in resignation. So what if he's already the father of 3 children? I'm only 29, I'll still have time. You're still as impulsive and emotional as ever. Well, it's your business, but at this rate, Aki will grow up to be a bride and marry you, especially considering her obsessive attachment to Uncle Obito. Namikaze laughed, relishing the opportunity to irritate his student and admire the Uchiha's rainbow performance. Sensei, don't remind me about that little beast, I'm already afraid to come visit them, because she'll squeeze me to death, the brunette said, making the saddest expression he could muster. He's afraid, don't make me laugh, the damn masochist. Okay, let's get down to business. What did you come for? The Hokage said, stopping laughing. I actually wanted to tell you that one of my students has decided to quit the shinobi way, so I'll have to find a replacement for him, Obito sighed heavily. Well, that means Kaide won't be making it to the next exam in the mist after all. I'll see who I can add to your team, the Hokage sighed wearily, imagining how much more paperwork would be required on this matter. I think I could easily fill the vacant spot on my sister's team, Naruto said without opening his eyes. How long have you been awake? Minato asked. From the very moment I sensed another shinobi outside the window, the blonde said calmly. You know how to surprise Naruto-kun, Uchiha Hokage's son said, genuinely surprised by his skills. Good evening to you too, Obito-san, Uzumaki replied calmly. Father, what do you say to this? You're not even really a shinobi, Namikaze reminded him. Is it a problem to take exams early? The younger blonde asked, opening his eyes and stroking his sister's back. No problem, but are you sure you can handle it? The fourth asked seriously, knowing full well the state of his son's health from the report Tsunade had compiled. More than enough. True, I'll need a month or 2 to prepare, my taijutsu is frankly worthless, Naruto sighed. What do you say to that, Obito? The Hokage asked his student. It would be interesting, but don't you think it would look strange if such an exam were held solely for the benefit of one person? Uchiha said. Then we'll warn the entire academy about it in advance and accept everyone who wants to attend, the older blonde quickly found a solution. Hokage-sama, your wife has come to her senses, reported the Anbu who appeared in the center of the room. Okay, you're free to go, Wolf. Okay, Obito, we'll discuss your matter tomorrow, the fourth said, rising from his seat and signaling to his student that the conversation was over. Meanwhile, Naruto gently woke his sister. The Anbu and the Uchiha disappeared instantly, while Minato approached the children, placed his hands on their shoulders, and a second later they were standing in front of the door to the room. Kaide entered first, throwing her arms around Kushina, who had risen to a sitting position and was looking in surprise at her grown daughter, who clung to her and quietly repeated one word, Mama. Naruto, making a titanic effort not to follow his sister's example, approached her and took her hand. Minato watched all this, leaning against the wall and smiling happily, his family was together again. How you've grown, the woman said quietly, hugging both children and smiling happily, with tears streaming from her eyes. After a while, the initial emotions subsided, and the family members calmed down somewhat. Kushina, sitting in her husband's arms, listened attentively to the story of what had happened during her 5 years in a coma, shaking her head. She repeatedly slapped Minato, promising to deal with his behavior later. When it came to Naruto, Namikaze erected a barrier in the room, surprising the former Jinchuriki, and then followed a long and detailed account from the young man. How much did you have to go through? Kushina said quietly after the boy finished his story, looking intently into his eyes. Well, I think it was worth it, because if I hadn't gone through this, I would have been dead a long time ago and would hardly have been able to get here, wouldn't have gotten the chance to live another life with the family I dreamed of so much as a child, Naruto answered with a slight smile, sitting in a chair next to his sister and confidently looking into his mother's eyes. So what are you planning to do? Asked the mother, who, in Kaide and Minato's opinion, had too easily accepted the fact that her son was no longer the same person. Grandfather decided that I would make a good clan leader, so I'll be working on its revival, the blonde shrugged, hugging his sister. What about my father's clan? The woman asked, raising an eyebrow. I think Kaide can handle that just fine, Uzumaki said. And you and your father are far from being old enough to not be able to have one or more children. Watch what you're saying, the blonde hissed at her brother, slapping him on the back of the head. Ouch, that hurt, the Jinchuriki protested. And what did I say anyway? Mom and Dad are only 36, and I see no reason or obstacle for them to give us another brother or sister. I see you haven't been taught any manners at all, the girl shook her head. Of course they didn't teach me. I'm the village's most powerful weapon, I don't need them. The main thing is that I'm good at killing on command, and the rest is irrelevant. Naruto growled angrily, trying to calm down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Kaide tried to apologize. It's okay, it's my fault too, I lost my temper, you didn't do it on purpose, Uzumaki said, having pulled himself together. You know, Naruto, I'm extremely unaccustomed and even strange hearing such things from you. Apparently, it's still a while before I get used to the idea that you're not a 12-year-old boy, but already a 20-year-old man. Minato shook his head, hugging his wife, who was lost in thought, tightly. And we'll think about what you said, right, dear? Huh, yeah, we'll think about it, Kushina responded after a few seconds and wanted to add something else, but was interrupted by her husband. It looks like we have guests, and very unhappy ones at that, Namikaze said, removing the barrier. As soon as he did, the entire family could see Tsunade's fury, the woman lashing out in rage, her entire appearance screamed danger to those around her, and Kaide clung even closer to her brother as the ki poured out. Minato and his wife tensed. They all knew the Senju's fiery nature and were prepared to flee from the enraged Sannin at any moment. Naruto, however, was completely calm. After all, he'd seen people 100 times more terrifying than the busty blonde who burst into the room. Tsunade Ba-chan, are you drunk again? The Jinchuriki asked in a casual tone. A deathly silence fell over the room. Senju stood frozen in place, her mouth open and her eyes wide, unblinking, staring at the supposed suicide bomber, clearly unaccustomed to such brazen address and the mention of her age. Kushina and her husband stared in horror at their perfectly calm son and their sister, huddled close to him. The sister even closed her eyes, afraid to imagine the woman's reaction. You felt immortal, didn't you, little one? The head doctor said in a sepulchral voice, finally recovering from the shock. Well, I just know the laws of our village, and unlike you, I understand that if you lay a finger on any of us, you'll find yourself in the most closed and strict prison in the land of fire tomorrow, even despite being the clan head's wife and all your accomplishments, Uzumaki said, grinning contentedly. So, Ba-chan, take some valerian and calm down. Communicating with Atsushi has turned you into a petty, insolent, and shameless brat, godson, Senju said, shaking her finger at the boy, understanding the seriousness of the little blonde's words. After all, attacking the Hokage or his family is a particularly serious crime. Whatever it is, godmother. Why exactly did you break into our place? Uzumaki asked. Why, did you check the time? It's 2 in the morning, Kushina should have been resting, and you're still here. Senju said, raising her voice in displeasure. Calm down, Tsunade, I'm fine, Namikaze said, trying to calm the head doctor down. I'm the doctor here, and it's up to me to decide whether you're okay or not. The blonde snapped. Okay, we understand, Tsunade. I'm leaving with the children now. Are you happy? Minato asked, climbing out of bed and kissing his wife goodbye. Darling, we'll definitely come see you again tomorrow, or rather today. After the children said their goodbyes and left the room under Senju's watchful eye, the blonde, amidst the patient's disgruntled glare and grumbling, lulled her with Mejutsu, plunging her into the sleep her body needed for a speedy recovery. Accompanied by the children, Minato slowly walked through the nighttime village, telling stories from his youth. When they stopped at a fork in the road leading to the Uzumaki clan estate, the man spoke. Naruto, maybe you should come home with us, asked Namikaze. Sorry, Dad, but Grandpa's probably still awake, waiting for me to return. I didn't tell him I'd be late, I promised to come back this evening, and now it's already 2 in the morning. Anyway, maybe you should move to the clan's estate. Grandpa's house is big, there's plenty of room for everyone, and he'll be happy, Uzumaki suggested. Many clans won't like this, we've already discussed this issue with Atsushi, the fourth sighed heavily. So what, their opinion shouldn't concern you at all. You're not only the Hokage, but also the head of a clan, albeit a small one. Nothing's stopping you from forming an alliance with the Uzumaki clan, given your family ties, and, as the Uzumaki themselves once did after their remnants moved to Konoha, settling in the allied clan's estate until their numbers have recovered and you've acquired your own estate. It's all legal, there's even a precedent, Naruto shrugged. And how did you acquire such knowledge of Konoha's laws? The fourth asked with interest, considering his son's suggestion. From a past life, the Jinchuriki lied shamelessly. He couldn't tell his father that Kurama had told him about it, he wouldn't understand. And now it's time for you to go, otherwise your little sister might fall asleep standing up. You're right, Minato agreed, picking up Kaide, who was practically asleep and standing, in his arms. Good night, and I'll think about how best to handle your proposal. Good night, Dad, the boy said to the retreating man, after which he confidently walked towards the estate. As Naruto expected, Atsushi was not sleeping, sitting on the porch of the house, he was silently waiting for him to appear. As soon as he was nearby, the old man got up from his place and went inside to the kitchen. How did the conversation with your mother go? The gray-haired man asked, gesturing for them to sit at the kitchen table. Okay, she accepted the knowledge that I was a different Naruto with a calmness I couldn't understand, the blonde replied, accepting a cup of hot tea from his grandfather's hands. Nothing surprising, she's a mother after all. To her, even you from another world are still a son, especially considering your sad story about life in that world. Now go to bed, I'll be expecting you in the morning for warm-ups and training. We'll finally see what you're capable of, Atsushi said, finishing his tea. Good night. Having gone up to his room, the blonde quickly took off his clothes and hung them on the back of a chair, after which he took a shower and fell onto the bed, blissfully surrendering to the power of the kingdom of Morpheus. The future head of school's morning began with a rude awakening, doused with ice water. Jumping out of bed as if scalded, snorting loudly and cursing eloquently, earning a blow to the head from Atsushi with an empty bucket, the boy quickly pulled on short gray shorts and a tank top. Then he followed his grandfather, who led him into the backyard. Well then, let's start with a short jog to the 5th training ground, said old Uzumaki, setting a leisurely pace. The jog lasted a full hour, during which they discussed the political situation in Konoha. Atsushi spoke in detail about the various groups, of which there were 4. The first group, the most powerful and numerous, were the founding clans of Konoha, who actively opposed the Hokage. The second group were the clans that joined Konoha later and supported the fourth. The third group, clanless shinobi, wielded virtually no political influence, with the exception of a few individuals who rose to high positions. The fourth and most influential group, the Anbu, were Minato's main supporters. During his reign, the organization expanded greatly, and its members occupied all the key military positions in Konoha's administrative apparatus. So, it turns out that Anbu are in charge in Konoha now? Naruto asked as they reached the landing. In the military, yes, they practically keep all the clans under their thumb, not giving any of them even the chance to openly confront Minato, they'd wipe them out in seconds. Even the Uchiha and Senju, whose truly powerful shinobi, by the way, have been dwindling in recent generations, only 2 of them possess the Mangekyo Sharingan today, Itachi and Shisui. The former works for your father in the police, and the latter heads the Anbu intelligence department. Only Nawaki Senju, Tsunade's brother and the first's grandson, possesses Mokuden, but he left the village long ago with Jiraiya, renouncing the clan headship in favor of his sister's husband, Dan, Atsushi explained, simultaneously practicing various exercises, which his grandson imitated. Okay, now let's begin testing your knowledge. We'll start with the most basic techniques: substitution, illusionary clone, and henge. I'll tell you right away that you don't even have to try with illusionary clones. I'm completely immune to illusions, but I can't create them myself, but I know shadow clones, the blonde replied, wiping the sweat from his forehead, which was pouring down like a hail, unlike his grandfather. Okay, then let's replace it and henge, old Uzumaki agreed. Naruto nodded and began to recall this long-forgotten technique, as Kurama always helped with. Concentrating, the boy used the simplest of the Shinobi Academy's techniques. To his great surprise, instead of one wooden block, a dozen appeared in the clearing. "What the hell is this?" he said in surprise, approaching his grandfather. "The result of experience using the technique in your chakra control, or rather, the complete lack thereof. Now try henge," Atsushi commanded. The next moment, Naruto, in the Anbu uniform he'd seen in his subconscious, stood before him. "I see you have no problem with that. We won't be trying more complex techniques with your control for now. I don't need you getting hurt here during training. Now we'll grab a bite to eat and then head to the 8th training ground, where we'll finally practice your control." "As you say, Grandpa," Naruto replied, sitting down on the ground. The old man's workout had left him exhausted, and he'd only gotten a little sleep, which meant Kurama hadn't been able to properly repair his condition. Meanwhile, Atsushi pulled out several slices of rye bread, a jug of milk, and a couple of glasses, gesturing for his grandson to join them. Having finished their light breakfast, they set out for the training ground, which greeted them with a light mist drifting from the river that flowed along its edge. Selecting a tall, more or less straight tree, the gray-haired man pointed it out to his grandson. His first step simply crushed half the tree into dust, causing it to fall pitifully into the clearing with a creaking sound. "Looks like I'll have to go straight to walking on water, otherwise you'll knock down all the trees in the area," the old man said sadly. Naruto just nodded in agreement, inwardly horrified by the chakra control he had over his new body. Approaching the water's edge, the blonde boy searched the river for a suitable rock. He found one surprisingly quickly and quite close to the shore. Without a second thought, he tried to jump onto it, but it turned out to be slippery, and he plunged headlong into the cold water. "Shit, I feel like a useless baby," Naruto said through chattering teeth as he reached the shore. How did he even use Fuinjutsu with such control? It's simple. For him, Fuinjutsu was like breathing for you. I think that when you completely absorb his consciousness and personality, it will also become the simplest and most accessible of all the disciplines available to shinobi for you, Atsushi replied. "I see, thanks for the explanation," the blonde replied, wading knee-deep into the water and channeling chakra into his legs. With a cry, he leapt 3 meters above the surface, sending several hundred pounds of water into the air. His grandfather caught him before he hit the ground, and the younger Uzumaki stood up and spoke. "I think this is going to be really, really difficult, and it's going to take a hell of a long time." "Yes, but as you said yourself, you have a couple of months, so you can handle it," the old man said confidently. "You train here, and I'll go visit Kushina." "Okay, Grandpa, say hi to her from me," the blonde said, entering the water again. Half an hour after Atsushi's departure and 20 failed attempts, Naruto lay wearily on the shore, mentally chatting with Kurama, who was reviving his body. At that moment, a richly dressed man appeared in the clearing, whom the young man recognized as the owner of the shop he had visited yesterday with his sister. "Good morning, Naruto-san," he said, coming close enough. "Good morning, what is your purpose?" the blonde man asked, sitting up. "I wanted to return the money that my salesman took from you for your purchases," the man answered without looking the boy in the eyes. Naruto easily sensed the fear emanating from him. "There's no need for that," Uzumaki said, about to add something else. "But how can this be, Naruto-san? Surely you won't punish my family for the oversight of this careless idiot?" The merchant stammered, animal fear in his eyes. "No," the Jinchuriki said curtly. Thank you, Naruto-san," the man muttered, falling to his knees and bowing to the very ground. "Shut up, and don't you dare interrupt me again," the blonde snapped angrily, starting to feel sick at the sight of this coward. "Tell everyone there's a meeting at the old place today, and I'll kill anyone who dares ignore it without a good reason. Is that clear?" "Yes, Naruto-san, I'll do everything. What time should we meet there?" asked the chalk-white merchant. "At 11, and now get out of my sight," the Jinchuriki said coldly. "And what was that just now?" Kurama asked in her subconscious, interested. "It was Tobarama-sama's seal, let me tell you tonight," Naruto suggested. "Good. Now, off to training," the kitsune ordered, watching contentedly as her chosen one obediently rose from the ground and headed for the river, once again reassured herself of her great good fortune. The midday sun rose high above the horizon, mercilessly scorching the earth with its rays and forcing all living things to hide in the shade or near sources of water. Naruto had been trying for 5 hours to simply stay afloat without causing a spray or being blown ashore by an overly strong chakra surge, and he was finally succeeding. Wading knee-deep into the water and channeling chakra into his feet, he noted with pleasure how the water obediently pushed him out of its embrace, and then he stood confidently on the river's surface. Yes, it's still extremely difficult to control chakra in a body with such a developed SCC, Naruto muttered quietly, pleased with the appearance of at least such a small ghost of his ability to control chakra. What did you expect, my dear? This body's Sai is 30 times more developed than your previous one, even after joining Anbu. Even a cloak of Kyuubi chakra wouldn't harm this body, Kurama said. Why? The blonde asked in surprise, attempting to take a step. In the previous world, your chakra micro-channels were practically undeveloped, so when you used the Kyuubi, it had to exit the main channels directly through tissue and skin. As a result, due to its power and concentration, you suffered burns and peeled skin. In this body, with its chakra control raised to your previous level, will be quite capable of using something like Kaden, although getting to that level is like walking to Mebyoku, the kitsune giggled. Laugh or laugh, I'll get offended and won't show up for a month, the Jinchuriki snorted, clearly not liking his chosen one's words. Naruto, don't be upset, especially since I told the truth, and if you stop coming to me, I won't treat you, the nine-tailed fox declared brazenly. I give up, you win, the boy replied resignedly, though it was unpleasant, but he knew Kurama too well and remembered the consequences of such arguments. Better tell me more about my current condition and explain why the treatment is going so slowly. That's correct, the girl replied, pleased. Your condition is extremely dire. Most of your internal organs are worn out, like those of a 100-year-old, with the exception of your spinal cord and brain. The healing is slow, as I have to use a mixture of my chakra and the chakra left over from the Kyuubi within the seal. The amount of the latter in the mixture is still extremely small, as this body is completely unadapted to it and actively resists it, and without it, boosting your body's regeneration to the required level is extremely difficult. I'm adding 0.3% of the Kyuubi's chakra to the mixture daily, and until that number reaches 100%, there's no way to bring your body back to normal, hence the year-long treatment. Are there any ways to speed up this process? Uzumaki asked. Yes, but the time period will still only be reduced by 2 or 3 times, the kitsune replied. Tell me, Naruto asked. First of all, getting rid of the seal on your shoulder, it's really getting in the way, it's full of the old Naruto's chakra and it's different from yours, the Nine Tails began to explain. Different? How much? The blonde interrupted her. The censors won't even notice, only I will, because I've been living with you for 20 years, Kurama reassured the Jinchuriki. That's good, I'll ask my grandfather how to get rid of this seal. Please continue, the boy asked. Secondly, a healthy 8 hours of sleep every day. Thirdly, daily 4-hour meditations, 2 hours before and after sleep. Fourthly, a healthy and balanced diet, more foods containing vitamins and minerals, particularly calcium, the bones of this body are extremely fragile. And finally, more endurance training and respiratory development, the nine-tailed fox concluded. The second one won't be a problem, nor the third, after all, training with old man Fukasaku wasn't in vain. The fourth one, I think, will be a bit of a challenge, I'm not much of a cook, after all. And with the last one, I'll have to consult Tsunade. She's a doctor, after all, and she can tell me which exercises would be best. Old man's morning exercises really made me feel ill, Naruto concluded sadly. Basically, nothing's impossible. The man who defeated the strongest shinobi of all time and was transported to another world twice said so, Kurama chuckled. Laugh, laugh, I'll remember this tonight, Naruto grumbled. Oh, how formidable we are. Well, I'm really looking forward to the evening, the kitsune replied, laughing loudly. And right now, you'd better continue training and not get distracted. After these words, Naruto, with a swearing and screaming, unleashed another water blast, landing himself on the sedge-covered shore. Panting and trying to calm himself after another failed attempt, the boy stripped off his outerwear, waded waist-deep into the cool water, and dove in. After floating in the water for 10 minutes, the blonde climbed out and lay down on the grass, exposing his body to the hot sun. Extending his right arm upward to shield his eyes from the bright light, the boy began to examine it closely, Pale skin, numerous scars, most of which were the result of frequent open fractures and numerous experiments by the previous owner, were completely unlike what he was used to seeing, as he had never lost his tan in that world, and thanks to the regeneration developed by the influence of the Kyuubi chakra, even the most terrible wounds remained untouched. "What are you doing here, little brat?" A voice reached the blonde. Sitting up and turning around, he saw 4 boys a year or 2 older than him, each wearing the distinctive Uchiha clan symbol. "I'd like to know what the Uchiha clan members forgot about on Uzumaki soil," Naruto asked, tilting his head slightly as he rose to his feet, his body aching and tired. "What did you just say?" the eldest of those gathered asked in surprise. "Do you have hearing problems?" the Jinchuriki asked calmly. "I asked, what are you doing on my clan's land? You don't seem to understand who you're talking to, weakling, but it's okay, I'll explain it to you now," the enraged Uchiha growled angrily, breaking into an attack on his interlocutor, who was still standing. Quickly closing the distance, the brunette grinned contentedly, anticipating how he'd best the overbearing Uzumaki. Just a meter away from his opponent, the Uchiha received a powerful blow to the body from a blurry white shadow emerging from the canopy of a tree. The blow sent the boy tumbling across the ground for several meters, and clutching his right side, he barely managed to get to his feet. Naruto stared in surprise at the new participant in the looming brawl, his back to him, barely recognizing Lee, though recognizing him without his familiar bowl-cut hairstyle and green suit with orange weights was difficult. The 3 remaining Uchihas had already snapped out of their stupor by this point and, without a second thought, rushed into the attack, intending to dispatch both opponents with their superior numbers. But the lack of Sharingans and the enemy's much better physical preparation forced the 2 brunettes who were attacking Rock to go on the defensive in order to avoid being beaten. The third man chose a blonde he considered weaker as his opponent, but to his surprise, he wasn't so easy. Bouncing back from a direct blow to the head, Uzumaki delivered a powerful kick to the crook of his outstretched arm, causing it to bend and slam into his own master's face. This disoriented him for a second, enough for Naruto to land a powerful kick on the brakes, causing his opponent's legs to buckle and him to his knees. The Uchiha then received a knee to the solar plexus and a finishing blow to the face that broke his nose and dislocated Naruto's right wrist. Even after that, the brunette tried to rise, but was knocked down by one of Lee's opponents, who sent him flying with a kick to the chest. Taking a quick glance around the clearing, Naruto could see 3 Uchiha writhing on the grass. Standing nearby was a man wearing black pants with a red belt holding his leaf forehead protector. Bandages reached almost to his elbows, his long hair pulled back into a braid, and a torn white shirt lay scattered nearby. The Jinchuriki was about to thank him for his help when a voice came from the distance. Kaden, Ruka, no Jutsu, the Uchiha leader, who had recovered, shouted the name of the technique. Sealing technique. Sealing fire, Naruto whispered barely audibly, picking up Lee's shirt and using it as a scroll. The fire technique quickly disappeared into the seal, and the blonde hastened to get rid of the technique's unreliable storage, throwing it into the river. The next moment, 4 Anbu appeared on the training ground, one of whom immediately restrained Lee, and then Uzumaki himself. 2 fighters provided assistance to the Uchiha, and the 4th tried to take the brunette who used the technique away from the crime scene. "And where are you going?" asked the man in a Jonin vest and green tracksuit, knocking out a fighter in a sable mask with a single blow to the head. The Anbu fighters froze in their places, clearly not expecting anyone else to appear in the clearing, but quickly came to their senses and tried to attack the taijutsu master, but a cold and commanding voice from the entrance to the training ground made them freeze in their places. Juro, Daiki, Kiro, Makoto, Itachi, appearing in the clearing, said, his Mangekyo Sharingan flashing. "How many times have you been warned not to use attributes resembling Anbu for such matters?" They didn't answer, but simply pulled down their masks and, without raising their eyes to one of the strongest members of the clan, fell to their knees. Guy, meanwhile, freed the boys who were tied hand and foot and, having shaken them off, began to watch as the head of the homicide department, with just one look, forced the clan members to silently leave the training ground, taking their beaten comrades with them. "I'll ask your forgiveness for this incident," Itachi began, but was interrupted by Naruto. "You have nothing to apologize for, Uchiha-san. I will have no complaints against your clan if something like this doesn't happen again," the Jinchuriki said. My student will also have no claims if the Uchiha clan does not try to make counterclaims for the beatings inflicted, Maeda said. Guy-san, could you come to our clan's estate tomorrow with your student? As the future head of the clan, I would like to thank him for his assistance, the blonde said, addressing the Jonin. Absolutely, Uzumaki-san. Would lunchtime be convenient? Guy asked. Yes, quite, the blonde quickly agreed with him, after which the student and sensei, having said goodbye to him and the Uchiha, sped away from the training ground at great speed. So what did you have to fight about with those loafers? The brunette asked, walking to the river's edge and sitting down on the grass. Nothing special, the boys just decided to assert themselves by beating me up. After all, he is the son of the fourth and the heir of the Uzumaki, Naruto replied, sitting down next to the Uchiha. The Jinchuriki had genuine respect for the man, knowing his history from his world, but the Itachi here wasn't much different from his other self in terms of loyalty to the village and his principles, though he wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. And what would have happened to them if Rock Lee hadn't intervened? Asked the head of the homicide department. You would have a lot of work, Naruto grinned. You're the same as always. Where have you been for the last 3 weeks? Itachi asked, picking a blade of grass and starting to chew it. I was experimenting, you know what usually happens after that, the blonde sighed. And how was the experiment? Uchiha asked, going over in his mind the many things he knew about his friend and trying to figure out what seemed wrong about it. Good luck, Uzumaki smiled. You've probably heard the news already. I heard about Kushina-san's recovery, but I thought it was all just gossip and that you had something to do with it, the brunette said, tilting his head to the side. No gossip, the blonde replied. Naruto, Itachi called, the puzzle of inconsistencies finally coming together in his head, forcing his interlocutor to turn to face him. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. One more time and you'll get hit in the eye, warned the Jinchuriki, a gray 13-pointed star burning in his iris. The young man deactivated his dojutsu. So I wasn't mistaken, Itachi said, continuing to look closely into his interlocutor's face. In what exactly? Uzumaki asked. The fact is that you're not the Naruto Uzumaki I've known for the last 3 years. He used that technique, right? Itachi asked. Yes, I did, but I turned out to be stronger, and thanks to him, I was thrown into this world, the blonde answered calmly, understanding that Itachi was not the kind of person who would immediately run to report, and his knowledge of the local Naruto's experiment spoke of great trust. Who else knows? Uchiha asked, spitting out a blade of grass. Inoichi, grandfather, mother, father and sister, and now you too, Uzumaki shrugged. And who was I in your world? The brunette asked. A wonderful man who gave his life to serve his homeland, the Jinchuriki said. Sounds good, Itachi chuckled, deep in thought. By the way, how about a little exercise? The blonde man decided to distract his interlocutor. I don't mind, the brunette replied, getting up from the ground and taking off his shirt. Naruto had already pulled on his pants, which were lying nearby. Taking fighting stances and bowing to each other, both began slowly striking each other, each with their own thoughts, and it was hard to call it a fight, simply an exchange of light blows and practiced combinations, without any goal or desire to harm the opponent. The fight continued until the blonde landed a direct blow to the Uchiha clan genius's chin. I think that's enough, Itachi said, rubbing the bruised area. Perhaps you should tell me more about that world. Okay, just don't regret asking later, Naruto said, performing a sequence of seals and creating a barrier. Afterwards, he sat down on the grass and began a detailed story about the life of the Uchiha from his world. As he told the story, he became increasingly gloomy and thoughtful, and after the story ended, he shook the boy's hand and thanked him for his honest story. Don't be sad, Itachi, it wasn't you, and in this world, something like that is unlikely to happen, the Jinchuriki said. I understand, it all sounds like a scary fairy tale or wild delirium, but I don't see the point in not believing you. The seal of the 13-pointed star and your behavior while telling the story are too compelling evidence. Uchiha tried to fake a smile, which turned out extremely unsuccessfully. Maybe we should go to a dango restaurant, otherwise you'll completely fall apart and I'll have to punch you in the face, Naruto chuckled. I guess I really should go get a bite to eat, but first it wouldn't hurt to tidy myself up, the brunette said, stepping into the river fully clothed. Half an hour later, They were sitting under the roof of a small restaurant, waiting for their order. Uchiha was slowly but surely slipping into thoughtfulness again. Deciding to distract him, the blonde asked a question. "Friend, tell me, how do you feel about Kaide?" Naruto asked. "It's fine, like a friend," Uchiha shrugged, not understanding why the question was asked. "As a friend? Then why did you deal with those guys through me?" Uzumaki asked, raising an eyebrow. "It was easier that way. They were dangerous to the village. Attempting to marry the Kage's daughter, a representative of another village, or simply a shinobi not living in Konoha, increases the chances that she will become leverage over the Hokage," Itachi replied. "So that's the only reason?" the blonde said, surprised. "Yeah, what? You thought I was eliminating my competition this way?" the brunette asked with a smile. "Something like that," the Jinchuriki muttered. "Actually, I'm already engaged to the girl I love, and Kaide is just a friend to me," the brunette explained, while the waiter brought them their order. The meal passed in silence. After mentioning his girlfriend, Itachi had clearly put aside his thoughts about Naruto's story and was now simply enjoying the sweets. A few minutes later, a girl entered the building, the sight of whom left the blonde with mixed feelings. A female copy of Itachi was striding toward their table. "I knew I'd find you here. Aren't you ashamed?" the girl asked, her voice demonstratively stern. "Good evening to you too, little sister. Would you like some dango?" Uchiha asked, ignoring his interlocutor's tone and menacing demeanor. "I will," she said, sitting down next to her brother. "Maybe you could introduce me to your friend." "As if you don't even know him," Itachi snorted, pushing the sweets toward his sister. "Naruto is Yuriko, my twin sister. Yuriko is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Are you happy?" "Quite," the Uchiha replied, gobbling up the sweets. "Nice to meet you, Uzumaki-san." "Likewise, but just Naruto is better, we're not at an official reception after all," the blonde smiled. "Okay, Naruto, what's the occasion of this get-together?" the brunette asked. "Itachi, as an apology for the inappropriate behavior of some members of your clan, offered to treat me to dango," Naruto quickly said. "Is Rokero being violent again?" Yuriko asked with displeasure. "Yeah, by the way, why were you looking for me?" the elder Uchiha asked. "Don't tell me that Banquo didn't tell you that the Izumi family is coming to dinner today," the girl said. "I didn't. What time will they arrive?" the head of the homicide department asked, rising from the table. "In an hour and a half," the girl answered, looking at her watch. "Sorry, Naruto, but it looks like I have to leave you. You know, being late for such an event wouldn't be the best idea." "See you later," Itachi said, taking his sister's hand and pulling her along with him. "Yeah, good luck there," Naruto called after her. Having paid for the sweets, the boy headed to the estate to prepare for the upcoming meeting with the merchants. After 2 hours of sleep and a hearty dinner, Uzumaki headed to the meeting place. In the backyard of one of the largest weapons stores in Konoha, he was met by a gray-haired old man who quickly led him into the hall where the merchants had gathered. "Good evening, Naruto-sama. What's the reason for this urgent meeting?" asked a well-built, dark-skinned man with short black hair and brown eyes that showed neither fear nor respect for the blonde. "Good afternoon," the Jinchuriki replied, taking his seat. "I'd like to discuss with you the terms of reducing the deduction percentage." "A reduction?" the same man, the clear leader of this entire herd of fat cats, asked in surprise. "Yes, exactly, a reduction, by 20%, the boy said, looking his interlocutor straight in the eye and ignoring the whispers and surprise of the others. "I take it wasn't for her pretty eyes," he chuckled. "Naturally, the interest rate will be lowered in exchange for you obtaining some rare items and information for me," the blonde replied. "What things, and what information?" "Let's not beat around the bush, we're businessmen after all," suggested Ken, whose name Naruto finally remembered. "Okay, I need Anbu armor, a katana from the master who forged killer bees, that's the most important thing. I'll give you the rest of the list later. The deadline for that is 3 years. I'm mainly interested in information about Cloud, specifically the Hyuga clan. I need comprehensive information about them. The deadline is the same as for the items," the blonde man said. Getting what you're asking for isn't easy, but it's doable, but information about the Hyugas will be incredibly difficult," the brunette shook his head. "What's the difficulty?" Uzumaki asked. "They're an extremely closed clan, with only a couple of members of the main family visible, but it's impossible to get them to talk, Ken replied. Who exactly is in sight? Naruto asked. The head of the clan, Hiyashi, his brother, Hizashi, their spouses and children. Neji, the son of the youngest brother, is destined to become the head of the clan by marrying one of Hiyashi's daughters, Hinata or Hanabi, if they survive missions, but they haven't even graduated from the academy yet, the man said briefly. Then I only need information about Hiyashi's daughters. For now, gather everything you can. That's all we'll leave it at, Naruto said, rising from his seat. And yes, Ken Dono, make sure none of them try to cheat me out of the royalties. I can rely on you, right? Yes, Naruto-sama, I will do everything in the best possible way, the man assured his interlocutor, noting with surprise that he looked with a bit of respect at this little boy who held their entire business by the throat, albeit with the tacit permission of his father, the Hokage. Returning to the estate after midnight, Naruto quickly shed his gray kimono and collapsed onto his bed, crawling under the covers and slipping into a subconscious. Finding himself in the hall before the bars, he stepped inside. After a few meters of wandering in pitch darkness, he emerged into a dimly lit room where he found his soulmate sitting in a chair, legs crossed, leafing through a book, likely containing the memories of the body's former owner. How did it go? The girl asked, putting her book down, getting up from her seat, and approaching the blonde man. Okay, Uzumaki answered, hugging and kissing her. Let's go lie down, Kurama suggested, especially since someone promised to tell me about the seal. Let's go, the tired Jinchuriki agreed. You'll have a story. Having picked up Kitsune in his arms, he quickly walked into another room and, carefully lowering his chosen one onto the bed, lay down next to her, touching her left shoulder with his right hand, illuminating the ancient symbols and forcing her to take on her true form. At least don't hide your true form here, the young man asked, clinging to Kurama, who carefully covered them both with her fluffy white tails. Good, now I'm waiting for the story, the nine-tailed fox said, settling more comfortably on the blonde's chest. Well, listen, the 13-pointed star seal was created by Hamura, Keigaya's youngest son. It was thanks to its influence that he and his brother sealed their mother, who had begun to transform into the 10 tails, without mercy or hesitation. It was created to protect the shinobi world from any threat. It can turn even the most peace-loving of us into a cruel and merciless killer, ready to destroy entire cities if necessary. At first, that threat was Keigaya, then the common people, terrified by our appearance, began exterminating the students and children of Hagoromo and Hamura. Already in his infirm and old age, Hamura passed the seal on to his eldest son, the future founder of the Uzumaki clan, who in turn bestowed the seal on 12 more of his father's disciples. Together, they plunged the world of ordinary people into chaos, wiping out tens of millions of people, forcing them to stop hunting shinobi and focus on restoring peace. Afterwards, the seal lay dormant for a long time, as there were no serious threats to the shinobi world. It was merely a natural selection process among shinobi. It was passed down from generation to generation within the Uzumaki clan. Its last Uzumaki bearer was Tobarama's wife, to whom she passed it on. Tobarama, however, was well versed in seals and forbidden techniques and was able to modify it, implanting changes that allowed it to be activated in the event of a threat to the village. It gave its bearers the power to defend their homeland, thus creating the Purifiers, the first 12 Anbu captains whose names were erased from the history of Konoha and the shinobi world. After defeating Keigaya and learning that she had implanted a fragment of her will into my subconscious, Tobarama offered me the opportunity to become one of them, lest I become another Madara. He explained the seal in detail to me. The star always passively influences its bearer, always changing their worldview so they can live with minimal losses, be able to kill without fear of going crazy if it conflicts with their worldview. A person remains true to themselves, and I am an example of that. But should mortal danger arise for me, you, Konoha, or the shinobi world, it activates, and then a terrible, bloody monster is unleashed. I personally saw what happened to the Fire Daimyo's first advisor's estate after he proposed destroying the leaf, Naruto explained. What about this story with Ino? Kurama asked in surprise. It's all an illusion created to protect the star's secret. It wouldn't do any good if anyone found out it could be transferred simply by wishing it. And I didn't relish the prospect of becoming a guinea pig for our scientists, the blonde man replied. But you're not capable of creating illusions, the kitsune reminded. The star is a technique created by Hamura, a shinobi whose powers are unknown, so it's no surprise that she implanted in Ino's head the thought and false memories that she recreated it from Tobarama's notes, Uzumaki said. Now let's get some sleep. To this, Kurama simply turned off the light in her subconscious and covered them with a blanket. Her lover's story gave her ideas for reflection. In the darkness of the night, which Naruto's subconscious was immersed in, two bright golden lights flashed brightly and a soft rustling sound was heard. The kitsune, a silent shadow, had left the bedroom the blonde had created. Quickly reaching the golden bars, Kurama carefully stepped into the hall, 9 white tails swaying behind her. Approaching the wall, which bore a 13-pointed star, she placed her right hand against it. A second later, the tailed beast sensed a strange presence behind her and attempted to strike the unknown being with her tails, but they passed right through the ghostly silhouette. You shouldn't react so violently, Kurama-sama, the man standing before the girl said emotionlessly. He looked almost like a carbon copy of Naruto, differing only in the color of his irises, which were gray. You came for answers to the questions that arose after the master's story, right? Exactly, the kitsune answered calmly, looking attentively at her interlocutor. Ask Kurama-sama, I will answer, he replied, glaring at the 9-tailed beast. Who or what are you? The girl began to ask. A special seal with a pseudo-personality template. When it enters the host's body, I merge with their alter ego. If it doesn't suit me, I destroy it, the interlocutor replied. What is the extent of your influence on your master's core self? The tailed one asked. Critical thinking regarding human life has been altered. Critical thinking regarding human beauty has been altered. Also, to prevent the host from going insane due to being transported to another world and losing loved ones to whom he had many emotional and sensory attachments, work was carried out to create new ones in this world. Currently, there are 6 such attachments, and they completely ensure the stability of the host's mental health, he explained. More specifically regarding the second one, Kurama asked. The owner doesn't feel disgusted by the sight of people with altered appearances, meaning the presence of any animal attributes in a person doesn't even cause internal disgust, the interviewee explained. So his love for my true form is your doing? The kitsune asked, tilting her head to the side. In part, I only removed the disgust, he completed the rest himself, he explained. Thanks for that, and what about Kushina, Minato, and Kaide? I have too many doubts about their reactions, unlike Atsushi and Itachi's. The 9-tailed fox asked. I had to influence each of them, as the reaction could have driven their host away from them and ruined all my efforts to keep them from going mad. I influenced Kushina through the power of the Raikudo during her treatment, and Kaide during their first physical contact. After all, her chakra is close to her host's, so it was easy. The only one I had to work with was Minato, but that throw solved that problem, too, and the presence of the 4th chakra remnants in the seal allowed me to prepare a gift in advance, the interlocutor explained. Yes, it turns out that you are a terrible entity in your essence and capabilities, Kurama chuckled. That's natural, because my creator wasn't just anyone, but Keigaya's eldest son, Hamura, whose level is a far cry from any shinobi alive today, he replied. I hope I've satisfied your curiosity, Kurama-sama. Why Kurama-sama? The kitsune asked unexpectedly. Because you are the cornerstone of my master's destiny, too much of his subconscious is tied to you, and when you get out of here, there will be less work for me, I won't have to worry about his condition, the ghost shrugged. Thanks for the story, the tailed one said, heading back to the cage. She watched as her interlocutor disappeared into thin air. Naruto's morning began at 5 o'clock. Slowly getting out of bed and cracking the window, the boy sat on the floor next to it in a meditative pose, as the old toad from Mebuku had taught him. 2 hours flew by, constantly trying to simply sense the outside world by merging with his natural chakra, but they yielded no results, not even the slightest. His body was simply not yet capable of it. Rising from his seat and quickly stretching his aching muscles, the blonde pulled on a pair of gray pants and a matching t-shirt, then hurried downstairs. A plate of still warm pancakes was found on the kitchen table, much to the Jinchuriki's surprise. Next to it was a note informing him that his grandfather had gone to a neighboring town to hire several teams of carpenters to begin restoration work on the neighborhood and would return for lunch. After quickly warming up the kettle and snacking on some rather tasty pancakes, the boy decided to first visit Tsunade. After all, he needed the advice of a knowledgeable specialist in the field of body restoration. The journey to the hospital didn't take long. The route to it had practically been imprinted on the young man's mind since joining Anbu in his first training sessions, each of which ended with a visit to the medical nin. Along the way, the blonde carefully memorized the locations of various shops, cafes, and everything else that distinguished his new Konoha from his old one. The most striking difference was the precise placement of the houses and their solidity. Each one could become a stronghold for the village's defenders in the event of an attack. The walls were reinforced with earth techniques and FUNN seals, the windows offered a clear view, and the complete absence of shinobi jumping across the rooftops, moving exclusively along power lines, which left Naruto genuinely perplexed. Rooftop travel was much faster and more convenient for shinobi. Deciding to later investigate this strange phenomenon, the Jinchuriki headed closer to the hospital. Along the way, he crossed paths with Shikamaru and Choji, who ignored him and went about their business. It took him a great deal of effort not to speak to them, as they hadn't even met yet. Shikamaru was virtually identical to how Uzumaki remembered him, calm and unconcerned, with a focused gaze that noticed even the smallest details, a relaxed gait, a barely perceptible smile, and his hair pulled back into a ponytail, dressed in his usual clothes. Choji, on the other hand, was a better example, well built with noticeable muscles, without a hint of excess weight, crunching on a carrot with a contented smile and cheerfully chatting with his friend. Soon, they disappeared around the bend in the road leading to the academy, and the Jinchuriki, shaking his head, headed for the hospital. Quickly passing through the security checkpoint, Naruto asked the doctor on duty where he could find Tsunade. Quickly ascending to the top floor, the blonde began carefully reading the signs on the doors, trying to find the one he needed. Through one of the half-open doors, he could hear Shizune giving a lecture to the children seated at tables on how to properly splint broken limbs in the field. There were about 20 students, mostly girls aged 12 or 13, among whom Naruto immediately recognized Sakura and spotted a girl who looked suspiciously like Tsunade. "Have you decided to sign up for the Irionen courses?" A voice came from behind. "Good morning to you too, Ba-chan," Naruto responded, turning on his heels and being able to see Senju's face distorted with anger. "Call me that again and I'll spank you so hard you won't be able to sit on your ass for a couple of weeks," the blonde promised angrily. By the way, I came to see you on business." The Jinchuriki quickly changed the subject, knowing the head doctor's quick temper. "On business? What business?" Tsunade asked, crossing her arms over her chest. "I need professional advice on the physical activities that are currently available to me, and a list of exercises for endurance and breathing development," Naruto stated his request. Follow me," Senju answered thoughtfully, walking down the corridor. Walking along the long white corridors behind his godmother, the blonde tried to spot the differences between the hospitals of the different worlds, but there were surprisingly few. They mostly revolved around the staff working there and their attitude toward the patients. A few minutes later, they found themselves in a room with a multitude of various equipment surrounding a central cot. "Lie down," the blonde commanded, pointing at her and approaching the instruments. Naruto obediently followed the order, lying down on the cold chair and allowing himself to be entangled in a tangle of wires. He then began following the blonde's commands, each one prompting her to set aside another sheet of paper filled with rows of kanji that had popped out of the printer. After half an hour of research, Tsunade freed him from the wires and, sitting him down opposite, began carefully studying the results. Her expression shifted from surprise to shock as she read. "How is that possible?" Senju muttered, putting another piece of paper aside. "Is something wrong?" Naruto asked worriedly. "No, everything's fine. It's just that I've never seen a shinobi your age produce so much chakra and have such severely deteriorated internal organs, even though their recovery is in full swing now. Plus, that artifact in your right hand is simply radiating chakra at an incredible level, far beyond even the Nine Tails' power and concentration. You know, I have a lot of questions for you," Tsunade said. "You'd better keep them to yourself. The Uzumaki clan already has a beef with the Senju clan, and I wouldn't want to add to that the clan head's wife's attempt to gain access to Uzumaki's secrets through her official position," the Jinchuriki replied calmly, his eyes glowing like 13-pointed stars. "In fact, you'd better keep your mouth shut, or I'll have to destroy you all." "Are you threatening me?" the Sannin asked, raising an eyebrow, looking up at her nephew and realizing with horror that the most terrifying weapon Konoha had ever wielded, after the Biju, was burning in his eyes. "No, I'm simply stating a fact." I think you understand that the strength I possess, even despite my poor physical condition, is more than enough to destroy your clan. But children aren't responsible for their parents' mistakes, so just don't make the same mistakes as the previous clan head, and I won't have any complaints, the Jinchuriki said, continuing to glare at his interlocutor. I understand you, cleaner, Tsunade answered as calmly as possible, although her hands were shaking treacherously, betraying her excitement. I hope so. So, what's my host's request? The blonde asked. I'll give him a detailed list of exercises and methods for performing them for the next week, then he'll need a new examination and a new list of exercises, the blonde replied, finally calming the trembling in her hands. That's great. Please don't be mad at me, Tsunade-san, it's my job to protect the host by any means necessary, Naruto said, his eyes turning completely blue again. Sorry, Ba-chan, I didn't mean to, it's just that I have secrets I can't trust you with yet. It's all right, I know what the cleaners are, and your complaints about the Senju are entirely justified, the Sannin sighed wearily, recalling the reports from that period found in the clan's archives. If they had fallen into the hands of the Uzumaki, the Senju and Konoha would have been ridden off. Hashirama had too many skeletons in his closet, after all, although the last words of Naruto's alternate personality were somewhat reassuring. Come to my office, I'll give you all the information you need about the exercises, from now on, you'll come to me every Wednesday for a checkup, and no one else. Understood? Yes, Ba-chan, everything is clear, the Jinchuriki answered, trying not to look Senju in the eyes, feeling guilty for what had happened, after which he followed the woman who left the laboratory. A few minutes later, they were sitting in her office, where she was sorting through a folder containing various exercises designed for shinobi recovering from serious injuries. Half an hour of searching and shuffling, and Naruto was holding a thick stack of documents with detailed descriptions of the exercises, how to perform them correctly, in what order, and how many per day. And Tsunade Ba-chan, I was wondering if it's possible to get vitamins and mineral supplements. Uzumaki inquired. You can. Now I'll write you a prescription based on the test results. Take this paper to the doctor on duty on the first floor. He'll give you everything and tell you how, when, and how much to take, the blonde said, quickly jotting something down on a small piece of paper. If you have any questions or problems, just let me know. Thank you, Ba-chan, the blonde man thanked the woman, heading towards the exit. You're welcome, Senju said quietly, looking closely at the boy's back as he left, trying to remember who he reminded her of. Nawaki, where are you now? The question remained unanswered, and Tsunade sank into her memories, temporarily forgetting all her pressing concerns. Meanwhile, Naruto quickly descended to the first floor and, having obtained all his medications from the doctor on duty, headed home. Along the way, he encountered new acquaintances from the Uchiha clan, who cast angry glances at him but didn't dare start a fight right in the middle of the street. As he passed, the Jinchuriki pretended not to notice them and calmly continued on. The house greeted him with emptiness. Quickly taking the papers Tsunade had given him to his room, he began examining the contents of the refrigerator, wondering what to treat Guy and Lee, who had been invited to dinner. What are you trying to find there? Atsushi's voice came from behind him. Hello, Grandpa. Yeah, I'm just wondering what we'll treat our guests to, the blonde replied. I've already ordered everything, it should be delivered soon. Are you absolutely sure that accepting this boy into the clan is a good idea? The gray-haired man asked. More than that, Lee will become an excellent taijutsu master in the future, and the clan will need a good mentor in this discipline for the newly arrived clan members in the future, and I am sure that he can be trusted, Naruto answered. Well, I won't argue with you, but will he agree? The clan leader asked distantly. He'll agree. Rock is an orphan and understands perfectly well that sooner or later he'll likely have to join a clan. But he's already crossed many families, and it's only thanks to the intercession of Guy and my father that he's still alive and well. So I don't think he'll refuse the offer to join the clan whose future head he protected from an Uchiha attack, Naruto said. Well, let's hope you're right, and now go upstairs and get yourself in order, Atsushi advised, heading towards the estate gates, where his order had already been delivered. Naruto spent the remaining hour in his room, showered, and, deciding not to bother with clothing, put on a clean gray kimono. He then sat down to study the papers Tsunade had given him. There were only 30 exercises, each with a 5 or 6 page manual describing the exercises and requirements. He was interrupted by his grandfather's clone, who announced that guests had arrived. Carefully stacking the papers, the blonde headed downstairs. Guy and his student were already in the living room, exchanging greetings with their grandfather. Might was wearing the standard Konoha Jonin uniform, a blue turtleneck, a green Jonin vest over it, black pants wrapped in bandages at the bottom, and lightweight drawstring combat boots. Rock wore a white t-shirt with a blue vest over it, black pants, and standard closed-toe sandals. "Good afternoon, Maida-san, Lee-san," the Jinchuriki greeted the guests. "Good day, Naruto Dono," Guy answered for both of them. "Please come to the table," Atsushi said, gesturing for everyone to follow into the dining room. The dinner was light and informal. The Jonin and the clan head shared memories of the most significant events in Konoha's past, and the taijutsu master even recalled one mission they had together. After a hearty and delicious meal, the gray-haired man decided to move on to a more serious conversation. "Guy, I must thank you for such a skilled and well-mannered student who came to the aid of my grandson in a difficult moment," the old man began. "Thank you for such praise, Atsushi-san. It is a great honor for me to receive it from someone like you," Maida replied with great respect. "And to you, young man, I would like to offer you the opportunity to become a member of our clan, receiving all the rights and responsibilities of a full member of the Uzumaki clan," the old Uzumaki addressed Lee. Rock looked at him in shock, not even trying to say anything. He simply blinked his eyes and opened his mouth, but without making a sound. "Atsushi-san, as always, why are you dumping such news on someone without any preparation?" Guy shook his head, bringing his student back to his senses with light slaps to the cheeks. "And aren't you afraid of the consequences? Many of the clan's children have complaints about my student. And the Uzumaki clan has such a grudge against most of the clans in Konoha, so they'd better shove it under the rug, or we'll remind them of it before long," the old man snorted. "So, Rock Lee, are you ready to become a member of the Uzumaki clan and bear the burden of accepting my offer?" "It is a great honor for me to receive such an offer from the head of the Uzumaki clan. I accept it with great joy and swear to be worthy of this honor," the boy said, looking at Atsushi with eyes full of determination to follow his words until his last breath. The old man only smiled kindly. "Well then, Uzumaki Lee, welcome to our family," the Jinchuriki said, extending his hand to his old new friend. "Thank you, Naruto-san," the bushy-browed man replied, shaking her firmly. "No, San, or Sama, you and I are, first and foremost, friends and comrades, so just Naruto," the blonde said, feeling his bones begin to creak pitifully from the force of the brunette's handshake. Afterwards, Atsushi and Guy spent several hours discussing the terms of Guy Lee's continued training, while the Jinchuriki gave his friend a tour of the house and the clan's estate. Afterward, Might, having received a scroll from the clan head certifying Rock's induction into the clan, took his student and went with him to the Hokage Tower to renew his personal file and all documents. "You know, you weren't wrong when you asked him to join the clan. He's a good boy, stubborn and true to his word. He'll make a worthy Uzumaki," the old man said with satisfaction. "Well, I wouldn't advise anything bad. After all, my Biju is good at reading people's feelings. And Lee is a man who strives to make our world at least a little better and fairer, and is willing to lay down his life for it," Naruto replied. "How was the trip?" "Okay, the first construction materials and construction crews will start arriving the day after tomorrow. By the way, would you like to test your affinity for the elements?" the gray-haired man asked, removing a black box from its seal. "That would be nice," the Jinchuriki agreed. "Let's go to the backyard," said old Uzumaki. In the backyard was a small sand-covered area with 3 pillars on the side farthest from the entrance. Opening the box, Atsushi pulled out 5 sheets of paper and spread them out on the lid. In response to Naruto's surprised look, he spoke. "Otherwise, it won't be clear which elements you're predisposed to, and to what degree," the old man explained. "Now, place a finger of your right hand on each leaf and channel your chakra into them." "I see," the boy said, following his grandfather's instructions. Under the influence of chakra, all 5 sheets of paper were cut into 2 equal halves. "This is the first time I've seen this," the gray-haired man said, puzzled. "What does that mean?" Naruto asked in surprise, realizing he had lost 2 of the 3 elements available to him in the previous world. "This means the wind element will come to you with incredible ease. You'll be able to create D, C, and B techniques with just your mind," without any seals or shouts, and A- and S rank techniques will require only a few very basic seals. As far as I can remember, you're the first person to have only one element, Atsushi explained. So, I'll never see the other elements again? The blonde asked resignedly. Yes, that's right, but with wind, you'll be able to achieve such success that you'll even be able to easily destroy the most powerful fire techniques with wind techniques, the grandfather reassured his grandson. It's powerful, though. It's good that I'm well acquainted with this element from the previous world, Naruto whistled. And now, I think it's time for you to get back to your physical training, taijutsu, and chakra control. Until this evening, Atsushi said goodbye, disappearing into the shunshin. The Jinchuriki, having gone up to his room, quickly donned a gray training uniform consisting of a wrestling shirt and breeches. After sealing Tsunade's papers in a scroll, he headed to the 5th training ground. After being accepted into the Lee clan and beginning training for the upcoming Genin exam, the days began to fly by for Naruto. The day turned into a monotonous series of events. Wake up, morning meditation, breakfast, warm-up exercises, followed by an hour of physical training, 3 hours of taijutsu, often led by Itachi's cloner himself, then lunch with his sister Lee, then 2 hours of chakra control practice, followed by 2 hours of training mastering the fuinjutsu knowledge left over from the old Naruto, after which the boy took an hour-long break, usually spent in his mother's room, telling her about his past or listening to her stories. Then came 2 hours of working with the elements, which led most genin to avoid the 5th training ground like the plague, then dinner with his grandfather, 2 hours of evening meditation, and 7 hours of sound sleep. The monotony of the days became so overwhelming for the blonde that it was only on the 3rd day that he realized his father and sister, whom he had encountered one morning in the bathroom 3 weeks after he began his training, had moved into his grandfather's house. The next significant event was Kushina's discharge from the hospital 3 weeks later, marked by 2 days of rest for the Jinchuriki and a serious showdown between her father and mother. The woman announced she intended to soon rejoin the ranks of Konoha shinobi, to which Minato rebelled, claiming he had enough to worry about, as he explained, his children, who were soon to participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha's ally, the Mist. The result of this showdown was the lost dinnerware set, a couple of flower pots, and a chair. Ultimately, an agreement was reached that Kushina would resume her active duties as a Jonin sensei only after completing a full course of rehabilitation and subsequently retaking the Jonin exams, which would be administered by 3 Sannin. Naruto and Kaide watched the scene from the sofa, not risking any parental anger. After this, Naruto's training resumed, and there were only a few days left until the scheduled exam. The early Genin exam was scheduled for Sunday, the only day off for her students and teachers eager to escape the tedious confines of the academy. There were a surprisingly large number of participants, almost 3 dozen aspirants. They all gathered in a small auditorium designed for 30 students, with 5 rows of desks and a teacher's desk in front of them. Huge windows flooded the room with bright light, making it unbearably stuffy. A list of participants hung on the board, along with a vague explanation of the specific tests awaiting them. Among them, Uzumaki was surprised to find Shikamaru, comfortably settled in the last desk, watching the assembled group intently. A row below, Kiba was dozing, reclining on the desk next to him. The only more or less empty seat was the one next to him. Without asking any questions, the Jinchuriki took it, ignoring his dozing neighbor, and began to study the assembled group. Most of them, 12 in all, were Uchiha, plus 3 representatives of the Senju clan, among whom Naruto spotted Tsunade's daughter, Kezu. Physically, she was almost an exact replica of her mother, only inheriting her eye color from her great-grandfather. He met her during one of his weekly visits to the medic nin. The girl turned out to be an unusually friendly, sociable, and active child, not suffering from inflated self-esteem due to her belonging to one of the village's most powerful clans. At 12, she possessed Chunin-level mastery of the water element, and for several years, alongside her academy studies, she had been attending medic nin training and had achieved some success in this field. Naruto learned all this in just 10 minutes during their first meeting. Upon seeing him, the blonde smiled warmly and raised her hand in greeting, which the Jinchuriki nodded in return. He didn't want to draw unnecessary attention to himself from the Uchiha, as crippling the red-eyed upstarts wasn't in his plans. Also present in the audience were members of the Aburame and Yamanaka clans. The remaining 9 were clanless and completely unfamiliar to the blonde. Soon, 4 people in Leaf Jonin uniforms entered the auditorium. Naruto recognized one of them as Kakashi, and everyone immediately took their seats, falling into relative silence, broken only by the sounds coming from outside the window. Greetings to everyone gathered. I am the senior member of the proctoring team for today's exam. It will consist of several parts, the first of which will test your theoretical knowledge. Now, each of you will be given a form with 5 questions. I warn you right away, each form is unique, and trying to copy is futile. You must provide detailed answers to the questions, and you will have 2 hours to do so. Masashi, hand out the forms, Hitaki ordered, taking the instructor's place. He then pulled a book from his bag, which Naruto easily recognized as Jiraiya's work. You may begin work as soon as you receive your answers. Having received his answer, the Jinchuriki studied the paper with interest. The questions presented no difficulty. The first question revolved around Tobirama's reign, asking him to highlight Konoha's most notable achievements during his reign. The answer was given immediately. After all, Anbu were good at forcing a thorough knowledge of their own village's history, as well as the history of any potential adversaries. The second question concerned the chakra circulation system, its most vulnerable points, and how to protect them. Kurama helped Naruto with this. After all, who better than a Byakugan wielder to understand this than anyone else? The third question tested the genin's knowledge of basic encryption, which, as a former Anbu, was a mere trifle for the blonde. The fourth was about geography and navigation, which presented Uzumaki with considerable difficulty. He was unfamiliar with the local geography and decided not to answer the first part of the question, but instead described the second in detail. The fifth question concerned knowledge of the Iron Code, in particular its section on rules of conduct with an employer. Having finished with the questions, Naruto set the paper down on the edge of the table and leaned back in his chair, carefully studying the proceedings in the classroom. The Uchiha had all finished their assignments and were now mostly posed as stone statues. The only one who wasn't was a girl who looked about 14. She, like the blonde, was watching the proceedings in the room. Apparently sensing his gaze, she turned to him and stared at him for a few seconds, then, her blue eyes flashing contentedly, turned away. Meanwhile, Kiba, sitting next to him, had also finished his assignments and lay down on his desk, radiating fatigue and despondency. Shikamaru, the first to solve the problem, slept with his eyes open in the back row. After 2 hours, there were no more candidates left in the classroom who hadn't completed their assignments, and Kakashi, signaling his assistants to gather their answers, spoke. The second part will test your ninjutsu skills. You'll need to perform a substitution, illusionary clones, henge, and one elemental technique of at least C rank. Is that clear to everyone? Well, since everyone's clear, we're off to the academy training grounds, Kakashi commanded, disappearing in a swirl of leaves. The children and teenagers followed with sour expressions, many mentally exhausted from the first part. After all, most of the academy's students, with the exception of the final year students, had never experienced practical training under particularly challenging conditions. By the time everyone reached the training grounds, the Jonin had already settled in the shade of the only tree, having procured some cold juice and were sipping it while they waited for the test subjects. Is everyone here? Has anyone escaped? Hitaki asked, rising to his feet. Now, form 4 columns and approach me and my assistants one by one, demonstrate the henge, the clones, and the replacement for the next person in the column. Let's begin. Those gathered quickly carried out Kakashi's orders. After all, the academy taught strict discipline and the prompt execution of orders from superiors. Naruto stood at the head of the column, handing over the techniques personally to Hitaki. Having received permission from the Jonin to perform the techniques, the Jinchuriki immediately summoned 3 clones, who followed him and performed henge on the first 3 Hokage, while Naruto himself transformed into Jiraiya. So, Kakashi, would you like an autograph? Uzumaki said with a kind smile in the voice of a Sanin. Hitaki's one eye widened in surprise, and his hand instinctively reached for the book hidden in his pouch. Only at the last moment did the Jonin manage to stop himself. Meanwhile, the blonde dispelled the clones and replaced them with an Uchiha girl, who then turned to face him, revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan, which sent shivers down his spine. So, out of childish stupidity, he completely resisted revealing his abilities. The brunette winked at him and turned away, leaving him pause. Naruto watched the rest of the scene with half an eye, mentally communicating with Kurama. He was interrupted by the same Uchiha, who poked him in the side. "Uzumaki, why are you asleep there or something?" the gray-haired man asked. "Demonstrate your elemental attack technique on those targets over there." "Futon, Kazakiri, no jutsu," the Jinchuriki mouthed the name of the technique, sending a wind blade towards a pillar standing 50 meters away from him. The blade easily cut through it, and then hit the ground a couple of dozen meters behind it, raising clumps of earth and dust into the air. The Jonin stared wide-eyed, alternating between the technique's effects and its creator. Kakashi, his gaze brimming with confusion, commanded the next candidate to prepare. The children stared in surprise at the blonde man, whose weakness had been the subject of numerous village rumors. However, they understood that these rumors were completely unfounded. All shinobi in Konoha knew that futon was an extremely rare element for the village's fighters, and that those who had mastered it could only use techniques involving numerous hand seals. And now, before their eyes, a mere genin candidate, without hand seals, had created a technique of at least rank B. Following Naruto, the crowd was surprised by a girl from the Uchiha clan, who created a fire dragon technique. Kakashi was about to stop it with a wall of water, but it became covered in a web of symbols a few meters away and then vanished. No one but Hitaki himself understood what had happened. The Jonin glanced pointedly at the blonde, who was pocketing a small scroll. The challengers then demonstrated a variety of fire, earth, and water techniques, and Shikamaru surprised the Jinchuriki by using a lightning technique. "Now, each of you will demonstrate the basics of Fuinjutsu, creating explosive tags, and sealing inanimate objects in a scroll. For those who don't know how to do this, take 10 steps to the left," the gray-haired Jonin informed the assembled group. Many of those gathered looked at the Jonin in horror, as this discipline was taught exclusively in the final year of training, due to a shortage of specialists and their workload. Of the 29, only 5 remained: Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, Kezu, and the blue-eyed Uchiha. "Proceed." Nara was the first to complete the task. In a matter of seconds, he created an explosive tag, then attached it to a kunai and sent it flying, the clearing filled with a loud sound and fiery explosion. Inuzuka followed suit, his explosive tag being somewhat weaker, but the fiery flash still engulfed a substantial area. Kesu's explosive tag evolved into a series of medium-power explosions, spaced at regular intervals. Uchiha, on the other hand, created an explosive tag filled with shrapnel, the resulting explosion turning 3 wooden stumps into dust. "What are you waiting for?" Kakashi asked, nodding at the paper and brush. "I don't need this." Cats. A powerful explosion shook the platform, the airwave crashing roaring against the barrier erected by the Anbu fighters. The academy building shook slightly, cracks appeared here and there, and the genin looked in horror at the grinning blonde. This is what happens when a Fuinjutsu expert gets distracted from creating a seal. I'll keep that in mind. Now we move on to the ceiling, Hitaki said loudly, drawing attention to himself. Everything had gone smoothly. Now we move on to the final stage, taijutsu. One-on-one combat, all forms except ninjutsu and fuinjutsu are allowed. "Is it okay to kill the enemy?" Naruto asked calmly, causing some to look at him warily. "You can, but you don't have to. Even though you signed a waiver of all claims against the village, I'm not at all relishing the prospect of writing 100 or 500 pages of report on why one of you quit during an exam I was in charge of," Hitaki replied with a heavy sigh. "Thank you, I'll try not to overdo it," the blonde grinned contentedly, which had already frightened almost everyone. Fear is the worst ally before a fight, even if it's such a minor one. The first battle is Uchiha Yoshiro against Yamanaka Seichi. One of the Jonin assistants gave the signal for the fight. Almost everyone watched with interest as the two clan shinobi with different close combat styles fought, while Kiba approached Uzumaki, who was standing at a distance from the others. "Did you decide to scare the kids at home before the fight?" he asked, not looking at his interlocutor. "Something like that," the blonde shrugged. "You know, I've heard a lot about you, but I would never have thought that the legendary groom hunter would be my age," Inuzuka chuckled. "What are you talking about?" Naruto asked. "About the corpses of various visiting suitors, after whose deaths a legend began to circulate among the village's ordinary residents about a suitor hunter seeking to marry one of Konoha's Heim clans. He's elusive and merciless, a bloody and cruel killer, but in reality, he's just a 12-year-old boy. It's funny, though," the dog handler said, watching as Uchiha knocked out Yamanaka. "What makes you think I'm involved?" the Jinchuriki asked, tilting his head to the side. Yes, it's simple. 6 of the unsuccessful suitors were killed using fuinjutsu, an extremely high level that is beyond the reach of even the strongest jonin in the village, and you have just demonstrated a level they could never even dream of, and yet no one would ever believe you were involved, even if you were caught red-handed, because your failure as a shinobi is a generally accepted fact, Inuzuka stated his arguments. So what now? Naruto asked, looking at his interlocutor. Now, I'll just say thank you, Kiba chuckled. After all, your actions helped my older sister, too. Don't worry, I won't turn you in, the Inuzukas aren't informers. You're welcome. By the way, where's your ninkin? Naruto asked. Akamaru's waiting for me at the entrance. He's been banned from the academy, you see, he's been scaring the beginners. So what if he's a big wolf? Are they shinobi or what? The brunette grumbled discontentedly, finding such treatment of his loyal 4-legged companion and friend simply outrageous. I see, I think it's time for you to go, Uzumaki said, pointing at Kakashi, who was beckoning Inuzuka. Thanks, I suggest we go to a dango restaurant after the exam. What do you say? Inuzuka asked, already heading toward the jonin. If the others don't mind, the blonde replied. They won't, Kiba assured him, jumping up. His fight against another Uchiha was surprisingly short, lasting only 10 seconds. At a speed several times faster than a Sharingan user, Inuzuka lunged, delivering a single crushing blow to the jaw that left his opponent unable to rise, requiring one of the jonin to resuscitate him. Also memorable were the fights between Kezu and Aburame, and Shikamaru and the Uchiha, whom the Shadow Master simply mocked. Naruto's final fight was against a blue-eyed Uchiha girl. The girl activated her dojutsu as soon as she and the blonde greeted each other and attempted to trap him in a genjutsu, but to her surprise, she nearly missed a powerful blow to the solar plexus just when she thought she'd succeeded. Evading the blow with a backward leap, the girl immediately blocked, taking a fairly powerful blow that immediately began to bruise. In response, she attempted to hit the Jinchuriki with a kick to the side, which she managed, but it was ineffective, the blow only missed. Having broken their distance, both opponents froze for a few seconds, awaiting the other's attack. Naruto was the first to move, attempting to overpower his opponent with speed, but encountered a strong defense and, after receiving 2 powerful blows to the body, was forced to retreat and go on the defensive, actively using the advantages of his Sharingan. The girl went on the attack. The blonde dodged a blow to the head, then had to firmly block a kick, then leap back to avoid a leg sweep. Even that didn't save him from a powerful kick to the chest from the brunette, which sent him flying backwards. He rolled away from another blow, barely managing to rise before being kneed in the face. He managed to grab his opponent's leg and bring her to the ground, buying him the second he needed to assess the situation. The Jinchuriki's kick sent a cloud of dust and sand flying, forcing the Uchiha to cover his eyes with his hand. After all, dojutsu was both the clan's greatest strength and weakness, and then lunged forward, managing to secure a painful hold on the arm covering her eyes and bring his opponent to the ground. The fight is over, Kakashi said, appearing next to him and forcing Naruto to release the girl's hand. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto. You fought well, Izumi, too, it's just that you were dealt a very difficult opponent. Thank you for the fight, Izumi, the Jinchuriki said, helping the brunette to her feet. Thank you too, it looks like Itachi's been working on you for a reason, Uchiha grinned. You'll learn the exam results tomorrow, the list of those who passed will be posted on the notice board on the first floor. Everyone is free now, Hitaki said, disappearing into a swirl of leaves along with his assistants. Kiba immediately approached the blonde, accompanied by Shikamaru and Kezu, while the rest of the participants went about their business. A couple of Uchiha tried to take Izumi with them, but Inuzuka and Senju sent them away, saying a few kind words to them. So, are we going to the restaurant? Nara asked, not showing even a hint of drowsiness or laziness. Yeah, we got rid of your friends, so we can take a couple of hours off from them, Izumi, Kiba said, pleased with himself. Yeah, thank you, but what if they report Fugaku again? I don't need any problems with my future relative, the Uchiha sighed resignedly. Oh, don't worry about it, he won't touch you. After all, the only one in your clan who can compete with Itachi in strength is Shisui, but they're best friends, so just relax and enjoy life, Senju advised, jumping onto the academy's fence, followed by everyone else. It's easy for you to say, your father won't say a word against you, because he really wants to live, Izumi chuckled. So what if mom keeps him under her thumb? It's his own fault, Kazu shrugged, jumping to the ground and heading towards the nearest restaurant that sold all sorts of goodies. Gradually, all the guys got involved in the conversation, and Yuriko joined them in the restaurant, along with Shisui, Kaide, and Lee, resulting in the conversation lasting for several hours, and Naruto gaining several friends, at least friends for now, and then time will tell. Meanwhile, Kakashi carefully studied the answers to Uzumaki's questions, and each one made the Jonin's hair stand on end. After finishing, the gray-haired man thought intently for several minutes, clutching the paper in his hand. Then, using a special Anbu technique, he teleported directly to the Hokage's office, where he was sorting through another stack of documents. Did something happen? The exam seemed to go almost smoothly, Minato asked, looking up at his best student. Here, sensei, look at this, Hatake said, handing Naruto's answer option to the fourth. What's surprising about this? Namikaze asked, quickly scanning the page. How does he know about the internal reforms affecting Anbu? It's not in any accessible source of information, these matters are still classified top secret, and only the commanders of various Anbu divisions and you have access to them, Kakashi said, hinting that perhaps the village ruler himself was to blame for this leak. You're forgetting that Naruto is Atsushi's direct successor and the future head of the Uzumaki clan, meaning he has full access to the clan's archives. In the Uzumaki, as you know, were in charge of the village's military department during Tobirama's reign, and they have all the detailed information in their reports. I'm even sure it was on their initiative that those reforms were carried out, Minato reminded his student. Then what about the second question? How could he know such things? Does he have the Byakugan? Although, perhaps he found the information in the archives again, the Sharingan user said, scratching the back of his head. Atsushi trained him in this matter. You know, he has a wealth of experience in dissecting hyugas for organs, the fourth exhaled loudly, signing another document. Well, what about the third question? How does he know the latest Anbu data encryption techniques? It's completely beyond my comprehension. It feels like the Uzumaki still have the entire Konoha military establishment by the balls, Hatake said, spreading his hands. I have to agree with the latter. You know yourself, Atsushi's authority is unquestionable among the old Anbu, which is probably why the Uzumaki clan's legacy hasn't been torn apart yet. So, it's most likely the old fox's doing. He and Danzo are real schemers, even though they do everything for the good of the village, Minato said with a hint of displeasure in his voice. The fourth question completely stumped me. He knows all the ways to navigate, the peculiarities of various climates and natural zones, but he's a complete zero when it comes to the geography of our country's most significant places. How can that be? The Jonin asked, distraught. Maybe he just couldn't decide which parts to include. Although, knowing Kushina, I can say he probably just doesn't bother studying this aspect, Namikaze replied, scratching his chin. That much is clear. And did you know that Naruto has mastered the futon at the highest level? Even Danzo can't create a B-rank technique without seals. The gray-haired man was indignant. According to Atsushi, Naruto has only one single element, and you yourself understand what that means, the fourth said meaningfully. However, your son is full of surprises. This whole story about his weakness as a shinobi, I take it it's just a smokescreen to allow Atsushi to properly train the boy? Hatake asked, raising an eyebrow. Minato agreed. He and the old Uzumaki had long thought about this option. You understand, this must remain a secret. Naturally, and no one lifted the seal of silence on me, just as they never relieved me of my duties as captain of the Anbu Rapid Response Squad. But why did you decide to expose him now? It's because of the Uchiha's movements, isn't it? Kakashi inquired. Yes, in part, there have been too many reports about them lately, Namikaze nodded. I see, thank you for the clarification, sensei. Good day to you, the gray-haired man said, disappearing into Shunshin, leaving the teacher alone to wrestle with piles of waste paper. The sun slowly rolled across the sky. Villagers hurried about their errands, children ran joyfully through the playgrounds, merchants boasted their wares in every possible way, beckoning customers, shinobi, barely visible shadows, moved along wires and poles, and teams of genin gathered in the playgrounds to await their senseis. Naruto sat under the shade of a tree with his sister and her teammate. Kichiro Suzuki, a 15-year-old with chestnut hair, sharp features, slightly slanted brown eyes, a hooked nose, burn marks on his right cheek, blue pants, a flak jacket with a genin forehead protector attached to the right side, and standard shinobi sandals, cast fleeting, lustful glances at Kaide, irritating the blonde. Namikaze, however, ignored him, surveying everyone gathered. She was wearing an expensive flak jacket, unaffordable even for Jonin due to its exorbitant price. It fitted perfectly to Naruto's figure, allowing her to move freely and without constricting her chest. She wore blue trousers tucked into low-heeled boots, and her long hair was braided into a single, tight braid to keep her from getting in the way of movement or combat. Uzumaki wore the same flak jacket as his sister, his blue trousers tucked into high-top lace-up combat boots. Everyone gathered wore identical uniforms, and this uniformity pleased the former Anbu, even though it was only mandatory for missions and outside the village, giving hope that the discipline of the genin here was far superior to that of his former world. Almost 2.5 months had passed since Naruto received his forehead protector. During that time, he had developed a good working relationship with his sister and Kichiro. They had traveled outside Konoha twice, escorting caravans, but had never encountered even a single robber. Today was a significant day for everyone gathered. Today they were to depart for the Chunin exam, which would take place in the Hidden Mist village. Greetings to all gathered. The fourth's voice came from the residence's balcony, the Jonin sensei standing behind him. All the assembled genin, as if by magic, immediately formed into orderly columns and ranks. I believe there's no need to explain the reason for your gathering here. Suffice it to say that our caravan departs from the eastern gate in an hour. I advise everyone to stock up on fresh water. We have a day's sea voyage ahead of us. Assembly in 40 minutes, disperse. The area emptied almost instantly, except for Naruto, strolling off toward the eastern gate, which elicited a smirk from Minato as he watched him go. Namikaze realized with surprise that his son already surpassed most of the village's jonin in strength and experience, yet skillfully concealed it, often directing those he needed toward a specific goal with barely noticeable interventions. Shaking his head, the Hokage headed to the meeting room, where all the jonin whose genin had been declared for the exam had gathered for a final briefing before departure. The ships carrying the Konoha delegation slowly entered the main harbor of Hidden Mist Village. The genin marveled at the surrounding scenery and the many other ships already docked. Only Naruto and Kakashi stood at the bow, indifferently observing their surroundings, occasionally exchanging trivial remarks. He had established a good relationship with Hitaki Uzumaki, gotten to know his extended family, and had a hard time adjusting to seeing him as the head of the family. Even in this world, he hadn't broken his habit of constantly reading Jiraiya's books, and it seemed he was putting the knowledge he'd gleaned into practice. Soon the pier appeared, greeted by several people, among whom the blonde was surprised to recognize two swordsmen from the mist, Kisame Hoshigaki and Zabuza Momochi. Both were wearing the standard uniform of their village, huge swords slung over their backs, their faces expressing a calm comparable to the vast ocean that lay to the east of the island. The genin and their senseis, at Kakashi's command, quickly lined up on the deck. As soon as the gangway was lowered from the ship, the jonin emerged, accompanied by several civilians. I am glad to welcome allies to the land of our village, Kisame said, bowing his head slightly in greeting. Likewise, Hitaki returned the greeting, handing the swordsman a scroll sealed with the fourth's personal seal. Hokage-sama asked me to convey that he is pleased to accept the Mizukage's offer to be a guest at the third stage of the exam and will arrive here in a week, accompanied by his family. I'll pass the news on to Mei-sama, Hoshigaki said, quickly tucking the scroll into one of his vest pockets and ending the official part of the meeting. Give up command to your idiots and let's take a walk. Zabuza, arrange for the guests to be seated. Asuma, take charge of the parade. You know where to find me if anything happens. Kakashi gave the signal, accepting Kisame's invitation. Naruto watched all this with great interest, making a mental note to find out from the history copyist how he knew the wielder of Samahata. He was distracted from these thoughts by Obito, who nudged him toward the exit, gesturing that Kaide and Kichiro were already below. The blonde merely chuckled and, with a deft movement, vaulted over the railing, covering 20 meters in one fell swoop and landing on both feet. His antics drew the attention of genin from other villages to him and his comrades, earning him a quick slap from his smiling sister, who was already accustomed to such antics from her brother. After a short tour of the village, the genin were housed in a guest house specially designated for their delegation. The children and teenagers quickly dispersed to their rooms. Only Naruto, Lee, and Kaide went in search of something to eat. After 2 months of training under Guy and Atsushi, such travel was no problem for them, unlike most of the participants. In the kitchen, they were surprised to find Izumi Uchiha chatting with a friendly, smiling woman standing at the stove, fussing over boiling pots. As expected, the Uzumakis went out to look for food. Itachi's bride laughed, gesturing for her friends to take the empty seats. "What are you doing here? You've been messing around with diets for a while now, haven't you?" Kaide asked, sitting down next to her friend. "Itachi promised to spank me if I even mentioned dieting again," the brunette sighed, then added discontentedly, "He says I'm already small, skinny, and weak." "No, where am I weak?" "Yeah, calm down, Izumi, he's just worried about you, and he's right about how thin you are," Naruto said, quickly setting plates and cutlery on the table. "Especially about how weak you are. And you too," the girl growled angrily, clearly irritated by this opinion regarding her powers. "You should have listened to me first before you started grumbling," the blonde replied, expertly slicing the bread the woman had handed him. "Compared to Itachi and Shisui's strength, you and I, Lee and Kaide, are just snot-nosed brats. He's used to measuring everyone by himself. That's why he often shows excessive concern for you. So calm down and don't worry about trivial matters. Instead, train hard when you get home, so you can quickly reach a level of strength where he won't worry when you're sent on missions outside the village." "Sometimes I get the feeling that you're not 12 years old at all," Izumi said, accepting a pot of something that smelled like fish from the hostess. "Live with my grandfather for a year, you'll quickly learn to think like an adult. You know, his teaching methods are sometimes quite unchildish," Naruto said, causing Kaide and Lee, who were well acquainted with Atsushi's methods, to shudder. The conversation fizzled out at this point, as more and more dishes began appearing on the table, and the scent of food drew the Jonin. Having eaten heartily, the genin headed to their rooms. Naruto's morning began as usual, several hours earlier than everyone else in the house. He climbed onto the roof, sat in a meditative pose, and began his now routine exercises to try and control his senjutsu chakra. He stubbornly failed, as his body's unpreparedness for such techniques made itself felt. After finishing his meditation, the blonde quickly went downstairs and, after taking a shower, headed to the kitchen. By this time, only a few Jonin were awake. Lee, already warming up on the landing between the two guest houses, was accompanied by a kunoichi from Sand, roughly his age. The girl skillfully defended herself against Thickbro's slow strikes and managed to knock him down several times, which made the Jinchuriki smile, as he was simply toying with an unexpected training partner. After all, even he often couldn't resist Guy's blows, and Lee not only did this constantly, but sometimes even landed effective attacks, so that Mike could then sport huge black eyes for several hours. The kitchen hostess and Kakashi, seated at the table, appeared perfectly fine, but Naruto could tell from his gaze that Hatake had a terrible hangover. After all, a Jonin is no ordinary man, he knows how to endure. Nodding in response to the blonde's greeting, he continued to silently fight his affliction. Taking pity on the man, Uzumaki withdrew a couple of capsules from the seal on his left hand containing a universal antidote, which helped combat mild poisoning and was also quite effective against hangovers. Taking a glass of water from the hostess, he placed it in front of the gray-haired man and pressed the capsules into his hand. The man, looking gratefully at his teacher's son, swallowed the medicine, downing the glass in one gulp. "Thank you," Kakashi thanked the blonde, feeling his hangover quickly begin to subside. "Where did you get that antidote?" "You're welcome," Naruto replied, helping the silent hostess set the table. "Tsunade gave me this, she said it would come in handy for the exam." "How do you manage to constantly beg her for things?" Hatake asked. "I just come and politely ask her for what I need, that's all," the Jinchuriki said, quickly starting to devour his breakfast. "And what time does the exam start?" "Yes, we haven't thought of that yet. At 10, and one of the examiners will arrive for us around 9, the gray-haired man said. "Then I think it's time to wake the others. And Kakashi-senpai, would you mind sharing the story of how you met the strongest swordsman of the current generation?" the boy asked. "Yes, it's time, I'll share," the Jonin agreed, watching as 5 copies of himself appeared next to Naruto. "Get the people up, but be polite," the original ordered, after which they disappeared up the stairs leading to the upper floors. "How long have you mastered this technique?" the Sharingan wielder asked, raising an eyebrow. About 2 years, exactly. Enjoy your meal, senpai. I'll go wake up my sister. Mistress, thank you for the food, the Jinchuriki thanked the woman, who continued to fuss over the stove. Quickly climbing up to the 3rd floor, Naruto knocked on the door, heard his sister's voice and permission to enter, and walked inside. Sitting in front of the mirror, Kaide was stubbornly trying to comb her hair, still damp from the shower, but it was working poorly. Shaking his head, the blonde took the comb from his sister and began combing her hair himself. A little wind chakra and her hair was completely dry. I see you have a personal hairdresser, Izumi's voice was heard, emerging from the bathroom wrapped in a fluffy robe. Good morning, Naruto. Good morning, Izumi, the Jinchuriki responded, starting to braid his hair, something he'd learned to do back in the past, when he'd had to constantly help Kurama with it. You'd better hurry, we'll be heading to the first stage of the exam in an hour. Thank you for the warning, be a human being and help Izumi, otherwise it won't be good if she shows up in public like this, Namikaze said, taking her uniform and heading to the bathroom. No problem, Izumi, sit down and don't move, he gestured for Uchiha to take a seat on the chair in front of the mirror. Thank you, the girl said, thanking him for the offered help, sitting down on a chair. After drying the brunette's hair with wind chakra, Uzumaki quickly combed it and braided it, leaving 2 strands on the sides, after which he was about to leave the room, when right at the door he was caught by the question of the blue-eyed Uchiha. Naruto, tell me honestly, where did you learn this? The girl asked, staring intently at her friend's back. And don't lie and say you learned it from Kaide, even she can't handle such long hair so neatly and quickly. Sorry, Izumi, but I can't answer that question yet, the blonde said calmly. We all have our own secrets, right, Namikaze Izumi? How do you know? The girl asked seriously, realizing that the boy standing before her was not a child at all. Knowledge of the basic principles of genetics and some unpleasant moments from the history of the village concerning my family, the Jinchuriki replied. And what do you know? Uchiha asked quietly. Everything, from beginning to end, and let's end our conversation here until next time, Naruto said as he left the room, leaving the girl alone. An hour later, all 21 Konoha genin stood outside the enormous building of the Hidden Mist Shinobi Academy. The village's insignia hung above the main entrance, along with large windows and the slightly bluish stone of the building. A crowd of participants from various villages stood in clusters throughout the courtyard. The Mist and Leaf genin tried to keep their distance from the Rock and Lightning genin, with whom both villages had numerous grievances since the last full-scale war between the 5 great hidden villages. Greetings to everyone, Momochi said, pausing for a few seconds to allow the participants to line up. Now, one by one, proceed inside, receive your seat number, and quietly and calmly take it. I warn you immediately that any team will be expelled even for attempting to start a verbal altercation, let alone fights. Is everything clear to everyone? Seeing the silent agreement of those gathered, he gave the signal, and the genin filed inside. Naruto noted with pleasure that 3 Hyugas were present at the lightning exam, one of whom was Neji. A plan for the upcoming adventure slowly began to take shape in the Jinchuriki's mind. Soon, all the Chunin candidates were seated in the auditorium, which was almost identical to their counterparts at the Konoha Academy, save for the map of the land of water hanging above the board. Glancing around the room, Uzumaki noted that those who might cause conflict had been seated as far apart as possible. Naruto was greatly surprised to see the no Sobaku family in the hall when he turned around and met Gaara's calm gaze. He quickly turned away from him, wanting to avoid further trouble. Soon, everyone was given their assignment forms, and Zabuza began explaining the exam's conditions. Each of you has a sheet of 10 assignments in front of you. Each team's goal is to score at least 5 points between the 3 of you. Any attempts to cheat will result in immediate expulsion. You have exactly 1 hour to complete the assignments. Any questions? No questions. Proceed. Haku's time, Zabuza ordered, sitting down at the teacher's desk and giving a subtle signal, one that Naruto only noticed thanks to his Anbu training, but whose purpose he could only guess at, to the men in Chunin uniforms sitting on all sides of the genin. After reading the questions on the form, Uzumaki was surprised to realize that their level was no higher than that of a strong genin with 6 months or more of operational experience. He realized the reason for the easy questions a few seconds later, when he felt a tremendous fatigue creeping over his mind, and with each passing second, it became increasingly difficult to concentrate even on reading the questions, let alone attempting to answer them. Closing his eyes for a few seconds, the blonde immersed himself in meditation, quickly dispelling the mind-altering technique created by the men in Chunin uniforms, sitting with notepads, and then completed the questions in a couple of minutes. Having finished the tasks, the Jinchuriki was surprised to discover that only 10 minutes remained until the end of the first round. A quick glance around the room revealed that few had managed to withstand the pressure exerted by the interrogation specialist's technique. After some thought, Naruto decided to help the assembled group, as he wasn't sure if his plan would be easy to accomplish if there were few opponents in the second stage. Concentrating, he unleashed a wave of chakra from the seal left by the body's former owner, which simply swept away the mist shinobi's technique and caused those genin who had completed the task independently to turn their heads in his direction. Zabuza merely cracked one eye and the corners of his lips twitched slightly, clearly pleased with this development. "Time's up," Haku informed the genin, causing his teacher to finally wake up. "Everyone, sign your papers and put them on the edge of the table." One person on the left, step forward, Momochi commanded, then said something to his student, pointing at Naruto. As they left the office, one of the last representatives of the Yuki clan pulled the Jinchuriki aside and asked him to wait a moment, saying that the head examiner of the stage wished to speak with him. A few minutes later, the wielder of the decapitator emerged into the empty corridor. "You surprised me, kid. I would never have thought that someone would decide to complicate their own life in such a way," the swordsman chuckled. "What makes you think that having many opponents is difficult for me?" the blonde man asked. "At your age, only a few isolated exceptions can take a person's life," Momochi replied, then pulled a scroll from his vest pocket. "Here, take it, it will come in handy in the next step." "Consider me that exception, thank you," Naruto grinned, accepting the scroll and immediately tucking it into his vest pocket. "See you later, Zabuza-san." "Yeah," the brunette replied, disappearing into a whirlwind of water. Kaide, Lee, and Izumi's team were waiting for Naruto outside the building. They immediately tried to find out the reason for his delay. The Jinchuriki simply waved them off and suggested they take a stroll around the village, an idea that was enthusiastically received. They returned to the guest house in the late afternoon. Their disappearance hadn't even been noticed, or at least no one reprimanded them. Sitting on the rooftop in the evening, the Jinchuriki meditated, which allowed him to greatly enhance all his senses: chakra, hearing, sight, smell, and touch. This is what allowed him to sense Izumi approaching him. She walked completely silently, holding a kunai, which Naruto detected thanks to the scent of the specific chemicals used on them by Konoha shinobi. "Have you really decided to get rid of me?" Uzumaki asked, without opening his eyes or moving a muscle. The girl froze for a second, then the sound of an iron kunai falling onto a stone roof was heard, followed by barely audible sobs. "I'm not even capable of that," Izumi whispered to herself, burying her face in her knees. "You shouldn't be so upset. You're capable of much, but right now your level of power isn't enough to stand up to me. I've been groomed as the clan head since I was 7, inducted into all the secrets of the clan's techniques, given unlimited access to information. Unlike you, all your skills were acquired through training and tactile comprehension, without the opportunity to ask anyone for advice. You're hardworking and persistent. You managed to win the heart of your clan's genius, just as he won yours, but you're an outcast within your clan, a half-breed. You understand they won't let you be together, even despite your engagement, your feelings, and the threats from Itachi and Shisui. You know you'll either be killed on a mission, like your biological father, or rendered sterile, and the head of the Uchiha clan has no right to marry such a girl. Traditions, rules, and blood purity are more important to these degenerates than human happiness, but you have a chance to avoid such a fate," Naruto said, still sitting in his place with his eyes closed. "And how do you imagine this?" Izumi shouted, completely thrown off balance by the blonde man's story, even though she understood all this herself, but had hoped and dreamed that it wouldn't happen. "It's very simple. I'll help you with training and developing your Sharingan, and in exchange you'll transfer to the Namikaze clan," the blonde said calmly. "What makes you think they'll let me do that?" Uchiha asked, still sobbing. "Do you really think my proposal is spontaneous? Believe me, you and I are just tiny cogs in a big machine that was set in motion a few months ago. Everything has been planned dozens of steps ahead for us by the best minds in Konoha. It's just that now you have a chance to live a longer and happier life than the Uchiha clan planned, the Jinchuriki explained, still meditating. So, everything was planned out in advance, even our conversation? The girl asked in surprise, stopping her sobs and rising to her feet. Yes. So what do you think about the offer to take the surname of your real father and the current Hokage's older brother? Naruto asked, opening his eyes and turning to face his interlocutor, carefully observing Izumi's reaction, whose expression revealed complete incomprehension and confusion. I'm speaking to you now on behalf of the head of the Namikaze clan, and he will know your decision as soon as he appears here for the third stage. Can I at least find out the name of my real father? I don't know anything except his last name, Izumi asked, her lips dry with excitement. I'll even give you a quick rundown of his biography. Yude Namikaze, the eldest son of the clan head living in the south of the Land of Fire, was almost completely wiped out by the Otogakure army during the Second Shinobi War. Only 2 brothers, Yude and Minato, survived, joining Konoha at the ages of 19 and 8, respectively. Your father joined Anbu almost immediately and was part of a squad charged with rescuing our shinobi from captivity, which was a regular and routine occurrence back then. About 8 years later, he rescued your mother, Uchiha Keo, on a mission. He was already leading a squad by then, and they began a relationship. I don't know the details, but about a year later, it was discovered that Keo was pregnant. The Uchihas gave their approval for your mother and Yude to marry, but not long before, Yude died on another rescue mission. His death raised many doubts and suspicions regarding the Uchiha clan's involvement. As it turned out, he had been poisoned with an extremely complex, slow-acting toxin and had simply failed to defend himself from an enemy attack during the mission. Nothing could be proven at the time, but only recently, thanks to Shisui, did the Hokage obtain copies of the relevant documents from the Uchiha archives, along with documentation of the plot to seize power by force. Active preparations are currently underway in the village to purge all those involved, and after our return to Konoha, they will undergo a show trial and executions. The entire Uchiha clan leadership will be executed, Itachi will become the clan's head, and you will become his wife and, so to speak, the guarantor of the Uchiha's loyalty to the current Hokage. Although this is not required, it's a mere formality, Naruto said, then added, yes, if you accept, you will become the first contender for the position of head of the Namikaze clan, if my father refuses. You can obtain Yudai's personal file and all of his personal belongings in Konoha if you agree to the offer of cooperation. Naruto, you already know my answer to that question, so why this whole conversation? Izumi asked, confused. It's just that if you're aware of at least the general points and give your voluntary consent, it will be easier for us to act from a legal standpoint, Uzumaki explained. What about Mom? The brunette asked, quickly digesting the information and beginning to look for an advantage in her situation. If she wishes, she too can join the Namikaze clan, as the wife of the former head of the clan and the mother of the main heir, after my father, the Jinchuriki replied, grinning, noting with pleasure how quickly the girl recovered after his blow, with the help of Kurama's chakra. I agree, but I would like to discuss the conditions of my entry into the clan with my uncle personally, Izumi stated her demands. I'll convey to my father your consent and desire for a personal meeting to discuss the details, the blonde man said, beginning to form a sequence of seals. Naruto, tell me, how did the fourth gain such trust in you? Just 4 months ago, you were a recognized weakling and the Hokage's rejected son, and now you're his trusted confidant, as head of the clan and village. Why this sudden change? Izumi asked, looking expectantly at her cousin. You'll only find out after you become part of the Namikaze clan, but not before, Uzumaki smiled, dispelling the barrier, thus signaling that the conversation was over. Let's go to bed, tomorrow marks the beginning of a difficult test. That night, Izumi only fell asleep after Kaide, who had been privy to the conversation and all the events that lay ahead, lay down next to her and hugged her friend. Then she was able to fall into a restless, nightmarish sleep. Early in the morning, 29 genin teams were assembled at the Hidden Mist Pier, many of them looking with bewilderment at the examiner explaining the nature of the second round. In 40 minutes, the tide will reach its peak, and we'll head to the second stage, which will be a network of caves with entrances hidden underwater. Your objective will be to reach the chamber in the center of the caves alive and well. Each team will have its own entrance, but they will intersect with other passages, and you may encounter other participants and be forced to fight. The winning team will continue on, while the losing team, or their bodies, will be evacuated by Anbu. Teams that don't reach the final destination with a full complement will be eliminated. The maximum time to complete the caves is 60 hours. Team battles will await you at the final destination. Any questions? Kisame asked, examining the frozen genin. If there are no questions, then let's move on. The genin, accompanied by 36 Miss Jonin, followed Hoshikage, who, after 2 minutes of running, led them to a small cliff. Down below, at the water's edge, numerous cave entrances were visible. After sorting out the test teams, the Jonin led them to them, and after a red rocket shot into the sky, they launched them into the cave, removing the barriers preventing the water from entering. After the barrier closed behind Naruto's team, the cave was plunged into pitch darkness, and they stood frozen in place. Does anyone have a flashlight or a torch? Suzuki asked, tripping over a rock. I don't have one, Kaide responded, trying to feel her way around her brother, who was standing somewhere nearby. What do you need the equipment for? Uzumaki asked, already a few meters away from his frozen teammates. I don't have any techniques that I could maintain for a long time without wasting too much chakra, because we still have to fight, Kichiro responded. Likewise, Namikaze sighed dejectedly. I understand, the blonde sighed heavily, creating a rasengan in his hand, adding a bit of wind chakra to it, which allowed him to tear it from his hand and raise it above their heads, so that its bright blue light illuminated the road. How do you even do this? The amazed girl whispered. It's all about a complete affinity with air, Naruto explained. Now let's move forward. The comrades silently agreed, guided by their unofficial commander. The 6 hours of travel through the underground labyrinth flew by completely unnoticed, they didn't even immediately react to the enemy's attack. Doden. Stone spikes, Naruto heard the name of the technique, which he dodged with a jump into the air. Kaide was out of range, and Kichiro received 2 through-and-through wounds to his right leg. Rasengan, Uzumaki muttered, aiming the blue sphere at the large stone peaks onto which Sujika was falling. The roar of the technique and the dust raised by its impact allowed the Jinchuriki to buy time to drag his wounded comrade aside. Kaide, cover me, I'll get those freaks now, the blonde man, covered in blood, hissed. Okay, the girl said curtly, poking her head out from her hiding place. Kato, fireball. While a slow fireball obscured the enemy's view, Uzumaki rushed after it, trying to get closer to the genin hiding in the crevice. A wall of water soon blocked the fiery projectile's path, and Naruto launched a dozen wind blades at the ball, tearing it apart and slashing with fiery arcs into the defensive technique. As a result, the cave filled with steam and the smell of charred human flesh, and a girl's shriek of despair filled its vaults. After that, there was no point in continuing the battle, the enemy was completely demoralized. A girl of about 15, her eyes wide with terror and tears, sat against the wall, trying to press herself against the stone. Next to her sat a red-haired boy, pale as a sheet, with the stone forehead protector on his forehead. Naruto drawled, standing before them, clearly perplexed by their reaction. Behind him, his sister barely managed to suppress the urge to vomit after seeing the half-burnt corpse. Shaking his head, the blonde pulled his blanket out of the seal and covered the corpse with it. Then he approached the redhead and patted him several times on the cheeks, bringing him back to his senses. Where's your Anbu signal scroll? I have, he answered in a hoarse voice, blinking his eyes. Give him here, Uzumaki commanded, to which he complied. Kaide, go see what's going on with Kichiro. Quickly breaking the seal on the scroll, the boy unrolled the scroll on the ground. A second later, 3 mist Anbu appeared in its place, gesturing to the team made of stone, and the corpse under the Jinchuriki's blanket went to his sister, leaving the Anbu to deal with the corpse and the teenagers themselves. How are you? The blonde man asked the guy wincing in pain. I'll live, they didn't hit any bones, just my calf muscle, but I won't be able to walk fast now, I'm sorry, Suzuki hissed, biting his lip. It's okay, the clones will carry you, Kaide will cover, and I will clear the way to the destination, Naruto reassured him. Are you sure you can handle it? The girl asked anxiously, clearly still reeling from the sight of the corpse. I can handle it, just try not to get hit, otherwise I might catch you, Uzumaki reassured her, summoning 2 clones. One of them hoisted the already bandaged Suzuki onto his back, while the other, creating a rasengan, began to light their way. I'm going, if anything happens, I'll pass on information to you through the clones. After that, Naruto, accelerating the flow of his chakra, rushed forward, talking to Kurama along the way. Did you feel them? The kitsune inquired. Yes, there are 4 teams ahead in a small hall, at the intersection of 5 tunnels, clearly waiting for someone. We strongly suspect it's us, the blonde man said. So what do you plan to do? The 9-tailed fox asked. I'll find out what's going on there, and if everything's bad, I'll chop them all into cabbage without further ado, the boy responded lazily. How cruel you've become, the girl chuckled. It's either me or them, the formula here is as simple as a cork, Naruto waved it off. Okay, I won't distract you, they're already very close, Kurama fell silent. Meanwhile, the Jinchuriki approached the entrance to his cave and barely managed to defend himself from a water projectile aimed directly at him. Wind blades, a few meters away, destroyed the threat. Several smoke bombs followed him, plunging the cave he was in into a thick, blinding smoke. He was forced to leap almost into the center of the room and be surrounded by 12 opponents, among whom he recognized Neji. Surrender, you're surrounded, Hyuga said haughtily. Give us the scroll Momochi Zabuza gave you, and we'll spare your life. I have no reason to believe the words of a member of a traitorous clan, Naruto chuckled, watching as the brunette's face twisted into a grimace of anger. Then you'll die here, the young man, having pulled himself together, summed up the conversation. Yeah, I'm running and stumbling, the Jinchuriki grinned, instantly performing a series of hand seals. Summoning technique, Rakshasa. A bright flash lit up the hall, followed by a loud leonine roar, startling the blonde's opponents. Soon, everyone could see a 5-meter-tall creature with a lion's head, 4 arms, each holding a huge blade, standing on 2 lion's paws and waving its tail. Its arms and legs were covered with bronze rings and sinuous blue lines that glowed in the semi-darkness. The beast froze, swinging its arms like a windmill. Rakshasa, you can chop them all into cabbage, except for this big-eyed one, Naruto ordered, pointing at the Hyuga. He nodded, swinging his blades and an instant later reaching his first victim. A swing, and 2 equal halves of what had been a cloud genin a second ago fell to the floor. The others leapt in terror, trying to get away from the horrific creature. It turned out to be surprisingly fast and agile. A leap, and 1 genin was reduced to a bloody pulp, crushed by the summoned creature's powerful claws. A leap and a swing of all his blades cut 2 more genin to pieces. A sharp acceleration, and the very tip of his weapon decapitated a bald boy attempting a lightning technique. A lash of his tail sent a black-haired boy, who had attempted a katana attack from behind, crashing into the wall like a broken doll. A powerful leap, and 3 genin found themselves trapped, 2 instantly cut into quarters, the third slashed by a clawed paw. A bright flash hits the giant in the back, but he seems not to notice it and throws a blade at the one who used the technique. The last genin simply turns into mincemeat, chopped up by 4 blades. Neji watched all of this, unable to even move from the spot. Only when the head of one of his comrades rolled to his feet, he shook off his numbness and, snatching a red scroll from his vest pocket, bit his finger and, making 3 seals, disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto missed him only after a pop was heard. Damn it, why is it always like this? Uzumaki shouted, annoyed that he had once again gotten caught up in watching his new summoning and missed his target. Thank you, Rakshasa, you can go back. Next time, try to summon me for a truly serious battle, and not this mess in the sandbox, the summoned beast growled. Of course, Naruto assured him, after which he disappeared in a bright flash. A few minutes later, his teammates entered the hall. Kaide was sickened by what she saw and ran behind one of the rocks, where she emptied her stomach. Kichiro, however, looked at the scene with undisguised horror and glassy eyes. Uzumaki had reason to worry about Suzuki's mental health. What happened here? Namikaze asked in a trembling voice. Fight, the Jinchuriki shrugged. A fight, it's more like a massacre. The blonde screamed. What did you expect? That I'd spare their lives, even though they wanted to kill me and attacked me all at once? Do you know what they want? Naruto muttered discontentedly. And what then? The girl continued to scream. You, Uzumaki cooled her ardor. They came for him, Kaide asked, looking down. So, you forgot to completely conceal your chakra during the exam again? The blonde asked. The girl began to justify herself, but under her brother's stern gaze she fell silent, admitting her mistake. Little sister, You must always remember that even the smallest mistake can cost you your freedom, and the lives of those around you. Now pull yourself together, we still have half the way to go, Naruto whispered, placing his hand on the blonde's shoulder. Okay, I'll try, Namikaze said confidently. Shaking his head, the blonde walked forward, knowing exactly where their destination lay. 3 hours of wandering through the corridors brought them to a large hall, its ceiling supported by numerous ornately carved stone columns. A large pyramid-shaped building towered in the center, and at the entrance stood several participating teams, along with numerous jonin from every participating country except Cloud. They were all noisily discussing something, but fell abruptly silent when the Konoha team appeared. The eyes of most reflected fear and primal terror, the cause of which Naruto easily understood. A huge screen on the wall broadcast the battles of various teams from all corners of the exam venue. Only a few among the young genin showed any signs of fear, Izumi, standing with her team, and Gaara, looking around with the calm of a desert. In complete silence, Naruto walked toward Zabuza, who stood at the entrance. The swordsman grinned contentedly, clearly enjoying the spectacle. You're really good, kid. You should have seen how that whole herd shit themselves with fear when your summoning turned 11 genin into mincemeat in a minute, without even breaking a sweat. Then it was total chaos, fainting, shit-stained pants, vomit-covered genin, screams and calls to let them go to their mothers. All in all, it was fun, Momochi grinned. And how much did you win? The blonde chuckled. 3 million, the Jonin of the Mist chuckled, clearly pleased with such a solid addition to his wallet. In that case, bet on Kaide for the third round, Naruto said as he headed back to his team, discreetly returning the scroll with the map of the caves to Zabuza. Thanks for the advice, Momochi said as a parting shot. Naruto, his team, and Izumi spent the remaining 4 days together. The blonde explained how he'd received such a unique and powerful summoning and a little about the Rakshasa who had responded to his summoning. The time flew by between conversations and healing Kichiro, who looked at the blonde in horror. Of all the teams that started, only 16 advanced to the qualifying rounds. Team Izumi was chosen to fight first. The fight was unusually brief and uninteresting. The 3 stone genin were unable to counter the Sharingan's genjutsu and defeated each other. Ultimately, the judges decided that only the Uchiha team advanced to the third round. Next came the battle between the Sand team and the team from the Hidden Grass. The Sand burial simply left them no chance, although no Sobaka didn't kill him, he only suffered broken limbs. As a result, he was also the only one from the team to advance to the third stage. Next, there was a battle between the Mist team and another Konoha team. The excellent level of Kenjutsu allowed 2 genin from the host country to reach the finals, and 2 genin from the Leaf were urgently taken to the hospital. Then came a battle between 2 teams from the Rain, which ended in defeat. Next, the sole surviving team from Cloud faced off against the team from Sand, with all 3 Kumo genin advancing to the finals. Following this, there were battles between representatives of various small hidden villages, which resulted in 7 more people advancing to the third round. The final match was supposed to be between Naruto's team and the genin from Rock, but they declined. Following the results, the judges wanted to advance the Jinchuriki himself to the finals, but he declined, exercising his right to grant a spot in the finals to any shinobi from his village. Don't let us down, Kaide, he said, sending his sister to the center of the arena, where 15 participants were lined up. We will now draw the numbers for the third round. Your numbers will be assigned based on your finals entry number. First pair, number 15 and number 2, yours will be the first match. The next pair. Zabuza continued listing the order of the participants' matches, but Naruto was no longer listening, trying to find the source of the irritation that had been haunting him since the very beginning of the preliminaries. Unable to find it, Uzumaki crushed the iron railing in frustration, which caused an even greater wave of fear to be directed at him. After the drawing of lots, all the surviving genin were taken to their guest houses. A deathly silence reigned in the house assigned to the Konoha shinobi. Many genin realized with horror that they had lived for a very long time alongside a monster for whom human life was a mere cipher. The jonin, however, took this in stride, each taking note that tangling with the Uzumaki or Namikaze clans, as well as their allies, had become several notches more dangerous. Naruto sat on the roof, with Izumi and Kaide nearby, listening intently. Izumi, you're going to put all 3 of us under genjutsu now, Kaide. You're going to try to keep your subconscious as open as possible so we can get to the nine-tailed beast, Uzumaki instructed. What's all this for? Asked Namikaze, who wasn't exactly thrilled with her brother's plan, but she had no desire to be seen by the Biju again. You have a fight with the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed beast tomorrow, and you can't even use your Biju's power. How are you going to deal with him if he uses Shukaku's power? The blonde asked. You're right, as always, the girl sighed resignedly. Come on, Izumi sister, turn on your miracle genjutsu. A few minutes later, the three of them stood in a small corridor, the blonde's subconscious vastly different from Naruto's. The walls were made of gray granite, the floor white marble, steady daylight streaming in from above, and water flowing down two gutters right at the corridor wall. Lead us, the Jinchuriki asked his sister. It took the trio an entire hour to find the hall with the seal. When they entered the hall, a huge stone appeared before their eyes, to which the nine-tailed beast was chained with chains and pins. The Biju looked at the guests in surprise, and then focused its gaze on Naruto. You, the fox suddenly roared. What about me? The blonde asked calmly, jumping onto his interlocutor's nose. Heir to the will of the Rakudo Sennin, the power of Hagoromo flows within you, you are the one recognized by all 9 Biju. Why have you come here? The tailed beast roared, twitching in its chains. I'd like to offer you a change of scenery in your cage, with the subsequent possibility of gaining partial freedom, the blonde proposed to the fox. And what do you want in return? The interlocutor asked. You will train her to use your powers, you will not try to break free and take over her body, the boy informed the Biju. I agree, the fox drawled, clearly sensing Naruto's Biju next to him. That's great, Uzumaki smiled, jumping down to the floor of the subconscious under the surprised gaze of his sisters. The inner world immediately began to move, the chains and pins evaporated, the stone, falling to the floor, began to take on the outline of a golden lattice, fencing off a huge space for the Biju. Then changes began inside the cage, the floor turned into grass, and the walls began to resemble a forest thicket. Naruto no longer remembered what happened next. He woke late in the morning to an annoying knock on his door and the voice of a Jonin warning him that only half an hour remained until the start of the third round, and the Hokage wanted to see him. The sun had risen above the horizon, and the stands of the main arena of the mist were filled to capacity. Ordinary villagers, guests who had come for the show, serious merchants and traders, shinobi delegations from all the countries participating in the exam. Loud conversations and discussions of the fights that were about to begin and their participants, already lined up in the center of the arena. One-on-one combat, no restrictions on techniques or time. Killing and maiming the opponent is permitted, but I can intervene and stop the fight if I deem it necessary, Kisame said, throwing his arm behind his back and briefly grasping the hilt of his sword, which, to the few gathered, was a clear sign of his nervousness. Now, Kaide Namikaze and Gaara no Sobaku will remain in the arena. The girl and her opponent froze facing each other, awaiting the signal from Hoshikage, the referee appointed for the third round. Gaara stared coldly at the blonde, trying with all his might to instill fear in her, his ki involuntarily making the hair on her neck stand on end. But Kaide felt no fear. Atsushi or Naruto's ki was many times stronger. Let's begin. The Jonin gave the signal to begin the duel, instantly moving to the wall. Kaden. Enden, Namikaze whispered, sending a flame projectile at no Sobaka, jumping away from her opponent. The fire technique shattered against a wall of sand, which melted and froze in place, a strange glass sculpture. Gaara waved his hand at the blonde, causing the ground beneath her feet to turn into stone spears. She dodged them with a backward leap and threw a pair of kunai with explosive tags in response, which sank into the sand wall that had reappeared in front of no Sobaku. A powerful explosion tore it apart and sent the Sandman flying back several meters, severely scorching his clothes and hair. He rose heavily, staring at his opponent with eyes wild with rage and anger, blood streaming down his face from a cut forehead. The Jinchuriki clearly hadn't expected such a trick. The tags were several times stronger than normal, and his defense simply gave way. Suna Shigur, Gaara growled in anger, forming a cloud of sand above himself, from which a multitude of sand clots flew at Kaide, which she was forced to dodge. Raiden, Shichu Shibari, Namikaze used in response. 4 pillars emerged from the ground around the red-haired man and began shooting lightning at him. Suna Raijin, he defended himself, creating several lightning rods around himself. Suna no Kaiwan. A huge sand hand appeared beyond Kaide's technique, shattering the stone pillars, and rushed toward her. The crushing blows forced the girl to flee. Leaping onto the wall, she pulled 3 smoke balls from her pouch and, attaching them to a kunai, threw them at her frozen opponent. The hand easily protected him, but everything around her was shrouded in thick, black smoke. Raiden. Jirokuchu Shibari, Namikaze whispered the name of the technique. In the VIP box, Minato gave Kakashi a very meaningful look, which didn't bode well for the gray-haired Jonin, who barely resisted the urge to run away. Meanwhile, in the arena, Gaara was surrounded by 16 enormous pillars, after which he was struck by powerful electrical discharges, and everything around him was bathed in bright flashes. Kusaboheki, no Sobaku mouthed, dropping to his knee from the wounds he'd received and the amount of chakra he'd expended on the strongest defensive technique he could muster. The red-haired man's body began to become covered in sand with a bizarre pattern of blue lines, then several mouths appeared, sucking in air noisily. Futon. Mugen Saijin Daitapa. A wind gust, imbued with the Biju's chakra, easily dealt with the lightning technique, and the air waves sent Kaide, barely able to stand, flying into the wall after performing 2 extremely demanding and complex techniques. Barely regaining her feet, she was forced to dodge the enemy's sand shurikens, which she didn't quite succeed in doing. One of them grazed her back, leaving a deep cut. Landing and rolling, she winced in pain, exhaustion overtaking her fully, forcing her to her knees, making her an easy target for Gaara. Sabaku Q. Namikaze heard a voice a moment before the sand enveloped her, and she realized with horror that this was the end. Sabaku Soso. The stands froze in anticipation of what would happen next, while the one-tails Jinchuriki stared in utter amazement at the sand cocoon, which failed to crush the blonde who had badly battered it. Then it began to crumble, revealing an unharmed opponent, engulfed in bright orange fire and gazing at him with red eyes and slitted pupils. At that moment, the young man realized that the 9-tails Jinchuriki stood before him. Raiden. Raiju Hashiri no Jutsu, Kaide says, gathering all the chakra from the shroud in her right hand and transforming it into lightning chakra, after which it takes the form of a wolf and rushes at the enemy, who, however, manages to put up a defensive technique. Psycho Zatai Bogyo. Shukaku no Tate, a sand statue grew in the path of the lightning technique, but only weakened the technique, and a powerful charge of electricity hit Gaara straight, who lost consciousness from it. The winner is the Kunoichi of Hidden Leaf, Namikaze Kaide, Kisame announced, appearing next to the girl. At the same time, a group of shinobi appeared in the arena with a stretcher, quickly carrying the unconscious Jinchuriki of the one-tailed demon fox to the infirmary. The next match is Uchiha Izumi, of Hidden Leaf, against Sato Ken, of Hidden Cloud. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, there was active discussion about Kaide's fight against Gaara. And your daughter isn't bad, Hokage-sama. Only the strongest can use 3 such powerful lightning techniques and remain conscious at such a young age, even considering she's a Jinchuriki, Mei said, appreciating Kaide's skills. Has she learned to control its power yet? She's just like Kushina in that regard, Minato replied with a smile. No, it's too early. Don't you think it might be too late? You're aware of the stirrings in the stone and cloud, right? Terumi asked, raising an eyebrow, keeping one eye on the Uchiha as he mercilessly pressed his opponent. Yes, you know, or do you think I just dragged along the strongest Jonin and 2 Anbu platoons out of fear for my own safety? Namikaze chuckled, watching his niece's actions closely. What are they planning? The Mizukage asked bluntly. An attack on your village during the 3rd stage, the Hokage responded calmly. And you're only telling me this now? The woman hissed, clearly irritated by her ally's actions. Calm down, you don't need to worry in your situation, Kisame knows. Minato waved it off, having the opportunity to observe the strongest kunoichi of the mist blushing from embarrassment or anger. I'll kill you, Terumi quietly promised herself, then quickly changed the subject. By the way, I'd like to talk about Naruto. Let's talk, Minato shrugged, noting to himself that Izumi was an excellent user of a katana, which she had already managed to seriously hurt her opponent with. What kind of creature did he summon in the caves? Mei asked. Rakshasa, the legendary man-eating demons. Where and how he got such a summoning, I can't tell you, because it's a secret of the Uzumaki clan and no one initiated me into it. The blonde spread his hands. Can't Konoha's legendary yellow lightning force a clan of 2 to reveal its secrets? The Mizukage chuckled. Trying to do that is the same as voluntarily signing an order for your own execution, Minato sighed heavily, completely ignoring the bodyguards standing behind them. Are they that strong? Terumi asked in surprise. Atsushi has too many connections in Anbu and the smaller clans that the former cage brought to the brink of destruction. If I start putting pressure on any of them, I'll simply be removed. But as long as I pursue a policy aimed at supporting them, I'm guaranteed the strongest internal support, and the clan's secrets will eventually become the property of Anbu anyway, the Hokage said. Everything is so complicated in your village, Mei shook her head. Is it easier for you? What about the swordsmen? They don't answer to anyone but Hoshikage, not even you, Namikaze reminded him. Don't remind me, Mizukage waved him off, clearly not enjoying the topic. Okay, let's better watch the fight to the end. It looks like it's already ending, Minato decided to avoid the unpleasant topic. Meanwhile, Izumi was forced to retreat under the onslaught of the Cloud Genin, who had covered his body in lightning armor and accelerated so fast that even with her Sharingan, she couldn't keep up. Cuts and wounds from the kunai and lightning bolts Sato launched at her immediately began appearing on her body. Seizing the right moment, Ken slashed the Uchiha's legs, forcing her to her knees and brace her hands on the arena floor. Meanwhile, the Cloud Genin picked up the katana he'd knocked out of his opponent's hands and slowly approached her, raising it to strike, intending to decapitate her. No, no way, I won't die, not now, the Uchiha repeated silently, enraged by her own helplessness. The fear of dying like this, during a lousy exam, far from her loved one, awakened the power dormant within every Sharingan wielder. That's it, Uchiha, Sato said, sharply lowering his katana, and the next moment he was forced to jump away from the girl covered in red-violet flames, but this did not save him from death. A skeleton began to form around Izumi, who had managed to rise to her feet despite her severed muscles. First ribs, then shoulders with enormous spike-like growths, then hands with clawed fingers, and finally a large, wolf-like skull. A mouth with rows of fangs snapped shut, and 2 red dots lit up in the empty eye sockets. A hand swung toward her opponent and, grabbing him, crushed the Kumo Genin to pulp. The crowd roared with delight, applauding the victor, thus expressing their gratitude. Izumi looked on indifferently at everything unfolding around her, blood streaming from her eyes, for using one of the clan's most powerful techniques immediately after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan was accompanied by a severe headache and a sharp decline in vision. Soon, Susanoo's skeleton dissolved, and the girl fell to her knees, the 5-pointed star of the Mangekyo Sharingan frozen in her pupil, and only one thought was beating in her head. I did it, I did it. The winner of the second qualifying round is the Kunoichi of the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Izumi. Kisame announced the result of the fight, appearing next to her, but the spectators were no longer interested in his words, they all froze, listening to the approaching rumble. A wave, one of the locals shouted in panic, clearly realizing the cause of the strange noise. Panic and a crush immediately broke out among the spectators, everyone rushing to leave the arena stands, trampling anyone who fell to the floor. Kaide immediately appeared next to Uchiha, lifting her sister onto her shoulder, and moved to the roof of the arena, where the entire Konoha delegation had gathered. Hoshikage, jumping onto the roof as well, watched in horror as a massive 50-meter-high wave engulfed everything in its path, growing larger with each meter. This is the end, some Konoha genin quietly voiced the majority's thoughts. Kisame almost agreed with him, as he understood perfectly well that the wave had been created deliberately, a simple and inexpensive way to wipe the hidden mist from the face of the earth. Even the defense system couldn't handle such a colossus, and given that the main forces of the mist were concentrated there afterward, there would be no one left to defend what remained of the village. The swordsman knew that even he wouldn't be able to do anything against such a colossus, not at his current level of power. He'd have been able to do so even if the 3 tails had been sealed within him, but history doesn't tolerate the subjunctive mood. A flash of powerful chakra in the area of the pier caused many of those gathered to gape in surprise, and after it, someone seemed to cut the wave in half with a wide wedge, forcing its halves to rush only along the outskirts of the village, sweeping them to hell, and flooding the remaining whole part with hundreds of tons of seawater. What was that? Asuma asked in surprise, dropping the cigarette he had lit earlier. A wind element technique, simple as pie, but at least a couple of the average Jonin's reserves were poured into it, Kakashi said, scratching the back of his head, watching as squads of mist genin and chunin began to flicker through the streets, busy with the evacuation. It looks like we should head to the pier. The guests have arrived, Obito said, activating his mangekyo. Irionen and all the genin stay here. Kurenai, you're in charge here, Minato commanded, moving immediately to his place. A battle was already raging along the entire coastline between the Mist Shinobi and the combined forces of Iwa and Cloud. Several hundred small landing craft had delivered nearly 8,000 shinobi. The Mist Anbu and Jonin were roughly half as numerous, but that didn't stop them from confidently holding the line at the front. Naruto fought in the very center of this chaos, a katana he'd picked up from a fallen enemy easily allowing him to defend himself from his attackers. 4 corpses lay around him, and he himself was covered in cuts, scorch marks, and half naked. Dodging another barrage of kunai, the blonde launched a wind blade in response, cutting through 2 genin-level shinobi and nearly killing an Anbu from an allied village. With each passing minute, the cleaner gained more and more control over his body, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to fight without restraint. It arrived just a minute later, when a large rock thrown by an enemy shinobi knocked him off his feet. Slowly rising, the blonde froze in place, gripping his katana tightly in the middle of the fight. In an instant, a chunin with a cloud forehead protector appeared at his side, about to finish off the surprisingly strong young man. A sharp swing of his katana, and the 2 halves of the opponent, who hadn't even had time to react, fell to the ground, drenching the boy in blood. The next moment, his weapon was enveloped in a blue glow, and he appeared next to the nearest enemy, swiftly decapitating him. He then chopped off the arm of a nearby Jonin, who was about to finish off a girl in a Mist Anbu uniform, knocked down by a water technique, and moved further into the thick of the battle. The blonde's eyes blazed with a maddened gray light. Every swing of his katana found its opponent, often ending their life with a single blow, as the attacking forces were mostly chunin and tokubetsu jonin, who were no match for the cleaner, who was using his body's resources to the fullest. Having dispatched another stone shinobi, he wiped the blood flowing from his forehead, cut by some particularly nimble chunin, from his face. Then he noticed another ship entering the harbor, emitting a powerful, heavy chakra that he easily recognized as the 8 Tails. He didn't keep us waiting long, and within a minute he appeared on the surface of the water in his biju form, immediately beginning to form a powerful bomb. Within seconds, the black sphere was flying into the thick of the battle. Kamui. The dual cries of the leaf jonin reached the cleaner's ear, and the biju's most powerful technique disappeared into a spatial vortex. Asuma and 3 Anbu landed next to the blonde, deftly wielding a variety of bladed weapons, from kunai and throwing knives to poles and spears. A rumble of thunder over the bay and a bright yellow lightning bolt that flashed between the combatants, leaving only corpses in its wake, threw the Iwa shinobi into panic. They began retreating in disarray, only to pay the price when the Mizukage's technique devoured their bodies completely. Realizing that the plan to destroy the mist had failed, the ship carrying the 8 Tails Jinchuriki retreated to sea, but no one pursued it. Too many enemy shinobi were fighting on the shore. They were finished off only an hour later. The losses among the mist shinobi were significant, even despite the small number of jonin among the attackers. Nearly 1,000 fighters were killed, 2 were incapacitated for several weeks, but their Anbu escaped without irreparable losses. After the cleaner regained control of Naruto's body, he could barely stand on his feet. Numerous abrasions, bruises and cuts responded with a nagging pain. Enormous fatigue from the excess of used chakra and minor internal damage to the chakra channels, as a result of using 2% of the chakra reserve from the former Uzumaki's seal for the wind technique. "Are you okay?" Minato asked, appearing next to him and placing his hand on his son's shoulder. "It's fine, I'm just really tired. I could use about 20 hours of sleep," the Jinchuriki sighed wearily. "How are Kaide and Izumi?" "Almost okay, they're resting now. And we've got a problem," Minato continued, transporting his son via Hiraishin to his assigned residence. Izumi awakened her Mangekyo and used Susanoo, but she immediately lost 30% of her vision in the process. They were in a small room with a desk by the window, a small sofa against the opposite wall and a wardrobe next to it. The walls were painted cream, and there was oak parquet on the floor. "That's crap, that means we'll have to take some Sharingans from the condemned Uchiha," Naruto sighed heavily, realizing that the amount of work he would have to do had increased, but as they say, if you call yourself a mushroom, you'll have to get in the back. "We'll have to, otherwise she'll be completely blind within a year," Namikaze agreed. "And yes, after our plan is completed, you'll have to leave the village for a while." "I understand that 3 years will be enough," the blonde asked, Sinking down onto the soft sofa and feeling the chakra begin to spread through his body, Kurama's subconscious grumbling, which didn't like the idea of him risking his life without reliable back protection. Yes, would you like to go on a journey with Jiraiya? The fourth suggested, remembering the story his son had told him about the past world. Exactly, you'll be able to prepare everything in that time. But I have a lot of questions about today's attack, Naruto muttered sleepily. We'll talk about this later, after our observers in the Fog's analytical department report. For now, rest, he said, appearing next to the blonde and gently clamping his carotid artery. After laying him down on the couch and covering him with a blanket he'd pulled from the closet, the Hokage headed to the meeting room, where the entire Konoha delegation had gathered. Naruto awoke early, the sun hadn't yet risen above the horizon, and, sitting up, he cursed under his breath. His entire body ached terribly, his chakra center ached and throbbed, and his head pounded like the aftermath of a heavy drinking bout. Looking around the room, he spotted Minato, asleep in his chair, draped in the Hokage's cloak. Kakashi was asleep on 4 chairs along the wall, and a half-empty bottle of something alcoholic sat on the table. Looks like they had a good time yesterday, Uzumaki whispered hoarsely through dry lips. I need to get rid of this seal quickly when I get back, otherwise it'll finish me off. But I warned you not to act like a hero yesterday, Kurama grumbled discontentedly in her subconscious. Sorry, my dear, I couldn't resist. And we still need the mist to be combat ready, because we can't stand alone against the alliance of cloud, rock, and sand, and who knows how many more small hidden villages will join them in hopes of snatching a piece of the Fire Nation's and Konoha's wealth, the blonde sighed wearily, rising from the couch. I know all that, but why did you have to strain your body again? You could have done without that wind technique, the kitsune said discontentedly. Let's just say my childhood kicked in, it decided to show off, the Jinchuriki grinned, feeling Kurama's chakra begin to flow faster and faster through his veins. Thank you, my dear. What would I do without you? You're welcome, Naruto. You'd be lying in the hospital for a couple of weeks, the tailed beast chuckled. It's a shame your idea to capture the Hyuga failed. Don't worry, they'll find me themselves. After all, I sent 11 of their genin to the next world, including 2 Hyugas, and they don't forgive that, Uzumaki replied, cracking his knuckles. I think we can find a suitable Hyuga while traveling with Jiraiya. And how are you going to do that? You're practically at war with them right now, the girl asked. So what? This war will most likely be a positional one, since neither country currently has sufficient resources for protracted battles, which are, alas, inevitable. So, a large concentration of reconnaissance and counterintelligence units from all countries will begin in the zone of small buffer countries, and you know yourself, the Hyuga have always been ahead of the curve in this regard. He jumped out the window onto the damp, practically liquid ground after yesterday's tsunami. Debris from furniture and houses lay everywhere, and here and there were still animal corpses, which teams of genin were urgently cleaning up. So, you're going hunting? The kitsune said with a hint of interest in her voice. Exactly. I'll have 3 years to raise this body's abilities to their previous level before the war breaks out. By the time it starts, I promise, you'll already have your own body, Naruto said confidently, jumping over a pile of rubble lying right in the middle of the road. I believe you, Kurama replied with a smile, breaking the mental connection. Naruto continued his journey through the shattered mist in silence, pondering the events that awaited him upon his return to Konoha. The execution of the Uchihas would greatly upset the village, and many would be disgruntled and want his father removed from his post for such a spectacle. Even the full might of the Anbu wouldn't help, wiping out all the clan shinobi would be the height of idiocy. Well, I'll have to show all the clans the power that guards Konoha and its Hokage, Naruto muttered under his breath, finally reaching the guest house where the Leaf Genin were staying. Right on the doorstep, the blonde bumped into Gaara, who he doused head to toe with water from the bucket he was carrying. The one-tailed Jinchuriki glared at him, but the plasters and bandages covering his forehead and left eye made him look comical. Don't look at me like that, or I'll laugh like a horse and wake everyone up, Naruto warned, laughing, causing no Sobaku's right eye to twitch. Sand enveloped the blonde's feet, but he didn't even notice. What's the Jinchuriki of the one-tail doing in our guest house? I'll kill you, the red-haired man hissed, but the next moment 2 red chakra paws latched onto his neck. First, choose an opponent of your own strength, demon of the desert, the blonde said, his voice tinged with steel, the gray stars in his eyes once again glowing. Have you come to your senses? Yes, Gaara croaked and immediately fell to the floor, greedily gasping for air. I'm sorry, it's just that my Biju can't stand it when people try to harm me, Naruto said, extending his hand to the young man. Are you a Jinchuriki? No, Sobaku asked in surprise, accepting the help. Yeah, Uzumaki responded. So what were you doing anyway? Did you come to spy on our girls, or were you planning to get revenge on my sister for your loss? We simply had to ask your delegation to provide assistance and accommodate us in your home, since ours was not protected by FUNN barriers and was flooded as a result of that wave, the red-haired man answered calmly, rubbing his neck. Ah, well then, forgive me for being rude, I just wasn't aware, Naruto replied, scratching the back of his head. It's okay, Gaara no Sobaku, the red-haired man said, extending his hand for a handshake. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you in person, the blonde shook his old new friend's hand. Likewise, Uzumaki, that's odd, I thought you shared your father's last name. He is, after all, a very famous figure and a powerful shinobi, the one-tailed Jinchuriki said. I just like my mother's last name better, and the Uzumaki clan is not weak, just look at those barriers that withstood the wave's impact, Naruto chuckled, sitting down on the step. Did you install these? Gaara said, amazed. Yeah, for me, as a Jinchuriki and the future head of the Uzumaki clan, setting up such barriers is no problem, Uzumaki shrugged, noting how the local Gaara harmoniously blended the traits of a ruthless killer and a cold-blooded shinobi who thought about the benefit of the village. That's interesting. Would the Uzumaki clan agree to sell us some FUNN barrier techniques? The one-tailed sage's Jinchuriki mused. This issue should first be discussed by the Cage of our villages, as these techniques are a strategic resource, so all questions should be officially addressed through the Hokage, the blonde shrugged. Then, may I count on the opportunity to meet with the Hokage soon to discuss this matter? The red-haired man inquired. I'll relay the request for a meeting to him. How should I introduce you to him? Naruto asked. As the official representative of the Suna delegation, I became its leader after Baki-sensei's death, Gaara answered calmly. Okay, as soon as he gives an answer, I'll let you know. See you later, Gaara, he said, rising from his seat and walking into the house under no Sobaku's thoughtful gaze. Quickly strolling into the kitchen, the blonde found his hostess busily working at the stove. After greeting her, he quickly grabbed some sandwiches and hot coffee, then headed upstairs to his sister's room, grabbing a couple of mugs of coffee. Climbing the stairs and knocking softly on the door, he waited for permission to enter from Kaide, who was already awake at such an early hour. Good morning, how are you? Naruto asked, placing the coffee on the bedside table. Good morning, Oni-chan. Almost fine, only Izumi's eyes are a little sore, Namikaze replied with a smile, taking the cup. Good, she's lying, it almost doesn't hurt anymore, Izumi snorted, taking her second coffee. Yeah, right, and who was grinding their teeth half the night? The blonde raised an eyebrow in displeasure. I just had a nightmare, Uchiha dismissed, taking a sip. That happens after the Mangekyo awakens. How do you see? Uzumaki inquired, sitting down on a chair. The same as before, but my eyes feel like they've been filled with sand, the brunette said. So, the Namikaze genes are fighting the Uchiha genes, that's good. Now, you need complete rest for your eyes for the next couple of days, so you don't go blind. And no objections will be accepted, the Jinchuriki said, forcing Izumi to shut her mouth. Why are you giving orders here? Kaide was indignant. Maybe because my status requires it. Naruto answered calmly. What? Namikaze drawled, stumped by this answer. They were stopped from arguing further by Izumi's laughter, apparently amused by her sister's reaction. She snorted and stared into her mug, her expression clearly showing her offense. Placing a hand on her head, Naruto ruffled her hair slightly. Well, don't sulk, I just know a little more than you and Izumi, which is why I'm in charge, the blonde smiled warmly. I wish I knew where from, the girl grumbled. You already know, Naruto waved it off. Okay, you two get some rest. We still have a couple of days for this. We'll probably have a lot of missions waiting for us when we get back to Leaf. What makes you think that? Uchiha asked, finishing her coffee and lying back down on the bed. Because the wave that hit the mist wasn't a technique, but a real tsunami, caused by the detonation of a large amount of explosives on the ocean floor, somewhere between the mist and the land of waves. This means the waves spread out in all directions, and it's highly likely that it hit the eastern coast of fire as well, likely almost completely flooding the land of waves, as it was closest to the potential epicenter, Uzumaki explained. And that means there's plenty of work for Konoha shinobi, too. But how could they create such a powerful wave? The brunette asked in surprise. They have 2 biju, and creating a couple of seals with the power of several dozen tailed beast bombs is no problem for them, and a tailed beast bomb like the 8 tails can easily destroy a city like the capital of the land of waves, Naruto explained. But how did they come up with that? The wave could have reached them too, Kaide asked, puzzled. This isn't the first time they've used such a strategy. They wiped out several cities on the coast of the land of fire during the First Shinobi War. But it won't work anymore, because I think after this, the mist outposts on the islands adjacent to the land of water, and our Uzumaki clan island, will be restored, the Jinchuriki said. Okay, I'll be going. I still need to talk to my father about his meeting with the head of the Suna delegation. I'll see you at lunch, Izumi. Get some rest. Leaving his sister's room, Naruto hurried to the fourth's temporary residence. He couldn't miss the opportunity to win over another of the 5 great villages. The residents greeted him with a busy hum. Shinobi from the 2 hidden villages sat over unfolded maps, discussing and arguing with each other. Minato was in his office, along with Kisame and Kakashi, showing him something on a map spread out on the table. The wave's impact practically destroyed the eastern coast of the land of waves. The death toll is in the hundreds of thousands, the entire infrastructure has been destroyed. I think the easiest thing for Konoha to do now is to completely subjugate this country under the guise of providing aid, Hoshikage said. You don't have to worry about that. Large forces have already been dispatched there. We plan to establish an outpost there soon, on the site of the former hidden whirlpool village, Minato replied. And what will you do with these islands? After what happened, they will most likely become part of the land of water, too advantageous a situation not to take advantage of, the swordsman shrugged. What kind of assistance will be needed from Konoha? Namikaze inquired, motioning for Naruto to join the discussion. Barriers, it seems you have experts in that field. Isn't it a bit early for the kid? Kisame asked, raising an eyebrow. Believe me, it's not too early. It was he who erected the barrier around our buildings, and it was his technique that cut through that wave. The genin call him the demon of the hidden leaf, Kakashi informed his relative. Wow, I didn't think that your children, Hokage-san, were such gifted and famous individuals, Hoshikage chuckled. Yeah, he's also the future head of the Uzumaki clan, Hitaki added. So, is he the one we should contact about installing barriers? The swordsman inquired. Exactly, Namikaze confirmed his thought. Naruto, what's your reason? The head of the Suna delegation wants to meet with you to arrange a meeting with the cage. They're very interested in the FUNN barriers, the blonde replied, sitting down on the sofa. Yes, apparently the demonstration of capabilities in the field impressed many. Naruto, what do you think about helping your allies? Minato asked. The mist will be the first stop on our journey with Jiraiya. So, what about meeting the Suna representative? The Jinchuriki asked. Tell him I can meet him after 9 o'clock tonight here at the residence. And by the way, who is he? As far as I know, the head of the delegation died, the fourth inquired. Gaara no Sobaku, the youngest of the current cage's children, the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed one, the Jinchuriki gave a short summary. Yeah, I'm not the only one with genius children, Minato commented on what he heard. The conversation then shifted to business, and until lunchtime, the 4 discussed their country's upcoming territorial expansions and planned joint actions for the next couple of years. Afterward, Naruto returned to the house where their delegation was staying and spent several hours conversing with Gaara, mostly on unrelated topics. But Sobaku was completely unlike the man Naruto remembered, a calm, sociable man with a broad outlook and extensive knowledge on a wide variety of topics and subjects, a sense of humor, yet at the same time a focused and powerful shinobi, in complete control of his biju. He didn't even have dark circles under his eyes. Naruto had dinner with Lee and a girl from Suna, who introduced herself as Yasukimura. So, Lee, did you like the Sand Princess? The blonde asked his friend, laughing, after Yasu had gone to her part of the house. What makes you think that? The brunette asked in surprise. Lee, Who are you trying to fool? Naruto laughed. I can't hide anything from you, the bushy-browed man sighed regretfully. It's a shame we probably won't be able to see her after the exam. Don't worry, I'll think of something, the blonde assured his friend. So what can you come up with? We're from two different villages, which have been feuding since the Second Shinobi War, even though it's almost completely died down now, the brunette reminded him. Lee, just leave this matter to me, and I'll figure out how to help you and Yasu. Okay, I'm off to bed, I've had a tough day, the Jinchuriki patted his friend on the shoulder. Don't you think it's unfair to take credit for someone else's accomplishments? Kurama's offended voice reached Naruto. Please don't start, you know I can't tell them everything, Uzumaki reminded conciliatorily. I know, but I want a reward for the fact that you are so brazenly taking credit for my achievements, the kitsune snorted. And what does my little fox want? Naruto wondered mentally as he climbed into the shower. Massage, the tailed one declared confidently, erotic. Erotic, the blonde was a little taken aback. Exactly, you already owe me, so I want a massage. Kurama declared brazenly. Okay, I'll give you a massage. An erotic one, the blonde gave in. That's great, I'm waiting for you, the kitsune purred contentedly. Naruto merely shook his head slightly and smiled at this. After all, his other half's quirks had often perplexed him in the past. After freshening up after a shower, the young man immediately collapsed onto his bed and plunged into his subconscious, where Kurama was already waiting for him. The night sky above Konoha was shrouded in smoke from the growing fire at the Uchiha clan's estate, and hundreds of shinobi rushed to the scene of the tragedy. However, it was too late. The streets of the district of one of the village's most powerful clans were littered with the bodies of slain clan members. Women and children sat tearfully over them, cursing gods and men. The remaining young men and women tried to stop the raging flames, but they were struggling, as there were simply too few of them. Soon, 3 Anbu patrols, Konoha police patrols, and ordinary shinobi, awakened by the smell of burning, began rushing into the neighborhood at breakneck speed. Less than an hour later, the only reminders of the fire were the smoking husks of houses, pools of dried blood on the ground, and the curses of wives and mothers emanating from the surviving houses where the bodies of all the slain clan members lay. Meanwhile, despite the late hour, the heads of all the clans that made up the village council had already gathered in the Hokage's office. Minato glanced around at everyone with a frown, then, crossing his arms in front of his face, spoke. There's no need to explain the reason for the meeting. Everyone knows the Uchiha clan was attacked less than 2 hours ago, resulting in numerous casualties and destruction. Even the best search teams from the Inuzuka and Aburame clans have failed to locate the attackers. How and when they entered the village, as well as how they left, is unknown, but everything points to a traitor among the shift manning the village's security system. The entire shift was found murdered, and one of the censors was found dead with a slit throat, several dozen meters from the monitoring and surveillance station. The fourth summarized the situation. And who is suspected of treason? Shikaku asked thoughtfully. 1 clanless Jonin and 2 Chunin, I won't reveal their names, as access to this information is strictly limited to Anbu and Internal Security Department members, Namikaze answered calmly. I see you weren't particularly upset by the loss of nearly 100 fighters from Konoha's most powerful clan. Perhaps you had a hand in their destruction. Dan, present as the head of the Senju clan, asked bluntly. Why should I care about the deaths of people who plotted a coup d'état? And why would I risk it if I hold all the cards to execute them publicly? The village headman chuckled. What coup are you talking about? Soon voiced the general thought. Members of the Uchiha clan were planning a violent takeover of the village and installing their own man as Hokage. The daimyo and I received the relevant information, and he gave me complete freedom of action in this regard, including the complete extermination of the clan. But I decided to conduct a classified investigation, involving my people within the Uchiha clan. As a result, so much incriminating evidence and crimes have surfaced that this turn of events is, in some ways, even more favorable to us than a public execution of the perpetrators, even though many involved have died, Minato calmly explained. Could we review the investigation results? Inoichi asked. Yes, you can, but naturally you won't have access to all the information, the fourth shrugged. And yet I have no doubt that you are involved in this, said the head of the Senju clan. You can doubt it as much as you like. The evidence regarding the coup plot will be presented to the council in full, and the original daimyo's permit will also be shown at the meeting, Namikaze said, measuring Dan with a cold gaze. I'll add only one thing. Don't repeat the Uchiha's mistakes. Playing games behind my back means playing games behind the daimyo's back, and the young ruler is hot-headed and quick to punish. The office fell into an oppressive silence. Many of those gathered looked with apprehension and distrust at the calmly sitting Hokage. Meanwhile, two silhouettes appeared behind him, which were difficult not to recognize, for two Mangekyo Sharingan, glowing in the darkness, gave away their owners completely. Hokage-sama, we were unable to locate the attackers, Shisui reported, ignoring the extra people in the room. I see, you can go free and send your men off to rest, Minato said, turning his gaze to the second guest. What do you have? Mizuki and Kabuto were found dead. It appears they were simply used, as both were killed with a blow to the back. The alleged ringleader has fled. A search of his apartment and safe deposit box yielded no results. That's all I have to say, Itachi concluded. Get some rest, Anbu will handle the rest, Namikaze said, dismissing his future relative. Meanwhile, the Hokage's office was becoming less crowded, which couldn't help but please the tired and exhausted Hokage. He was eager to leave the residence and be home with his family. Sighing heavily and massaging his temples, Minato leaned back in his chair, recalling his recent conversation with Naruto. It had happened a month after returning from the mist and 3 days before the massacre of the Uchihas. He had been destined to be the executioner of all those involved in the coup attempt. It was he who had proposed this solution to the potential problem with the clans, and it was his idea to blame all the wrongdoing on the perpetrators themselves. In the end, everything went as planned. With each passing day, Namikaze grew increasingly amazed by his own son, his sternness and ability to make difficult decisions and take responsibility for them, and his uncanny ability to plan several steps ahead while remaining a normal child among his family and friends. And what do you really want, Naruto? The fourth asked into the void, then, shaking his head, began sorting through the documents from the capital. In a small restaurant near the Hokage's residence, the heads of the clans were talking at a table. And why would Minato suddenly decide to put on such a show? Tsume grumbled discontentedly, recent events forcing her to think and reassess her priorities. He made it clear to everyone that the daimyo's men were behind the massacre of the Uchihas, and the only thing he could do was minimize the village's losses, Shikaku said. Where did the daimyo get such powerful mercenaries? Chomaru asked. We shouldn't try to interfere in this matter, as it will only bring unnecessary problems to each of us. We all need to consider whether we will support Minato as a united front or give the daimyo cause for further purges. Shibi asked. It's not the daimyo's people who are behind this, Inoichi said, casting a heavy glance at those gathered. Who then? Tsume asked. Uzumaki. Yamanako sighed heavily. Aren't you working overtime, by any chance? Akimiji asked, raising an eyebrow. We're in no mood for jokes now, Chomaru. Inoichi, tell us what you know, Nara demanded. This is Naruto. I can say with 100% certainty that it was he who killed the Uchiha. The blonde began his story, and he was immediately interrupted by the only woman in their company. Naruto, this is just crazy, Inuzuka said. Tsume, let's not make a big deal out of this. I think you know as well as I do what this guy is capable of. The brainiac snapped. They don't call him the protector of the Konoha princess and the demon of the hidden leaf for nothing. Inoichi, don't get distracted, tell us everything you know about Naruto, Shikaku asked, raising his hands and calling for everyone to calm down. Minato's son possesses unimaginable potential. He is a Jinchuriki, bearer of the seal of the 13-pointed star, a master of Fuinjutsu, possessor of a monstrous reserve of chakra and unimaginable regeneration, a unique summoning, possesses an extraordinary mind, and that's only the tip of the iceberg of all the capabilities of this monster in human form, the clearly tired and deeply upset head of the brain breakers listed. The only thing we need to be completely happy is a new cleaner, Tsume said angrily, already mentally calculating how many members of her clan could be pushed into Anbu in the near future. Calm down, there's no need to panic. The purifiers have always appeared at difficult moments in shinobi history and have always been beneficial. We, however, need to seriously consider the situation and each of us decide whose side we're on, the head of the Aburame clan said, rising from the table, signaling to everyone else that the conversation was over, as they had attracted undue attention from the Anbu. At that very moment, the cause of the commotion was dozing peacefully in a hammock hanging in the garden. Nearby, on the patio, Kaide and Izumi were training under Atsushi's guidance. Naruto was roused from his pleasant state by his mother's call for dinner, and the sisters immediately disappeared from the clearing, having a good reason to do so. 5 hours of training under their grandfather had been pure hell for both of them. Plus, their brother, brazenly dozing off, wasn't adding to their enthusiasm. As soon as they disappeared into the house, the clone lying in the hammock dissipated, and the original emerged from the shadow of a tree. I see everything didn't go entirely smoothly. The old Uzumaki shook his head. Yeah, it took a bit of work, and there were some extra casualties, the blonde grumbled in response, wincing in pain. We'll talk about this later, but right now we better get to the table quickly. Without giving Kushina and the girls any extra reason to think, Atsushi said, heading towards the meal with his grandson. Kaide and Izumi were already busy at the table, helping the hostess set the table, while the woman herself was chatting with Minato, who looked extremely tired, in the kitchen. The meal passed in a peaceful, family atmosphere, already familiar to all members. Naruto studiously remained silent throughout dinner, allowing his sisters to chat cheerfully with their parents and restraining himself from groaning from the pain of his broken ribs and the severe cut on his back, which was healing extremely slowly. He pondered the events ahead. "Brother, why are you so thoughtful and silent today?" Izumi asked as the adults headed out to the veranda of the house, where she and her sister began tidying up. "Just thinking," the Jinchuriki shrugged. "And over what?" Kaide asked. "About the offer to go on a journey with my godfather and his partner for a few years," the blonde quickly responded, shaking off his stupor. "You want to leave the village and abandon us? And who promised to help us with our training?" the former Uchiha asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not abandoning you, I just need to leave the village for a while to resolve some issues and fulfill my agreements with Mist and Sand. I'll only be gone for a couple of years," Naruto replied with a slight smile. "And I've already made arrangements for you to train while I'm gone." "And who are you dumping us on?" The blonde sighed resignedly, finishing washing the dishes and drying her hands while Izumi was laying out the plates. "Well, to many people," the Jinchuriki responded. "Can you be more specific?" Kaide asked, already imagining the kind of hard labor her brother had signed them up for. "Well, physical training under Guy's guidance, your mother and grandfather will teach you Fuinjutsu, Shisui will help you with Mangekyo, I made arrangements with them, he will train you twice a week unless he is sent on a mission outside the village, Kurenai will help you with regular illusions, and Kakashi and Obito with ninjutsu. Neither of you will be assigned to a team, so you will have 3 years to seriously improve your skills," Uzumaki explained. "You've definitely decided to get rid of us," Kaide shouted. "Maida Guy is a walking lunatic, he has a weight in his head instead of a brain." "There's nothing wrong with his brain, he's just a little weird, that's all," the Jinchuriki shrugged. "A little, so all these idiotic antics of his are, in your opinion, a little weird?" The blonde fumed, looming over her brother. "Of course, for example, compare him and me, and everything falls into place," Naruto smiled broadly. "No, well, from that side of the issue, he's actually relatively normal," Kaide agreed thoughtfully. "Okay, sisters, I'm going to my place, have a good evening," the Jinchuriki said as he left the kitchen, feeling the blood slowly begin to trickle down his back from under the bandages. Finding himself in his room and stripping off his black t-shirt, the young man summoned a clone and instructed it to stitch up and treat the wound. Asking Kurama for help was futile, she was already exhausted after his adventures in the Uchiha quarters. It took the clone only a few minutes to stitch up the long cut across his back left by one of the last victims of the evening's attack. Once the wound and bandage were finished, the blonde collapsed onto his bed and fell into a dreamless sleep, as he did after most missions with many casualties. Naruto's morning greeted him with a ringing alarm in his head and a feeling of heaviness throughout his body. His back ached terribly, and the weather matched the Jinchuriki's gloomy mood. The sky was overcast with clouds and a light drizzle, accompanied by the disgruntled grumbling of his other half, who had been trying unsuccessfully to wake him for almost an hour. "Naruto," Kurama almost growled, trying once again to get through to Uzumaki. "Darling, please don't scream," the Jinchuriki asked with a groan, clutching his head. "I'm sorry," the kitsune said quietly. "What's happening to you?" "I overexerted myself," Naruto explained briefly. "Tell me how you're feeling." "I'm completely fine now," I didn't touch the wound on your back, first I need to remove the threads from it, and I've sorted out the rest, the girl quickly responded. Thank you, I'm sorry I messed up so much yesterday, Uzumaki smiled guiltily, walking up to the mirror and examining himself. Everything's fine, the main thing is you're alive, the nine-tailed fox sighed. Don't sigh, we're leaving today, the young man smiled even wider. That's wonderful, by the way, they're calling you there, see you tonight Naruto, I hope today you'll thank me properly for last night, the kitsune grinned contentedly. You can be sure of it, my fox, Uzumaki assured with a satisfied grin, pulling on a t-shirt and throwing a sweatshirt over it as he headed downstairs. His father and 3 of his students were waiting for him in the living room. After greeting everyone, the Jinchuriki prepared to listen to his final instructions. Naruto, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin will accompany you to the meeting place with Jiraiya and Nawaki. From there, you'll follow the plan, set up barriers on the Mist Islands, then onto the island of Wave Country, and then onto Suna. You know how to contact me in case of an emergency. So, if you're ready, you can go before the others wake up, Minato said. I understand everything, you keep an eye on everyone while I'm gone, Naruto asked, shaking his father's hand firmly and smiling slightly. Of course, the 4th promised, smiling broadly. Good luck, Naruto. Thank you, Dad, tell my sisters and Mom that I will miss them, the younger blonde asked, already standing in the doorway and throwing on his cloak, after which, together with his escorts, he disappeared into Shunshin, a small town in the north of the Land of Fire. People stroll leisurely along the clean and tidy streets, and signs for various entertainment establishments hang everywhere. In one such building, 2 veteran travelers and a world-famous writer-artist duo are camped out with a few girls. Gi, do you think it was wise to agree to Minato's offer to take Naruto on our journey? He's still just a kid, I don't think you and I would be a good influence on him, Nawaki asked, pouring another round of sake for himself and the beautiful brunette sitting to his right. My friend, that wasn't a suggestion, but an order, and you should remember that orders aren't negotiable. And my godson isn't as simple as he seems, for at 13 he's already quite famous, and I don't think you or I, even with a great deal of effort, could corrupt that sushi student. You know as well as I do what that old man is capable of turning his charges into, the gray-haired man dismissed, settling the pretty blonde onto his lap. And what's so special about him? Senju asked, raising an eyebrow. Do nicknames like, Konoha's Heim Protector, Hidden Leaf Demon, or, Lord of Nightmares, mean anything to you? The Sannin asked, draining his cup in one gulp. Are you saying all these nicknames belong to Naruto? Gee, you must have had too much, the brunette chuckled. Actually, Jiraiya-sama is telling the truth, all these nicknames really do belong to Uzumaki Naruto, a familiar voice reached the men, and a gray-haired man with a mask that hid almost his entire face sat down in the empty seat at the table. Kakashi, Nawaki jumped up in surprise. That's the one, Hitaki responded, smiling with one eye as best he could. So where is he? The orderly said, getting straight to the point. At the hot springs in a couple of blocks from here, the Jonin replied, pouring himself some sake. Are you fucking nuts? We're on duty, Senju asked, gesturing at the bowl. So what? I mean, it's okay to relax sometimes, especially since we're only here for a few days, and I haven't had many opportunities like that lately, Kakashi dismissed. Aren't you afraid your wife will find out? Jiraiya chuckled sarcastically. No, she knows where I'm going, the gray-haired man shrugged. And besides, I'm not planning on cheating on her. Are you sure you could resist if, say, she took you on? He said, pointing to the girl at the bar, dressed in a black dress that accentuated all her charms. Yeah, especially since she's not my type, you better help with this Obito, otherwise he'll remain an unkissed virgin for the rest of his days, Hitaki snorted. As the whole team here, the 3rd student coughed, choking on another shot of sake. Yes, they're currently setting up our rooms and will be here in a few minutes, so you'd better send the girls away, at least while you talk to Naruto, the Jonin advised. Are you really afraid for his sanity? Jiraiya drawled. No, rather, I'm afraid he might dismember them. Your godson is definitely not all there, Hitaki twirled his finger at his temple. The girls turned pale at his words, but continued to sit in their seats. There's no point in scaring people for no reason, Kakashi-senpai. I may be crazy, but I'm not a bloody butcher who would cut up girls right in front of the crowd, the blond man calmly remarked, pulling another chair up to the table. You're early, the Jonin noted, pouring himself another glass of sake. Yeah, I decided not to disturb Obito and Rin's fun, otherwise they're like little kids, walking around, fidgeting, and just can't bring themselves to take any desperate action, the young man shrugged. What did you do to them? Kakashi was horrified. Nothing special, I gave them both some stimulants, put a paralysis seal on them that will wear off after both drugs take effect, and set up a barrier in the room, so those two will have a great time there, Naruto grinned contentedly. Do you understand what you've done? Naoki asked in shock. Of course, I helped those two become happy, otherwise they would have died alone, Uzumaki answered calmly. Help them become happy, you know the Council of Elders will kill them both for this. Senju shouted. Calm down, Captain Wood. No one's going to kill them, because there's simply no one left to do it. 7 days ago, the Council of Elders and the entire Uchiha leadership were wiped out, the clan lost over 100 killed and about 20 wounded. And I've already made arrangements with the new head of their clan, the Jinchuriki replied, ostentatiously cleaning his ear. How could this happen? Jiraiya asked in shock, dropping the bowl from his hands. Well, that's how it happened. Doesn't that happen to conspirators? Naruto asked, glaring at Senju, gray stars appearing in his eyes. So the stories about you are true? The Sannin asked, drawing his attention. I never thought I'd ever run into one of you again. Life sometimes gives you pleasant surprises, the blonde chuckled, then pulled a small scroll from the inside pocket of his vest and handed it to the writer. These are instructions from the Hokage. I'll find you myself tomorrow, but right now I have things to do. What kind of business could a kid like you have? Naoki immediately flared up. The usual stuff, I'm just going to go and train outside the city, the blonde said as he left the establishment. And what just happened? Senju gasped. Nothing unusual, Naruto's just not in the mood, his hunt yesterday was ruined, Kakashi shrugged. What kind of hunt does this little monster have? Naoki barked, causing the girl sitting next to him to jump back. He's hunting the Cloud Shinobi, he's got some kind of score to settle, Hatake dismissed lazily. And I wouldn't recommend calling him a monster, I'd rather call him a demon, otherwise he might get hit with something like a rasengan to the head. You speak about it so calmly that it gives me bad thoughts, Jiraiya drawled. After a couple of days of traveling with him, you won't be surprised by anything at all, Kakashi assured the men. Well, I'll leave you to go for a stroll around the city and relax at the springs. After the Jonin left, the two men sat for a long time in silence, broken only by the silent clinking of cups. The girls, realizing they were out of place, quickly disappeared, leaving them alone. Until late in the evening, the two old friends discussed the problem that had befallen them, the scope of which neither of them could yet fully comprehend. Slowly leaving the bar, where two shocked shinobi and one completely oblivious to the world around them remained, the blond man leapt onto the roof of one of the tallest buildings in this mountain town. Sitting in the lotus position, the young man concentrated, entering hermit mode. He had made progress in this regard immediately after breaking free of the chakra seal of his body's previous owner. A few seconds later, the iris of his right eye turned yellow, the pupil became a horizontal elongated oval, and the left a vertical fox-like oval, and almost black shadows appeared above his eyes. Hunting again, the fox's voice reached Uzumaki. Yes, those Kumo shinobi that I sensed yesterday are now here in the city, and among them is Hyuga, although he is no good for us, but I think his death will make their clan hunt me, Naruto answered calmly, having discovered the location of his targets. There are only 3 of them, I don't sense the 4th, it looks like you managed to get it last time after all, the kitsune drawled contentedly. I doubt it, most likely that sensor was hidden very well. He almost lost his head from that seal, even though he managed to get rid of it in time, the Jinchuriki reminded. Well, that would actually be to our advantage, a witness who will report everything to the Raikage and the Hyuga, Kurama grinned, anticipating a little warm-up. Yeah, now it's time for me to get going, Naruto said, throwing his hood on and jumping onto the neighboring roof. 10 minutes of leisurely running across rooftops brought him to a small abandoned house on the outskirts of town. Nothing outwardly indicated the presence of living beings within, but in hermit mode, the young man clearly sensed 3 chakra sources within, and another was barely detectable. Grinning contentedly, the blonde moved to the sagging front door, hanging by only one hinge. Placing his hand on it, he distinctly felt a security technique cast upon it. With a chuckle, Naruto effortlessly removed it, spending only a few moments. After all, the primitive and highly simplified fuinjutsu techniques used by most shinobi were no problem for him. Once inside, he erected a barrier that would prevent anyone from leaving without his permission. Stepping quietly across the dried-out floorboards, covered in a layer of dust, he approached the basement, where he clearly sensed his future victims. Two men sat by a small fire, discussing the latest news. A third slept peacefully a short distance away. They all looked rather shabby. Damn, how did we manage to run into a Konoha border patrol so early in the morning? The huge, towering mulatto grumbled discontentedly. Calm down, who's to blame for Aki being so out of sorts after his encounter with that monster 2 days ago? The second one shouted at him, a skinny man with a severe burn on his right cheek. Why did you send that whore with us? The mulatto growled. Call her that again and you're dead. He snapped back, reaching for the kunai. What are these kids doing? The other man chuckled. Meanwhile, Naruto, having summoned a katana from his seal, slowly approached the Hyuga lying in the shadows. His condition was quite dire. His head was bandaged, his left arm appeared to be in a cast, and he was unconscious and muttering incoherently. Raising his katana, the blonde channeled wind chakra through it, attracting the attention of the two arguing. Then, to their surprised looks, he decapitated the Byakugan wielder with a single movement. The men froze in shock, staring in horror at the intruder, who looked more like a ghost than anything else. A female censor squealed somewhere in the corner. This brought the Cloud Shinobi to their senses. Drawing kunai, they lunged at the intruder in unison. Their attack left the intruder completely unimpressed. He sped up, slipping under the mulatto's hands, and with a barely perceptible movement ripped open the man's stomach, spilling his wind-choked entrails. The other, realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed toward the female censor huddled in the corner, whom Naruto hadn't even managed to catch a glimpse of in their two encounters. The cramped basement seriously limited the arsenal of both surviving shinobi, forcing both fighters to use exclusively taijutsu or kenjutsu techniques. The lanky Kumo representative knew perfectly well that he had no chance of survival. All the advantages were on the side of his cloaked opponent. Who are you? The man asked, trying to buy the girl some time, clutching the kunai tightly. You, the Kumo shinobi, call me the Lord of Nightmares, Naruto replied in an icy tone. Now I understand why she's been in this state since our last meeting in that damned forest, the man replied breathlessly, realizing with horror that a foreign object had appeared in his right lung from somewhere, seriously hindering his breathing. I see you've already realized that resistance is futile. Another 5 minutes and your heart will stop. But before that, answer me, why are you so desperate to protect this girl? If you're sincere, I give you my word, I'll let her live, Uzumaki said calmly, stepping closer and sheathing his katana. And don't bother trying to activate your explosion tags. I'm a master FUNN technologist, after all, and neutralizing them is a piece of cake for me, especially those drab homemade ones. What kind of monster are you? The man croaked, dropping to one knee. I'm one of those called cleaners, the blonde replied, squatting down in front of his interlocutor, who had fallen onto his side. So maybe you should tell me why you're so desperate to protect her, or aren't you aware that she's the one killing you right now? What are you talking about? The man hissed, barely audible, spitting out blood. Didn't you know? Karen-chan's power is a double-edged sword. She can heal almost any wound with her chakra, but in moments of extreme fear and danger, she drains the life force from those she once healed. So say goodbye to her while you still can, Naruto grinned, pulling down his hood. His hapless opponent didn't have time to say goodbye, for his body instantly withered, his skin turning gray and stretching over his skeleton. And you're very cruel, Karen-chan. How do you know my name? A quiet voice reached the young man from the darkness of the corner. I just know, that's all, Uzumaki responded, twirling the rasengan on his hand and illuminating the room with a bright blue glow. Will you come out to me already? Why, you want the same thing as them. The girl barked, her eyes flashing. I'm not interested in your body at all, nor in your abilities. I just want to offer you a return to your parents' homeland. The young man smiled reassuringly, looking at Karen's pale and tear-stained face, and his eyes returned to their normal state. Return where? I'm a homeless orphan, taken in by one of the Kumo clans, so that when I reach reproductive age, I can become the bedfellow of one of the clan head's sons. The red-haired girl screamed, throwing several golden chains at Naruto, which landed on the ground a few meters away. You know, orphans with no family are unlikely to be able to use chakra chains, the Jinchuriki chuckled, pointing to the golden chains embedded around him. This technique is one of the signature techniques of kunoichi belonging to the Uzumaki clan, and the color of your hair is further confirmation that you belong to our clan. Are you kidding me? You think I'm going to believe this nonsense you just made up on your knees? Karen almost growled. Why not? After all, you're a censor, and you can tell by the chakra fluctuations whether I'm lying or not, right? The blonde asked, still smiling. You know too much about my abilities. Who are you? The kunoichi asked, calmly and with some interest. You want to know who I am? Then you'll have to be strong enough to make me tell you first, the blonde chuckled. And do you know someone who can help me become stronger? Karen asked, now completely calm, feeling the waves of warmth radiating from her interlocutor. I know that if you agree to come with me, you will have a new family in which you will decide your own future destiny, Naruto assured, extending his free hand to the girl. I agree to your proposal. Look, if you deceive me, I'll bring you back from the other world and make you a eunuch, the red-haired woman declared confidently. Naruto merely nodded at this statement, then took the girl by the hand and led her to the fire. He summoned a clone and, after giving it instructions, headed to the hotel. Along the way, Karen bombarded him with questions. Somewhere in the back of the Jinchuriki's mind, Kurama, angered by this girl's endless chatter, had already smashed a couple of pieces of furniture. At the hotel, they ran into Kakashi. After introducing the girl to him, Naruto went to the hotel receptionist to book another room, which took literally a couple of minutes. Well, make yourself comfortable, freshen up, get some rest. I'll come by tomorrow morning and we'll discuss everything properly. I have a favor to ask of you, don't go out until I arrive. You can order food through my clone, who'll be on duty in the hallway, Uzumaki warned, ushering the girl into the room. Thank you, I understand, the red-haired girl quickly slipped inside. See you tomorrow, Karen-chan, the blonde drawled, winking at the girl and closing the door. At the last moment, he noticed her blush. You know, I could get jealous. Naruto immediately heard. Kurama, my dear, come on, you know I don't need anyone but you. But sometimes I do find it interesting to embarrass other members of the fair sex, and it will help her quickly forget that she saw my less than stellar side, the blonde tried to reassure the kitsune. After all, you can't pull that trick on you, you can embarrass anyone you want to death yourself. So you're saying you just wanted to embarrass her? The nine-tailed fox grumbled discontentedly. Yeah, you saw her reaction yourself. If you'd seen that look, you would have put me to bed a long time ago, the Jinchuriki chuckled. PFF'd, although you're right, for that look I would definitely have killed you right there in the hallway. Kurama began thoughtfully. Slow down, it's not evening yet, Uzumaki interrupted her. Ha, scared, the satisfied girl chuckled. No, I'm just not at all tempted by the prospect of wandering around the city with an erection from your detailed stories of how and what you'll do to me, Naruto snapped back discontentedly. Okay, but then in the evening, I expect something special from you, the kitsune snorted. Look, don't complain later, Uzumaki drawled, but he still didn't receive an answer. After standing there for a few minutes in thought, the young man just grinned and headed towards the nearest hot springs to put his own idea into practice.